ね、フェンネルの P 選手だと、同じ世代というか本当に2022年から、ね、やり続けてきたところもありますから、ここね超えていきたいという思いもあるでしょうし、先ほどもね映ってましたけれども、自分たちは挑戦者っていう気持ちも含めてぶつかっていくというところで、対するフェンネルもそのね散々こう勝率が高いと本当に、ね、信じられない数字を出してますよという話はしつつ、直近の予選でこうちらほらとフェンネルを打ち破るチームというところも、ついに出てきているというところで、そこの秘密というかそこの勝因範囲は何だったのかっていうところが鍵ですよね。よく当たるのでそろそろ倒しますと、ライバルということで冬場の扇風機選手ですね。
配信外でね、試合なんかもあって、
配信ではおおむねリジェクトとかに、いい勝負して競って、あとスカースとかになるんですけど、配信外でそのどういう試合が当たって、今敗れたか勝ったかっていうのは分からないじゃないですか。そこがねどう対フェンネルの部分紐解けるか。
その話でちょっとゲームの込み入った話になるんですけれども、今シュタルトの、ダメージを出す担当の選手に求められる負担が、去年も言ったかな、結構高い環境だと
年々上がっている部分も
思っていて、今ってやっぱりその安定的なポケモン選択としてミュウとミュウツー Y、これらのポケモンが非常に強力なんですが、それらが使用禁止になった、あるいはオールスタードラフトによって使えなくなってしまったときに、結構次に出てくる選択肢が、それこそアマージョだったりとか、いきなりこうガラッと戦いの距離感が変わるポケモンが選択肢に上がってくるくらい、ちょっとね求められるプールの幅の広さっていうのが非常に大きくなっていて、だから今、マシオ選手、ね、出てましたけれども、マシオ選手がどれほどいろんなポケモンを使いこなして戦えていけるかっていうところは、一つこのオールスタードラフトにおいての鍵になると思いますね。
マシオ選手ですね、先ほど、ね、映ったところでも、絶対優勝するから安心して見ててくれというところもありました。マシオ選手、ひいてはこの、P 選手かな、チャンピオンロードという名前で、2年前ですよね、PJCS2024 の際にも優勝を果たして日本一になった、そこから、今のフェンネルへの加入が決まってっていう流れではありましたので、チャンピオンロードとして日本一を経験している選手がフェンネルの中だと P 選手とマシオ選手が現在いらっしゃいますと。ただそのフェンネルの名前になってからは WCS2024 の世界を制して、でその後 PACL2026 でアジアを制してっていうので、フェンネルとしてはやっぱりまだ日本一になっていない、そのチームとしての、ね、名前の不具合で見たらまだ取れてないタイトルというのがこのポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップスになるんじゃないかなと思っているので、やっぱりその権利は持ってるよねというところはありつつ、やっぱり負けたくない、誰よりも強くなりたいっていうそのプレイヤーというかポケモンユナイトをやる上で一番最初にある強い理由の部分ですよね。そこを軸にして戦ってくるんじゃないかなと思います。
それでいうとその権利とかっていう話で言うと秋選手で、秋選手はもう本当にその、年齢制限の問題で、今まで PJCS 結構観客側で、
去年一昨年は観客席で見てて、それはなんかこう予選に負けてしまったとかじゃなくて、単純に年齢制限で
ルール上出れ
なかった
ところで、出れる年になって今年も大活
躍、一発目そうね、だって1年目ですよ、秋選手の競技シーン、
よくねご自身王になるなんてことも言ってますけれども、本当にそれに見合うだけの活躍を見せて今この場に立っています。
そして今ね、もうフェンネルのリーダーとしてなんかもう最初はやっぱりマメ選手や P 選手がいる中で、秋選手がリーダーなんだなっていうちょっと驚きもあったんです。一番こうフレッシュな選手がリーダーっていうところで、でももう今はだいぶ貫禄というか、こう、
いやもうなんか我々もちょっと見慣れてきてしまってるから、新しい風感もないくらい貫禄のあるプレーを見せてくれてますよね。
さあ間もなくコインセレクトになります。フェンネル VS ヤマエンディング。ヤマエンディング側がコインを選ぶ権利を手にします。オールスタードラフトの中で先行後攻好きな方を選べるというのは我々には考えの及ばないアドバンテージかもしれません。秋選手もわずかガッツポーズ。フェンネルに選択権が委ねられました。先行はフェンネルになります。それでは フェンネル VS ヤマエンディング、手と手を合わせてユナイトバトルを始めましょう。結構ドラフトの先行後攻の違い、環境に強いポケモンによっても変わりつつ、なんとなくそのどれぐらい重要なんだろうなみたいなのってどうしても触りきらないところもあるのかなって思ってたんですけど、ヤマエンディングがコインを外してしまった時のアキ選手のガッツポーズの勢いがそのまま大きさ一番ダイレクトに伝わってきますよね。
やはりね、今先に抑えても、特にオールスタードラフト、自分たちが使えば相手が使えないっていうこともあって、先に抑えたいポケモンっていうのはね結構多いですからね。
そのあたりも
ネルが何を軸にしてきているのか、先行1匹目のポケモンはかなり注目ですね。
さあ、そしてここで改めて各チームの得意なポケモンであったりとか、戦い方みたいなところの話をするとどうですか。ヤマエンディングに対する印象、このポケモンで戦ってたなみたいなところは
そうですね、配信卓に上がっていた試合がそこまで多くはなかったので、結構データとしてまだしっかり取れていない部分っていうのはあるんですけれども、しっかり行動妨害を取ってちゃんと集団戦をしてくる試合が多かったなというイメージがあります。スイ君であったりネギガナイト、そしてザシアンというような非常にバランスのいい構成を組み上げて、特徴的な何か尖ったものを押し付けるというよりは、しっかりバランスのいいチームを組んでしっかり実力で勝ち切ってきたというような印象があります。
結構ね見ていたのがラーク選手が予選でニャースをね選んでいるチームがあって、オーソドックスなスタンダードなポケモン選択の中に
Hello, trainers, and welcome in to the English broadcast of the World Qualifiers of the Japanese Championships here for Pokemon UNITE. Spartan Tano on the mic with you, and of course, the legendary co-caster of mine, Lobo. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm tired. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I thought I didn't have to do this when I moved to the UK, but we're here. We're going to watch the World Qualifiers for Japan. It's so exciting, man, because we always get to see one type of meta, and Japan is such an interesting region with the way they use different Pokemon. However, what we're seeing on the field right now is fairly stock standard. However, Typhlosion has been allowed out. It's served its moratorium. Remember, Tano, that is how you say the word. Moratorium.
I'm never going to get it right, my guy, but I appreciate you trying to help me. What is interesting, because people love the Japanese meta. It's so different to how other regions compete in this game, but we're getting to see these really strong Pokemon that we've seen all season so far. Moltres is here, Articuno is out, Safetch is on the field, my guy, and you've already mentioned that Typhlosion that is struggling a little bit to hit those higher levels, but we're not even at the 7-minute mark, bro. We've got level 7. Typhlosion has just hit level 7.
We've got level 9 Moltres having access to that Unite move as well. So Fetch going to try and take down the Buzzwole here. Remember, it did get a buff to that Fury Cutter moveset as well, as it does a big amount of damage. Now, I've just been told by our legendary production, Shivam, behind the cams and behind this incredible setup that we've got here. This is Full Fearless, and I know you and I know a little bit about Full Fearless. We're excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Japan leading the way with that, buddy, and everybody is so happy to see it in competition. Rajalecki has been taken here by ED as they at least have a little bit of pressure there, but they've now decided to retreat, allow that to push the goal. I like the way that they're rotating down here as well, looking to see if they can push. Look at where this Blastoise is, bro. How comfortable are you as a team just to allow Blastoise to defend that bottom lane?
I mean, you got to be comfortable as a team, Tana, but you also got to be comfortable on that specific Pokemon. And we know how strong defenders are in this current meta. We're looking at probably one of the strongest defenders right now in that Articuno and that Vaporeon in the bottom lane. The Aquaring's going to keep it nice and here. The Hydrogon's going to push back the Blastoise as well. Typhlosion is kind of just baiting this Blastoise in. However, Blastoise is able to do exactly that, surf them back out, which burns the eject button from that Typhlosion.
And looking at the Unite economy, definitely better on the side of Fennel with the levels as well, buddy. I mean, they are moving with their levels right now. Very comfortable for them, but it's all about having that combo. Lunging League Nova Blast has just been used by Safetch. Didn't manage to get anything out of that. Explosive Heat Haze is already on the side of this Typhlosion, but it's such a strong Unite move. You need to wait for your team to back you up with it.
Yeah, of course, mate. So Fetch was dangerously low, as you mentioned. I mean, you looking for the execute with that Electroball Mewsted auto combination that we see all Mew players do use. So many competent Mew players around all regions, and it's such a valuable Pokemon in these regions. We're hitting the 5-minute mark right now. Levels looking quite good. Early aggression from the Japanese teams is making sure that they're hitting those double-digit levels, but they want to push this bottom pad by Flame Wheel, into the Eruption. Going to go onto that Blaster. They want to take out that Blaster. It seems to be the biggest thing giving ED a headache right now.
It certainly does. ED need to really lock in a little bit harder around these objectives. We've got a push coming in here with the Mewsted Auto. Going to get a good flip for the Blastoise, looking for that zoning, but it is going to be the heat that comes out from that Moltres that manages to secure that bottom objective. And they want to keep going here, bro. Trying to use all their Unite moves on the side of ED. There's the Explosive Heat Haze, but it hasn't done enough. Fennel are locked in on this pad, bro. Serve comes through from the Mew once again. We do have an Ice Wing Whiteout that's going to defend this pad. That's some smart play from ED here, and it does mean that Fennel have to reconsider their approach. Looking to go on the retreat now, and now it's ED's turn to go for the revenge.
I mean, so Fetch tried to pull away a few members. They got 2 with that Lunging Leak Nova Blast, still unable to do enough damage. The Ice Wing Whiteout does give a little bit more protection to that pad because you have to use resources to make sure that you can get rid of that big blocker ice that is hounding that bottom tier 1. And speaking of tiers being hounded, tier 2, top side, Regieleki has marched towards tier 2. There we go, another KO on the Vaporeon coming from the Blastoise. Buzzwole's going to big and slam and take him on down. The Articuno and the Blastoise combination. Mate, do you remember the days where the Rapid Spin Blastoise was such a problem and Buzzwole was its only counter because it could take it out of that Rapid Spin? Now these two incredibly tough and buff Pokemon on the same team, it's a nightmare for teams to deal with.
It really is, and it just annoys me how it proves the point that Blastoise has been so strong for so long in this game. We beg, please take it away. Right now, though, that's exactly how ED feels as well. 218 points on the board for Fennel here. The team fighting has gone all their way. Great control of Sky Ruins, and again, we get to witness the power of a really good Mew being so oppressive onto the side of ED, and they've really struggled to get things going in these team fights, mate.
Yeah, and when you look at the comp that ED has got, it's got Sefetch, it's got Vaporeon, it's got Serena and Articuno as well. That is a strong front line, and the fact that Fennel are just kind of brushing them off with this Blastoise, Moltres, Buzzwole combination. We've got 1 second, Regiroulette down the bottom as well. It's going to be a Reg Ice, no traditional healer on both teams apart from that Vaporeon, so Vaporeon could benefit from that Reg Ice. It's something that Fennel don't want to give them. Solarbeam's going to go in. It is going to be the Surfetch secure, but look at how quickly ED are on the hop. They're on the retreat. Serena gets caught in a bush. They're going to use the Mist Blast from the Latias, and Buzzwole goes in, dives in it, manages to try and get a KO, but it does not. Serena gets out with barely any HP, and Fennel are set up really nicely for this first final objective in this best of 3.
Yeah, that they are. They're getting pretty aggressive with it as well. Kyogre is here, so the game is definitely not over, but they are getting zoned out at the moment. ED, Big Surf is going to come on through here from the Blastoise, ready with the Hydra Typhoon, but no, Queenly Ascendance is dropped onto them straight away. There goes the Flame Wheel, not able to get off the Hydra Typhoon. ED are cleaning up Fennel all of a sudden, bro. They're finding the KOs. Buzzwole is gone. Typhlosion not even affected by this. Huge amount of damage comes through from the Moltres, who looks to clean up the back line of ED, but now they're just there with the Latias. Will they be able to do enough as the rip comes through? It's going to be ED that takes it out of nowhere, out of the jaws of defeat. They have the opportunity to take this game.
Blastoise was just a little bit too aggressive in those early stages, Tano. They got caught out, they got stunned, they got Hydro Pumped, and then they got Queenly Ascended. They didn't have time to pop that Hydro Typhoon. As you can see, that Unite move is still up at 218 to 229. Fennel are still in this with 1 minute to go, considering the lead that they had before the Kyogre was taken. A 200-point lead they had. Buzzwole looking for the Moltres right now. Moltres does have the ability to get out. It's going to use the Blizzard to try and make some space for itself. Moltres going to come back in as well. They have split defended these pads. 2 top, 3 bottom with 39 seconds to go. Even, mate, I think 11 points does this. But, I mean, have a look at the pockets that these guys have got. 29, 27, 31, 11, 12 now for the Mew. The Mew could probably get a stack in, but they're going to go for the bottom. But Ice Wing Whiteout does stop it. Mew does get a 12 in. However, Surfetch did get a score on the top side, on their tier, on the other side of Fennel. So, ED still in the lead. Looking forward to taking this game number 1 with 13 seconds left on the clock.
They've done it as well, bro. Having the Typhlosion and the Articuno on that pad, it's just too difficult to break through. That is what that Pokemon is meant to do. You don't get better defenders on a pad than those two. Absolutely incredible scenes here at the Japan Championships, bro. ED pulled that one out of the bag. They were defeated, but Fennel do it! Is that Fennel on the left-hand side? I think it is.
No, it can't be. It can't be. We didn't see any points go in.
We'll have to double check, bro. It is. It's Fennel. It's Fennel. They did it. How?
How?
They must have squeezed in a final few points on that pad. It was that incredibly close that, like, you know, 5 points makes the difference.
I knew Mew got the 11 in, but I didn't see any other points go in. And we know Surfetch got a decent cap as well. We saw it was 299 to 2. I mean, it had to have been like 230 or 240 when we last left the score. Wow, I want to say, I mean, even our Japanese colleagues, mate, they're just as stunned as we are. Hopefully we can get a look at this.
That is heartbreaking, but they did everything right, Lobo. Yama ended. They did what needed to be done in that final fight. You couldn't have done it better, and still, Fennel refused to lose a game. Also, look how amazing those Unite chairs are that they're sat on, bro. Every time I watch the Japanese broadcast, I want one.
I mean, yeah, but you can't complain about the chairs we're sat in, mate. But,
that's very true.
They're very comfy. But let's have a look here. We're going to check out some of these highlights. This was a really, really nice fight coming in from ED here. I mean, Blastoise does find 4 of them, so you can make the argument that it was the right call to try and go in here. Look at where this Blastoise is sat. Oh, they've got the drawings. And they're pretty much saying exactly what I'm about to say right now. There's 4 of them. He's looking for the Hydro Typhoon. Doesn't get it off. There's a Solar Beam trying to come through to put some damage on, but the Serena is already in stomp mode. There goes the Queenly Ascendant, and it's the Typhlosion that comes in, picks up the KO there. So me and the Japanese casters were on the same page. Get me over there on that stage.
But I mean, if he managed to get that Hydro Typhoon off, bro, that is a 5-man Hydro Typhoon. That would have been absolutely insane. But it's this Typhlosion that's hit level 13 here that is such a big problem. Of course, Moltres really cleaning up ED at that moment. They try and dive on in. The Latias unfortunately falls. It's that stun from Sefetched onto the side of the Moltres that makes all the difference. And this is it. Look at the position we're in right now. Only Blastoise up for Fennel.
Look.
Plenty of points raining in here.
Here we go. 218, 229.
Yeah.
So Fetch is going to go and score right now. We've got a pause coming through. They're going to speed through this just a little bit here. Right now, nothing has changed in the scores. We counted it out before. Mew has 11. So that's going to be about 22 points that are going to go in just a second. So Fetch jumps onto the top side. You can see as they make their way down. They're going to leave the Serena to take that pad. But it is Serena 1v3. But look at the rest of Fennel right now. They're going to that bottom lane. That has to be where they got these scores in.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, Sefetch is going to go score up there. So you do have some points going in here because it's just 12, which is incredibly quick. They break down this Articuno ice wall so easily.
Look at Sefetch, though. Look at Sefetch. 35. So that's 70 going in for ED as well.
So they're highlighting the battle between Moltres and the Typhlosion down there. Sefetch will score here. I think Serena goes back to defend.
There you go.
Yeah, back
299.
So 70, and then there's a 24.
24.
So it's about whether they get anything else in on this bottom
pad.
Have to. You see that Latias? Look at where the Latias is going in the top pad. They're going to be able to score. Sefetch is trying to get back.
And look, Latias has got 31 there, so it's going to be a 62 dunk, which is where it's going to take it.
That's it.
Latias gets that in at, yeah. Okay.
Oh, and they were so close at defending it too. Lobo Sefetch recognized it, went back to the home pad, but just had to be a second quicker.
See, here's the thing. I don't think Serena needed to leave that top pad, Tano.
I agree.
Serena and Sefetch were on that tier 2. They were waiting for it to go down. But then they came down to try and help out the rest of ED. But ED there has the Ice-Wing Whiteout with the Articuno. They've got Typhlosion there, which does the massive amounts of AoE damage. Those two alone with Kyogre Boss can probably defend that pad. Serena making that call to come down bottom lane, not counting for where the Latios was just a little bit of I don't want to say a blunder, but I mean, maybe they thought they were safe. Or maybe they thought Sefetch would get back in time.
Yeah, I think ultimately when you've got so much adrenaline pumping like you do in those final few fights there, buddy, knowing that you were so close to taking Fennel, I mean, you got to remember this is Fennel they're up against. I think it's one of those where, yes, they jumped down to that bottom pad. They probably recognized that all of Fennel were down there. It was just really smart from Latias to be on that outskirts of that fight and just recognize, okay, I'm not breaking through that Articuno or that Typhlosion here. I'm going to try and see if I can get on that top pad because I can see vision on where everyone from Yama ending is. So I can get up on that top pad. And it was just a little bit too slow of recognition from ED to be able to get that Sefetch back up there. But that is Pokemon Unite, bro. This is how close these games can be. 1 second difference is why Fennel have been able to take that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Fennel are Fennel. They're worlds qualified already. There are 2 teams that are currently competing in this right now that are worlds qualified. That's Fennel and Reject. So they have a ticket to worlds. They're going to go to San Francisco, I believe it is, this year. So they're ready to go. So this is ED's chance to kind of book their ticket as well. I mean, if Fennel win it, I guess second place get it. But then if Reject are also in second place, I guess it goes to third place. But there's got to be some kind of ego trip that says, I don't really want to get invited to Worlds when I got third place, you know? But again, it was so interesting. Fennel were in control that entire game. ED has an incredible Kyogre fight. And they kind of just lost it a little bit on the macro side.
Yeah, it happens, bro. We're going to have to see how Game 2 goes, because as a reminder, chat, this is full all-star draft, is what we have to call it, because, you know...
yeah, we have to call it that.
That's what it is, apparently.
But it is.
It means that we won't see those Pokemon again in this set, which is a little bit crazy, Lobo, because in the very first game, we say goodbye to Articuno, we say goodbye to Moltres, Typhlosion, Sefetched, there was Mew, there was so many, like, in the western side of this game. That is meta. That is the meta in this game right now. Throw in a Machamp and you've got every go-to pick currently in the game. Already taken out in game 1, bro.
No, I agree. And look, this is where I think it becomes very interesting with Japan as well, because I don't think it's a secret, Tana. They are known as probably the more creative region. They are able to bring out some really nice trump cards, and usually whatever Japan starts to play in these comps, we start seeing filtering into the West over here as well. So, I mean, that is just how it goes. So I'm keen to see specifically what we're going to see now from these players. I mean, we saw Serena picked up in game 1. You know, we still have your Mimikyus. We still have Urshifu. We still have Pawmont. We still have Aegislash. We still have all of the Megas online as well. I mean, the Megas seem to have fallen off, so I'm very keen to see what Megas that Japan favor.
Yeah, me too. What I am hoping for, and I'll ask you the same question, Lobo, what are you hoping to see here today? Because what I want to see is a Phalanx and Metagross.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was like, give me the Phalanx. Yeah. Because Phalanx's real downfall comes to 2 Pokemon. That's E-Speed Lucario and Petal Dance Venusaur. That's never going to change. However, its real downfall does come to those range attackers because it has so many targets that can be hit. I mean, a Phalanx onto a Zapdos is just going to get annihilated. So, I mean, I would like to see it, but I think Phalanx would work in the right comp. I'd love to see how Japan play Delmice. And I think that's about it. There aren't too many other Pokemon that we are not seeing regularly. I don't think I mean, Tinkerton is one of those Pokemon that I think Japan could make very good use of. But Japan's very good at using their speedsters. So I'm going to turn out the question to you. Yeah. What speedsters you hoping Japan tries to pull out? And I mean, I have an answer. I think I know what your answer is going to be. I'm just curious if you're going to tell me the answer.
Well, my number 1 is the thing that is banned right there, bro. Dodrio is just Japan have led the way on Dodrio since day 1. Day dot.
They have.
They are some of the most impressive Dodrio players, and I was hoping to see a lot of that action here today, which is probably why it is banned out as we have a look at these bans, mate. You have the Snorlax Hooper Zacian that is still quite strong in the Japanese region, and then, of course, Mega Lucario, Mimikyu, and Dodrio. So definitely trying to target those speedster, pseudo-speedster-esque kind of players there on the side of Yama ending.
Yeah, I do have to say, I really like the Japan Championships' little animation that they've got, waiting for that person to select their Pokemon. It just hovers up and down. It's so simple. It's so nice. It's clean, and it's efficient. It's looking good. However, Urshifu is going to be picked up. Can't tell if that is Water Bear. I can't tell if that's Water Bear or Dark Bear, Angry Bear as we like to call it. We got Blissey, Crustle, Delmise as we like to call it. Machamp's going to come through. Mewtwo Y, Psyduck, Umbreon, Mega Charizard Y. I mean, even after the nerfs, it's still a very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, it really is. You know, it's just your ranged attack damage that's so frequent here on the side of Yama ending. I think Fennel are going to have to look for their own. Decidueye has been a Pokemon that has had a rise in its stonks here in the West region. I'm excited to see how they play it in Japan. I do recognize that they did have that Scarf on it, but now they're going to rotate that over to Shio here, who has that attack weight. So that looks like a Spirit Shackle to me. The question is this a red bear or is this a blue bear, Lobo?
No, I'm very much interested about this question. Cause look, we're seeing full heal, we're seeing the muscle band, we're seeing the bracer as well. It looks like this might come down to. I mean, usually when we see the different Urshifus, we see full heal being used on rapid strike, and then we see the eject button used on the single strike Urshifu. So perhaps they're going to keep with that main kind of play. Decidueye, we don't see Razor Leaf Decidueyes unless they're in our ranked lobbies. That's just how it works. So I have a feeling it's going to be Spirit Shackle. However, I mean, this Spirit Shackle has a lot of targets. However, they really have to be careful of that Machamp, because if this is submission Machamp, I can't wait to see what these Japanese players are able to pull out there. But look at just a quick glance, Tano. A lot of the Japanese players are on mobile.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's almost exclusive, bro. It's every time we watch this, all of them seem to be on mobile. Let's see if that makes the difference, though, bro. It is going to be a central laner. Shifu has to be here, as Fennel is going to take that approach.
Yeah, absolutely. We know there's when your life ends and invading. However, Japan, I'm not going to go to the invade. However, I mean, Fennel? Blissey invade onto a central lane matchup. I like to see it.
I mean, the slap, the pound from the Chansey is pretty great secure in the early stages, to be honest. So I kind of like this going up against that matchup. The thing is, it has great crits, great secure itself, but you are just being a nuisance here, allowing what you really need to do is pull the attention away from your Urshifu. You take the red buff and get the Evo. That's more than you could hope for in that invade. Bro.
Oh, absolutely. And what I love is Fennel have not been afraid to leave this little Rowlet all by themselves in that bottom lane. Maybe, you know, this does look like it's not high knees, Tano. It is going to be a water bear, so that fire type Charmander has to worry out, because it's going to be sent back to Nurse Joy very quickly, courtesy of a swing and hammer that Il's Delmaze. Umbreon has found Urshifu hiding in that bush. Do not go into the wild grass without a Pokemon of your own. The words of Professor Oak echo to all of us trainers all the time.
It's such an aggressive early game from Fennel, and it is going to pay in dividends, bro, as they have this water bear ready to go. They have to pull 2 Pokemon from ED to provide assistance in the central area, having to share out this experience to get their Machoke, to get their Charmeleon online. They have just got that level 5 on the side of the Mewtwo Y here. They're able to go Mega, try and defend this bottom pad. This is brilliant play from Fennel.
Safeguard Blissey going to come through to help Dartrix get out here. What I also like from Fennel here, the confidence from these players who have already qualified for Worlds. Even the Dartrix could have gone and taken that second rotation of that central lane, Tano. However, they left it for the Urshifu. Psystrike going to hit the Blissey. They're going to try and get access to that Citrus Berry, which they do. The pink blob is just going to be hopping all the way around. X speed popped by Delmise, moving at the speed of Mark right there. But submission Machoke not able to catch up.
All right, now they're just zoning out so that they can grab this Regidrago. Look at where that Crustle is. Going to take that objective, grab all those points, and they want to push this top lane. So far, do Fennel. Look at the Dartrix. Just going to go around and look for that farm on the side of ED, knowing where that Umbreon was, looking for their Evo. They now have the Decidueye online. Great map rotations coming out from Fennel here. Going to escape with the X speed. This is just a great escape taking toll here, bro.
I think any Decidueye player who likes Decidueye needs to watch Shio on this Decidueye. Patience personified with this player. Now the Spirit Shackles are online. They're going to be accurate on this. The headache does get popped by the side. It does look like ED might take this Mega Mewtwo Y on the board. Dartrix could try for the snipe. Oh, they got it. They got
I wasn't expecting that.
Shio's full name is Marcio, is just what I was reading what the tag was from Fennel Marcio. Thank you so much, Siobhan. But just before I pass it back over to Tano to tell us more about that incredible snipe, our bands, Tano, Meganium, Feraligatr, and Skeledirge still serving their moratorium.
Yeah, so that's, and it's going to be nothing but the Kyogre map here today. So teams know they're going to have those citrus berries open to take in the central of that area, and Fennel have capitalized on that. We saw the Decidueye doing that earlier on. And this is just, Fennel are in well control of this game right now, bro. ED, what they got to do to get back into this, you have to find farm, but Fennel are not allowing you to do that.
Fennel's patient early game has led to an aggressive mid game right now as we close on in to that 5-minute mark. The Charizard is at level 10, which is the highest level on the board right now, including the Delmice and the Urshifu. So they've got access to the oh my god, I was about to say Supercell Slam. Been playing way too much Pokemon. It's Seismic Slam coming out from the Mega Charizard. It has gotten nerfed. I want to see how the Urshifu deals with it. I also want to see how the Seaweed Snare, the Anchor Shot, play into dealing with this Mega Charizard Y, Tano.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these levels, the Mega Charizard is at least managing to keep up with Fennel. It's the rest of the team that they really need to get these levels onto. You need that Infinite Cyburn, you need that Moonlight Prance, you got to get these levels, but it's difficult because Fennel know that, and they have been stopping you grabbing your experience. Pac-Man mode has been activated here for ED, just to grab those little bits of pieces that have come up on their side. Going to rotate down to this bottom objective. Now, Fennel do not have the Delmice here, so it is currently a 5v4. Can they get something out of it? They do manage to pull the Crustle, but Rubble Rouser with the eject button is going to be popped, and all of a sudden ED are on the backline, buddy. They're going to have to look to retreat out of the way of this Crustle. They look for the KO. There's the Infinite Cyber coming on through. Going to pull that one out, but looking for the Moonlight Prance. Not able to connect just yet. Got to run away on the side of submission. Blissey with the assistance onto the side of the flowing fist of a Shifu as they clean up ED, take the Regieleki, and even Mewtwo Y can't escape.
They thought they had that at ED when they caught out the Crustle. Rubble Rouser pop. They could have eject button forward, eject button backwards right into ED and dealing a decent amount of damage there. Now, I mean, Fennel don't need to push this. They can just snipe from the back line here with this Decidueye. Marshall is going to keep putting on the pressure. But Tano, what is very impressive, this is a Decidueye that was solo lane with a Mewtwo Y in bottom lane with an Umbreon. And now it has level 11. It has eclipsed every other level on the side of ED, except for that Charizard.
Yeah, right now, ED are just struggling to keep in this game, but here we know how these games go, though. It's all about that final objective. Kyogre is slightly different. Whoever manages to get that objective has such a better buff with the healing. Diving straight in again is a Shifu. 15 hits ready on that Unite move. Surgeon Fist looking to see if they can find the connection, but has to go on the retreat here. Crystal will look to make it out as well. Mega on the side of the Mewtwo Y. But that's going to be wasted here. They're going to have to use it to try and burn down the Reggie steal. But Crystal's ready with a Rock Tomb, bro. Can they steal this?
I mean, they're going to go through with the Rock Tomb. Delmice is there as well. They could steal it with an Anchor Shot. They could steal it with the Seaweed Snare. They're not going to be able to do it. I thought that we might see a Seaweed Snare into there. Blissey does go down. Machamp gets sniped at the same time. Now, 290 to 54. We were in this same position in game number 1. Tano Fennel in control. ED kind of behind, but ED have picked up some nice pickouts so far in these team fights. Crustle managing to survive a little bit more than the Blastoise we saw in game number 1. Reggie Roulette once again. I mean, it's not really roulette. It's going to be Regieleki, but that home pad is open. Win condition available for Fennel. They need to take this Regieleki, and both teams are here. 5v5 fight, 15 seconds until Kyogre spawns. This might just turn into it, and that Anchor Shot is searching.
Okay, zoned out Fennel slightly here. I mean, they are happy to allow this to go. They have a T1 pad that they can allow that to crash into. They don't want to take that fight just here. They have the patience. Wish has to be used onto Umbreon here because these Spirit Shackles continue to connect. This is it for ED. This is a best-of-3 game, buddy. They have to win this fight if they want any chance of being able to take down Fennel so far, but they are losing in the team fight side of things. Look at where this Machamp is, looking to see if they can get vision onto the side of the Shifu. Great patience coming out here from Fennel.
Yeah, look, they just are a patient team. Look at where the Delmice, look where the Blissey, look where the Crustle are. They are scouting, they are scoping. Urshifu has found them. The Anchor Shot nearly finds a submission Machamp, and ED have decided to turn face and go onto the Crustle. Submission goes onto the Crustle. The Crustle will pop out the Rubble Rouser, but no, gets taken by the Sound Slam. Rubble Rouser does get popped. Unite moves are coming out. Infinite Sai, Ultimate Sai, Full Power Sai, as the Charizard decides to burn them down. The submission looking for the Blissey. They finally get the Bliss assisted seconds that goes onto the Decidueye. Can Fennel secure this? Decidueye is razor leaping anything down, but I think it was Machamp that got it.
No, it's the Charizard, but I don't think
Charizard.
they have enough, buddy. Only Machamp is up. Dalmise is going to go score a hundo burger. And again, they take the objective, but just can't do enough to get themselves back into a winning condition of this game. 390 points on the board, 35 seconds left. I don't think you have enough change on the field with enough pressure to be able to take this game. So it looks like Fennel right now will be defeating ED.
Like, I mean, 23 seconds left to go. 2 games in a row, ED have managed to secure the main objective, but Fennel have come out with the win. Game 1 was a lot closer in ED's side, and Urshifu is just going to waste time here. They're going to pick up a KO, but that's just that's a stat padding KO. They're going to try and pick up another KO, but with 3, 2, 1, Fennel are going to win this, I believe, quarterfinals set. We're not at the semifinals just yet. But well done to Fennel. A really dominant showing from what we know is a very, very strong team.
Yeah, that really was. It was Fennel from day dot, bro. As soon as we kicked off in this game, it was the rotation that they got in the early stages, allowing that Shifu, allowing Flak to be protected in that central area by pushing into you, the opposition central area with your Blissey. And as soon as that Water Bear was online, bro, it was curtains there for ED, unfortunately.
No, I agree. And look, we can glaze Fennel as much as they want. They are an incredible group of players. But any other person or any other people that we've seen that plays Decidueye solo bottom lane with a Mewtwo Y and an Umbreon is not getting that Decidueye online that quickly. And it wasn't just the fact that Fennel didn't go into the bottom lane to help the Decidueye. They went everywhere else and drew the attention of ED. And then even though we saw it, Dartrix, the positioning of Marshio, that I don't know if I'm butchering that pronunciation, I do apologize. But again, they saw Umbreon, they saw Mewtwo Y going on there. They were completely hidden, and they went and scored. They took the farm, and then they scored again to get that Decidueye online. Popped that X speed. Umbreon didn't have enough time to pop that Mean Look either, whether it was playing Mean Look or not. We didn't even get a chance to see it. But it was such a brilliant job by that Decidueye. And as soon as they got online, those Spirit Shackles, I didn't think I saw one miss unless it was just for the purpose of poke.
Yeah, no, that's it. And, you know, when you have a Pokemon like Umbreon, for example, that is your heal on that team, but you half elf it every single time you know, get a Spirit Shackle landing, you are getting that wish on cooldown. The more that's on cooldown, the better you have an advantage for your team, because the heals aren't getting to the rest of ED there. So it was smart to take the Spirit Shackle, and the way that they were connecting, it really made a difference there for Fennel. And it's no surprise they've been able to take this as a 2-0 victory. You know, you got to give props to Yama Ending. To be fair, they got it so close in that first game. As we mentioned, it was literally a second difference between them winning and them losing. Second game, they managed to take the objective. Unfortunately, most of their team has gone down. It was literally Charizard's last moment to take that objective, bro. And unfortunately, a Machamp isn't enough to go up against the entirety of Fennel. Second game, way more dominant from Fennel, but first game, it could have gone either way, mate.
Look, I believe we have one more quarterfinals coming up based on the bracket that I have been given. It's going to be CC versus Dopeness, who are going to, and the winner out of that are going to take on Fennel in one of our semifinals. And then we've got Reject taking on, oh my God, it's so blue, GZIST. I think that's the name, but the screenshot I've got is very blurry. So we'll try to get that bracket up. But those are two very, very interesting matches, Tana, because both world's qualified teams from Japan still in this one and looking to be the favorites.
That they are. I mean, even though they are qualified for Worlds, they want to win it. Of course they do.
Exist.
They're competitive. They want to.
Is the team. Sorry.
It is.
Sorry,
Yeah, it is. But again, coming up against a world qualified team. So, but listen, this is Pokemon Unite. There are so many times that we see people expected to do well that don't. Zeta Division, for example, have already lost here today. So, you know, we've seen it multiple times in LATAM as well with Peru. They were able to get themselves back to winning ways, but they weren't able to qualify for the league. It's just, you know, these teams you expect to do well, to win it all. Sometimes they falter, mate, and Exist will be looking to do that next.
Yeah, look, it's what we want to see. We want to, I mean, as much as we like seeing the same teams, we love seeing fresh blood. It brings a new amount of excitement to these games. It gives you somebody else to root for. I mean, especially, I guess, personal experience with us here in EU. The 4 teams that we've got are new players. Some people are experiencing Worlds for the first time, and we're just as excited for them as they must be for themselves. But we're going to take ourselves a quick break because we've still got a lot of Pokemon Unite action to bring you guys. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. I promise you, I pinky promise you, Tano and I will be right back. Bye.
結構やっぱそのらしいなと思ったところだったんですけれども、まあ状況的に集団戦戦っても全然勝てるシーンだったと思うんですけれども、ちょっとだけ戻します。ここですね。これ2人がこうコダックマン、さっきに当たってしまって、ハピネスが神秘の守りで解除したところ、これそのまま戦う選択肢はもちろんあると思うんですが、その神秘の守りを使った後ってやっぱり一番自分たちにとって危ない時間帯、神秘の守りがないとこの構成はやっぱ成立しないというか、相手の構成に対してのカウンターなので、ちゃんと神秘の守りないときはしっかり下がる、でレジエレキを渡してでも問題ないっていう一つ冷静な引きがまずあったと思います。でそこからもとにかく相手のポケモンたちの位置というのをしっかり確認することによって、やっぱジュナイパーの視点からすると相手のポケモンの位置がわからないのが一番危ないんですよね。例えば、今ミニマップでいうところのこのジュナイパーの後ろ側、こういうところから相手のポケモンが入ってくると一気にジュナイパーピンチになってしまうので、相手のポケモンたちの位置が分かるっていうのは本当に見た目以上に重要な情報で、それをチーム全体がやっていることによってジュナイパーの一方的なダメージというのがあって、でこのねダダリンアンカーショットもあるので、ちょっと睨み合いはさすがにこれ厳しいんですよ。どこかですごいアンカーショット、ジュナイパーのダメージが入ってしまうとまた立て直しで時間を消費してしまうので、もうこれは行くしかないっていうところで、もうこれイワパレスにあらゆる技を使うんですよ。でもこれはもうしょうがない、しょうがないんですけど、ただやっぱりその本来的にはね、このイワパレスに技をたくさん使ってここで使って倒すんですけれども、ここですね、今この状況でこの右と左見てもらえば分かるんですが、このユナイト技のランプの点灯ですよね。イワパレスを倒すのに非常に多くの強力な技っていうのを使ってしまっているので、であればウーラオスですよね。ウーラオスが相手のユナイト技ないのを確認してますから、入っていってしっかりダメージを出してっていうところで、もう本当に詰め将棋といいますか、もう断りですよね。これがこうなったらこうなって、で相手がこれを使ったらじゃあウーラウスが入って活躍できるよねっていうのを積み重ねていった、もう本当に非常に綺麗な試合だったと思います。でその積み重ねの一番最初はこれです。ここね、
9分11秒、
この有利をもうちょっとずつ大きくしていった結果、最後のもうちょっと山エンディングとしてはもうどうしようもない状態、何をやってもちょっとどうにもならない状態に追い込まれてしまった、その始まりはもうここから始まっていて、いやだからもう正直でもこれはもうしょうがないというか、まあもちろん空手チョップとはたくの取り合い、まあ五分五分くらいだと思うんですけど、なかなかこうなっちゃうことは全然あるので、いやもうそこからのプレープランの組み立てでミスなく10分間広げていったフェンネルが本当にお見事だったなという試合だったと思います。
なんか本当にこのラストヒットだけでその後の展開リードっていうのはずっと生まれていたわけじゃなくて、ラストヒットで有利が生まれました。その有利を崩さないように要所要所でしっかり正しいプレーをこう積み上げていってのやっぱりラストスパートっていうところがあるので、フェンネルの強さっていうのはやっぱりその道を間違わないというか、どっかで大きく自分たちにこう有利に 天秤が傾くようなシーンがありましたら、その後もたどる道をしっかりたどっていく、だからこその安定感というところがね、色濃く見えた一戦だったと思います。それでは改めまして、この先ほど行われたフェンネル VS ヤマエンディングのハイライトをご覧ください。どうぞ。
日本地域予選ポイント1、フェンネル。日本地域予選ポイント4位、ヤマエンディング。
先攻はフェンネルになります。それではフェンネル VS ヤマエンディング、手と手を合わせてユナイトバトルを始めましょう。ユナイトバトルレディーゴー。
非常に相性がいい、そしてフリーザーに対してプレッシャーをかけられるポケモン選択になってますね。
熱風がまずは冷凍ポケモンフリーザーに大きなダメージを与えて3対2の状況。ゴール上で与えられる回復も生かしながら耐えきるヤマエンディングですが、マグマラシの体力逃がさないのは秋のマッシブン。バカ力で投げ飛ばした。フリーザーの吹雪で2位を止めて、ハイドロポンプでシャワーズもそこに応戦。レジアイスの体力も半分を切っているところ、波乗りのダッシュボタンからファイヤー、フレアバードインフェルノ。ラストヒットはフェンネル。
下行かなくていい？どうだろう。
上でいいよ。
ウルト打つよ。90%。
せーの。ナイス。ウルト打つよ俺。
オーラービームがフリーザーを襲う。波乗りダッシュボタンを合わせて固まっているところにはクイーンエアリアルカメックスの動きを止めています。ミスティークミラージュで守りに行きますが、爆風がカメックスを KO している。5対4の状況。ヤマエンディングが人数有利を作り上げました。爆炎ヒートフェイズで前に爆風が現れて、フェンネルのポケモンたちを一気に燃やし、
いやファイヤーが、
しかしファイヤーが残ったファイヤー、そしてラティアス、この2匹の伝説のポケモンが止まらない。ラストヒットはヤマエンディング。
カメコールカメコールカメコール。掴んだ。この後ウルトね絶対来る。合わせる合わせる合わせる。えぐい入る入る入る。えぐいこれ。見て見て見て見て。
えぐいえぐいえぐい。
マシなマシなマシから。えぐい。
ヒルマスヒルマスヒルマスヒルマス。
タッチ。
触れ触れ触れ。
えぐい。マジマジ。これ決めて。
ヒルヒルヒル絶対いける。絶対取れ絶対取れ。
いやえぐいな。
せーの。
ネギガナイトがゴールを決めて点数差は広げている。戦いの行く末はこのミドルゴールに委ねられたか。上でラティアスもゴールを入れている。62点が決まった。ゲームセット。フェンネル VS ヤマエンディング、ゲームはいや5点差。304対299。まずは1本勝利に近づいたのはフェンネル。
うわー惜しい。待ってごめん。
うわー
どう。あ勝った。
よしナイス。ナイス。
メガミュウツー Y に進化した状態で一気に霊力に向かって攻撃を仕掛けていきますが、つがえていました影縫いの一撃。マシオのジュナイパーが正確無比にレジエレキのラストヒットをつかみ取る。
取った
うますぎてうますぎ。
選手のイワパレス、シザークロスから前で4匹のポケモンを相手取る地獄車でリザードンを一緒に攻めていくアースクラッシャーとウーラオスが一気に投げ飛ばしていきますが、
止まらない。
秋の連撃ウーラオスが止まらない。打撃ヒット、流れるような攻撃を極めた水の型。その拳がヤマエンディングの勢いを浄化させました。
ゆっくりやってるよ。
勝てる
強すぎ。
力めっちゃろ帰る気もろうね。
いいよ。次ジュナイパーいる待ってタッチしたら取れるよ。
取れ。
飛び込んでいくイワパレスに狙いを定める。大きな岩の地獄車で投げつけたアースクラッシャー。これもイワパレスにぶつけるが採石旋風雷が間に合う。ムーンライトセレナーによってシールドを奪って5対4ではありますが、イワパレスが3つのユナイト技を受け止めたという考えもできる。無限誘うでダダリンがミュウツーに飛び込んでいく。ジュナイパーがコナックを打ち抜いて気づけば4対3。ブラッキーが倒れてリザードンもその翼がこの PJCS に挑む姿勢には抜かりなし。その強者たるゆえんをまざまざと見せつけたこのファーストラウンド。ゲームセット。
おいナイス
ナイス。ウルト5枚食らった。
426対74。 ゲーム2をフェンネルが制したことによってファーストラウンドサードゲーム勝ったのはフェンネル。 ポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2026ポケモンユナイト部門再開してまいります。引き続き実況させていただきますみなかみです。そして解説は
チョボスです。よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。それでここからお送りするのは1回戦第4試合ということで現在準備をしているわけですけれども、いやもうそろそろ午後じゃないですか、15時ぐらいというところでもう会場全体にかなりお客さんが増えてきていて、本当だ朝一とかだとねちょっとやっぱり席もまばら。
Welcome back, trainers. We've got more action to be bringing you here, but we just want to run you through the translation of that interview that we just saw with Aki. Lobo, you want to take us through a few of these questions, bro?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first question that Aki was asked was, the first question was, you told us the massive audience feels insane, which we saw the audience in there, Tano. Absolutely incredible. We did this last year, and you and I just kind of went plushie hunting and seeing the incredible amounts of plushies that they had in there. And then they also asked Aki how he felt right now. And Aki, reflecting on both games, he felt he was the culprit in game one. That was his answer. So he tried to do a little bit more carrying in game two, which I think as a player of this standard, that's great to take such responsibility and then try to boost your team up in the next one. And obviously question two, Tano, was very, very simple. I love just the forwardness of the broadcasters. So you messed up. Aki's response, yep. I think that says it all, don't you?
It does. It really does, mate. Yep, I messed up, and they recognize that. As you said, it's a reflection of these players and how good they are. And then they move on to, how does your team feel like? And Aki says it was like you wouldn't mess up again in the same situation. Just take it easy. So just expressing that their team was really supportive of them, was like, you're not going to mess up in the same situation again. Just take it easy. That is great team synergy. That's what you want from your squad there. And then question 4. So you played in the Asia Championship League, but it's your first Japan Championships appearance. And then Aki replied, with matches held in Japan in the excited stadium, and they feel so great and happy with the loud yells. So it looks like that audience is making a huge difference for them, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think our experience when we got to go to our first IC was absolutely incredible. We were sitting right in front of the players, and the players could hear us chanting and chanting and chanting. So never discount the vibe that you have when you're in person in the stadium and in these LAN events. That's why they're so exciting. And then the final question we had, last comments towards the next match, and Aki was doubling down on that last statement, all the confidence that you had. We'll win 2-0 and we'll be crowned undefeated. So I guess we'll have to hold him to that and probably call him out on Twitter if he doesn't actually do that. But also, we're going to go and get ready for our next game. Now, this is going to be a fun one, Tano. C2, as you can read it as CC right now, but it's C2. Is going to go up against Team Dopeness. Now, we have the team names here, Tano. Now, we were trying to pronounce these names off stream whilst we were waiting. Which team do you want to take?
Listen, we apologize if we end up butchering these names. We're going to try our very best because they deserve the respect of everybody. These players are incredible. So we will try our best to refer to them as their names. But of course, our accents are not the best for trying to pronounce Japanese names.
A Brit and an Aussie trying to pronounce Japanese names, you're not going to have a good time.
No, so we do apologize. But we'll get it go.
Why don't you take Dopeness? Because you're a pretty dope dude. So why don't you take... You're the hip dope one out of both of us. I've reached Unk status. You have not. So you take Dopeness for me.
All right, we'll give it a go. Dopeness here. We got Nonini, Dragon115, Hisui, Kiryuin, Ashigi Shuki, Chokol, and Yoku on the side of Dopeness.
Give him a score out of 10 about how he did with his pronunciations, chat. Now for C2, I'm gonna see how I do with this. I think I might have had the easier one out of both of us. Tana, we've got Chame, we've got Kabikila, Kokoata, Arumini. We'll go Arumini. Hayata Toby and Energy. So again, I mean, what is really cool about the production for these Japan sides, Tano, is that we get to see the players' faces next to their names as well. So we know who we're actually looking at when the cameras do call across to them. And I actually love these LAN events. I wish it was a requirement that when you play online tournaments, that you had to have a webcam attached so that we could get the feed of the webcam in to do some of the productions that we get to do so that we could see the players.
Yeah, listen, I know they're slightly behind here on production. It is a Pokemon Unite tournament chat. We know about the technical issues going on in the Unite tournament, but it is a beautiful production. I think the Japan Championships are so incredible. The casters are hyped. The interviews that they do are so exciting. The highlights are really good. Even just the overlay that they do when picking the bands and stuff is incredible. The way they introduce the teams is so exciting. Look at the graphics that they have. You've got to take a minute and appreciate how much they love this game, and the production that they put on is just so impressive.
I can't stop smiling at just the players and whether that's the coach behind them as well. Giving a thumbs up, they're relaxed. I guess it's the respect that you show esports that they have in the East. I guess it's the respect that they show it because they consider it just like, if you were to play a non-esport like football or tennis or soccer, they are considered athletes. They are considered high caliber players, and they're treated with that level of respect, and you can see that by the way that they're putting these productions on. The casters, we can hear them. We can't understand what they're saying, but the casters get just as hyped as we do whenever we're watching this. The fans in the audience, you can tell how ingrained Pokemon is into Japanese culture because everyone has a sign, everyone has a plushie. Everyone has a plushie of something we've never seen before. I've never seen a Comfey plushie until we did this last year.
And it was around the neck of like a Zorak or something. It was so good. I was so on board with it. I hope we see some more plushies this year, but we're just getting ready for this game to kick off, chat, and it's going to be a pretty hype one. I mean, of course, this is going to be the decider on who makes it through to the next semi-finals, because these are the quarters. Reject and Exist are waiting in that semi-final. We know who won between Fennel and ED. It was Fennel. So now it's whether C2 or Dopeness make it through to take on Fennel. And what that means, Lobo, is that Fennel and Reject, the two teams that have qualified for the World Championships, are sat there in the semi-finals waiting to defeat more opponents.
Yeah, look, and I think if your team's in the West, you really want to be watching these games. The VODs are available. I mean, you need to do your scouting report on these Japanese teams because they do so well on that world stage, and I can't wait. Look at just how happy we're going through the team of Dopeness right now. They're the ones that are on screen. Well, I mean, you and I have no prior knowledge to these players because we don't get to watch much of the Japanese scene. But whenever we do, it is so exciting to see what these players are coming up with. Compared to what we see in EU, Tano, when we talk about Control, our four teams that are going to Worlds right now, Peps, BH3, Komai, and Volticons, they have such a good control game in the early stages. They have such a good way to control the map. Compare that to what we're seeing with Japanese teams right now. They have a bit of that control, but it seems a little bit more effortless on their side.
Yeah, no, I mean, we definitely felt that with Fennel in that previous game, buddy. The effortless control of Theia Sky Ruins. And I guess there is the difference in the fact that this entire qualifier is played on only one map. Of course, in our leagues that we saw here in the West, they did it over all 3 maps. Typically, you'd have game 1 on Groudon 1 week, for example. Then game 2 would be Kyogre, and then the final game would be Rayquaza, for example. Here, it's all Kyogre. So you know when you are building these comps and looking to control this entire map, that you have citrus berries popping up. You have those extra bushes available for you to set up those ambushes. Like, you can build a comp that's so different to a Rayquaza or a Groudon map, and based on the fact that you're going to be on Kyogre. So that's what I saw from Fennel in that previous set. And of course, this is going to be our second set of the day. So I'm hoping we see more of that here with C2 and Dopeness.
Yeah, look, it's something interesting that I'm just noting now. What they're highlighting, who they're highlighting right now, I believe that was Nayato. If I didn't get their name butchered once again, that looks to be the coach. And we're seeing a few more rules right now that's coming through where the coaches can actually have that headset. They're talking to the players maybe throughout the draft right now. And I think that's so interesting to have such a level-headed person behind the scenes that are going to help you with that draft. He had the headset on. He's in communication with the players. I believe this is C2's coach right now, which is Chancemaker, which I don't know, Tana. Whenever we've casted this, we anyone that has Maker at the end of their name is someone that I'm just completely attracted to. Because do you remember a long time ago we used to cast Showmaker?
Yeah,
and they would put on a show every single time.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you, buddy. I think Chancemaker there is the player, but what is so cool is the fact that these coaches are here guiding them through what to do. They're on their headsets. Like, we don't really get to experience that. Like, we were stood next to, you know, Christo and Pump at EUIC, who have been doing a lot of stuff for PEPs. Like, they weren't able to be on stage with them. They can go back behind stage as coaches, but seeing this here and how they get that real good guided support from that level-headed person right behind them, like, that is esports, bro. It happens in all over esports, and it is awesome to see it here on the stage.
And look, a lot of fans for Chanmei. Look, I mean, whether these are family members or just fans, I mean, fans of Pokemon Unite, we know how much they love their players, and now, look, just the support coming out. I've just been given a screenshot here by our production as well. It seems on the actual bracket as well, they actually have the coaches' names above the team players, the team name as well. So these are our two coaches right now. Look at the difference, I want to say, between the two coaches. It's kind of interesting. One's holding an Espeon plush. One is decked out in esport gear as well. I mean, Ayato, I think on your right for Dopeness, has a very serious look about him right now. But look at the coach for C2. I believe that's C2. I'm just going to assume that's C2. But just very relaxed. Also, very handsome man, I have to say. Very, very handsome. So
the coach of Dopeness has actually been lended from Veril, another esports team, has been lended to Dopeness, Niado. So that is, really cool. C2's coach is Puri10. That's the one that we're seeing right now with the Espeon plush. Wow. This is, it's awesome, but I'm absolutely loving it. Being able to provide that assistance to your team, and they're trying to work out each other's plans. Like, already before we're even in draft, you see the thoughts going into the coaches' brains and working out what they need to do in this game.
Yeah, look, and I like the different, it's so interesting because this is a language barrier that we have to cross right now, Tana. We can only go off of facial expressions, body expressions, and that tells a story in itself when you're trying to understand, I guess, the language going on when there is such a different language barrier coming through. And it seems Dopeness are very locked in. Their coach has that sheet of paper in front of them. He's ready to go. C2's coach looks a bit more relaxed, trying to keep the team calm. Whether there's more experience on C2's side or less experience on C2's side on the main stage, maybe Dopeness has a little bit more experience, because it's such a different experience whether you're on stage or whether you're playing online in a tournament.
Yeah, oh, it really is. Honestly, the pressure of being in a physical environment, when you are playing online, chat, when you are at home, you are in your environment. Like right now, I am in my attic. It's a comfortable space. Everything around me is mine. Like, I'm looking into a camera. I'm speaking on my mic. It's all my gear. You are in the most comfortable space you could to compete. It is completely different in person. The only thing that you have that is familiarity and is comfortable is your teammates, is the people that you are sat with, but the equipment isn't yours. The whole environment is loud. Like, it is such an uncomfortable space. So it's so different, and having those coaches that can help ground you, having your teammates that help ground you, makes all that difference. So it is such a different thing to compete in person, and that's why we see some teams do incredibly well online, Lobo, but struggle in person.
Yeah, I agree with you. We have seen that as well. And this, I think I really like this, Tana, because you're getting, I think, either the heads of each team, the captains of each team, they're going to come forward and
coin toss, mate.
It's the coin toss, but I also like the fact that they're going to kind of shake hands or do a fist bump at the start to say, have a good game. And that seems like... He's got a power stance going. Okay, left or right, Tana, left or right?
Oh, it was left.
Oh, yeah, it was left. It was left. And I hope we get the fist bump at the start here. And this is just I mean, yeah, look, the fist bump there. I love that. I really wish the West would kind of adopt stuff like this, because yes, we get the handshakes at the end, but you want to see good sportsmanship come out before the game as well. And I gotta give it off to Japan. They treat the sport with just the utmost respect, which I love seeing.
Yeah, it's the natural respect of that region, buddy. Over here in the West, people are more obsessed with, you know, having those rivalries built up. Yeah. And it's not just in our esports, it's in all esports in the West. It's all about the rivalries and about the egos and stuff like that. It isn't like that in the East. And we saw that like this year reflected in a lot of the debates that were going on online with some of those American players that went over and competed in Japan and tried to bring that natural energy, which is understandable. That's where you come from. But of course, Japan, they don't work like that. The East doesn't work like that, and we see it here with the respect that they give each other. But in game, boy, they do not hold back. They give it all that they've got. And, you know, as we saw with the reflection in the previous game, in the interviews that we saw, they just recognize, yes, okay, so there were areas where you failed, where you messed up, but your team is like, you're not going to do that again. It's easy. Let's lock in. You have that team support. And that's what I like to see from this region, buddy. It's so great to see how the team synergy works.
I agree with you 100%. Now, I just want to turn our attention, because you talked about it before. All of the gear that you bring when you go is yours. If you're playing online in LANs at EUIC, you bring your own Switch, you bring your own phone. A lot of these phones, especially in Japan, very high-tech phones for gaming over there. They're leading the way when it comes to technology. But I don't know if maybe some of these phones over there, because they do have stricter rules, are provided phones. Whether some people like to play on a Switch or some people like to play on a phone. We have seen some people looking at the screens, so we do have controllers. We have Switches there as well. I would love to get confirmation if these were provided phones for them, or if it's just their own phone, because that can definitely make or break the difference. And they even have the little thumb protection as well, so that you don't get any slipping occurring. We're going to go into draft now. We're finally getting this. This is game one, C2 versus Dopeness. Dopeness, I believe, is on your orange side. C2 is on your purple side. We're going to get the bans off. I'm really excited to see these two teams play, because these two teams are unknown to us.
Yeah, so this is a full all-star draft chat. So, of course, this is game one. Every Pokemon is playable except the ones that are banned out, which is Meganium, Feraligatr, and Skeledirge. So we won't see any of those alligators on the field. But looking at the bans, Mega Lucario gets banned out. Hooper gets banned out. Moltres is here as well. That is the common ban so far, Lobo, has been that Mega Lucario, though.
It has. I mean, Mega Lucario is still probably the best Mega right now with those close combat and the sustain. The Decidueye ban is very, very interesting to me, Tano. I guess with the introduction of the legendary birds, they are very immobile. Zapdos and Articuno are. So having that ranged kind of sniping that you can do with the Decidueye is quite helpful. But why are they not selecting Inteleon here? However, one range attack going to be banned out is Mew. Typhlosion is available to be picked up. Mega Mewtwo Y went first pick. So did Serena and Blastoise. Wow. Interesting drafting coming out from Japan.
Gotta love this region, bro. You've gotta love this region.
You can't.
Like, completely ignoring what we would go for as the #1 pick. Articuno and Psyduck are now on the field. The Articuno has been a very common ban from the western side of things. They're not phased about that here in Japan. Blissey and Leafeon. Dopeness bringing out the speedster. I'm excited for this.
I'm so confused.
Typhlosion hasn't even been picked yet. It could be picked in this final slot for C2.
This is how it's going to be interesting when they come up against these West teams. Look at what region, look at what position these supports are going in. 3rd and 4th place, these supports are drafted in positions 1 and 2 and 3 here in the West. They either go top spot or your next 2 spots in the first 3 choices. However, they've gone 3rd and 4th. Leafeon, your speedster, has gone into 3rd place for Dopeness. Dragonite and Buzzwole. Again, Buzzwole is a top pick in the West. It's going in 5th spot right now. Dragonite is still being figured out here in the West as well. And Venusaur has always been very good.
Listen, the 2 Pokemon that Japan has very well led the way on has been Dodrio and has been Dragonite. Dragonite was used so exclusively well in Japan that's when we started to see the rise of it here in the West. And this arena that I'm keeping a close eye on, buddy. We've already seen it played in the previous set so well. It doesn't not get play here in the West. This arena is being used in tournaments. Typically later on down the best ofs, especially in an all-star draft tournament that has been happening outside of the official stuff for a little while now here in the West. But it is a go-to pick in Japan. That's what's so fascinating. They just use it as a go-to pick. They use it as a counter with that Unite move against some really strong, powerful Unite moves on the side of C-Squared.
No, I agree with you 100%. Serena is a very popular pick here in EU as well, as we've seen over many years that we've been casting EU. Dragonite going to go into the central lane as a little Dratini. Eevee Leafeon is going to take central lane for Dopers. Now, I mean, what we know about Eevee is that you take one buff, you get out of there, and then you give the rest of your team the rest of that buff. Japan probably going to do a little bit different.
Probably. It does at least give them a very good early game, and we'll probably see what lane they want to come into with that Leafeon. Of course, it is very quick as soon as you get that Evo to grab the rest of the buff, so why not? We do see this Blissey looking to see if they could get in there and cause a bit of chaos for that Dragonair looking for their Evo, but they found it. Now they're going to rotate into this top lane, and they're kind of pulling all the attention whilst they allow this Serena to get some stacks.
Yeah, Serena going to get stacks, but we're going to get caught out here. They're not going to be able to get away because that's 3 members chasing them down. Leafeon has actually gone into the central lane looking for possibly those Noctus. Japan really liking these Noctus, not as much as we have over here in the West. Articuno is going to put pressure on the Squirtle. It's going to get on and out of there. A very interesting early game, especially around these middle Altarias, because Tano, we're so used to seeing people group and gather for those and taking them as quickly as they spawn.
That we are. We're going to have a rotation from this Leafeon here, looking to see if they can find the Dragonair. Not able to, as Diglett is going to give them their escape at that moment. Very close here in the early stages. It's all about jostling for experience for these levels. Buzzwole has 5, which means they do have the super power open, and that will work for them here as they get more stacks.
I mean, I feel like Fizzy from Volticons, when they watch this, is going to be so happy to see Buzzwole, an absolute demon performance, leading them to qualify. So Buzzwole, not very well-known Pokemon right now, Tana, as we approach the 8 minutes. Articuno dangerously low. Aggressive plays from Pokemon, even at that level of an Ivysaur, where we don't see them play that aggressively. Leafeon does pick up a KO on the Mewtwo, but is going to be caught by a Surf Psyduck, not a Bubble Beam Psyduck.
Yeah, I like it. You know, more crowd control. It's also protection for your team in these early stages as they try and grab experience. It's this Dragonite, though, buddy. People forget how great of a Pokemon it is in these early to mid stages. Like, even as Dragonair, it's very oppressive, and that has been the downfall of this Leafeon at these fair few moments. When they meet up, it is that Dragonair that's getting the better of it.
It's got such good movement with Dragon Dance. It's got another Dragon Breath as well that does get buffed using that Dragon Dance. But right now in this top lane, the eject's going to be pulled out from the War Turtle. The 2 Kanto starters alongside of Blissey are having a trouble dealing with this Dragonite. But look at how often they're using these Dragon Dances. These Hyper Beams are fully powered, ready to go. They lock on, they do not miss.
That's a 30 dunk on in, 21 to boost as well, and it does feel like C2 are taking control of this bottom lane. The Articuno gives them so much zone potential alongside this side up. The Rip is going to go onto this bottom objective. It is a Registeel here. That will open the Draco impact as well for this Dragonite as they look to see if they can grab this top objective as well.
Did you see how much health the Registeel still had whilst Dragonite was able to secure it?
Yeah.
One fully powered Hyper Beam was able to do that much damage to a Dragonite. Now they're going to try and take on this Blastoise. Articuno dangerously low. The beam from the Venusaur is going to hurt if you get even near it. That hitbox for Solar Beam needs to be looked at, but now the Queen is going to battle with the Bug. Going to get 2 stacks in, increasing that attack weight. Now, going to go for the Citrus Berries. I mean, this Serena is not scared of this big beefy Bug at all.
Really, really not. And in fact, I like that from the team of C2. They recognize, hey, they're pretty weak. This Mewtwo Y can handle this. I'm going to go grab farm. I don't need to back them up and do that. I know that they have that KO. That is some great team synergy from C2 there as they do grab that experience. Looking to defend this pad is Articuno. Good push from Dopeness here as they look for more, but Dragonite has shown up, buddy. Draco Impact, that meets this to the side of C2 as they continue to push the KOs down in this bottom pad. Bliss Assistance has to be used just to save the KO.
I don't know if you just risk the KO there, buddy, because C squared, as we're going to call them, I mean, C2, C squared, whichever you want. I don't think it needed to be used there because they weren't going to get a lot out of that Bliss Assistance just to save the Blissey. The Blissey's level 8. It's not going to give that much experience away, but I guess having the Bliss Assistance on as well does give you a little bit of a power boost. It does give you some survivability. There's the Verdant Anger. It whiffs. Tana, that Verdant Anger did not hit anybody. The Hydro Typhoon gonna try to come through. Sorry, nope. Cut off by the Infinite Cyburn. Doesn't have access to the Hydro Typhoon just yet. Dragonite dangerously low as Mewtwo Y does go Mega. Buzzwole decides to come in and start slamming them. And there's nothing more demoralizing than being beat into submission with members of your own team.
Yeah, that was so tough as well because Leafeon got a really good Emerald 2-step off in the backline of C2, but unfortunately with a headache, with the full power Sai and just damage reduction coming through from their team, they weren't able to find the KO on Dragonite, but Serena has just turned that fight around. Dragonite wisely went for the Registeel, manages to lock that in. Draco Impact onto their own pad here, gonna surf around the surf. Hydro Typhoon is gonna be popped. Good crowd control, but it's not enough as they go back to Nurse Joy. Serena doing whatever they can to hold this offensive, but they just can't get from the arms of Buzzwole. And now it looks like this Venusaur is going to the same fate of back to the Pokemon Center.
Tana, did you notice what I noticed with that Venusaur? It's Giga Drain.
Yeah, Giga Drain Beam, bro.
Giga Drain Beam, not something I was expecting out of a Venusaur. And I mean, usually I would put that down to the new moves coming out from Pokemon Unite, but these are Japanese players. That had to be intentional for sure. Giga Drain Beam, very interesting. Not that much synergy, but it does keep Venusaur alive for just that little smidge longer to get off a probably very necessary beam. Now, this is very different to the game we saw in the previous quarterfinals, 187 to 138, before Fenrir were up almost 200 points in their previous games, and now Dopeness will look to take an even better lead, but that Ice Wing whiteout is going to be enough to stop the scores. Blissey trying to get 5 in. What are you doing, you little egg? Go take a trip back to Nurse Joy.
Desperate to break that pad at Dopeness, even with that 5 dunk, though, you're not going to find it. And this is why people play the Giga Drain on the side of this Venusaur, buddy. It gives you so much more survivability when you have Pokemon like Buzzwole and Dragonite in your face. But unfortunately, that is still way too much damage for you to Giga Drain your way out of. That KO will come through. Chancemaker here is looking to retreat back to their pad. Buzzwole coming to provide that assistance. But this Serena has been the charge for Dopeness so far. Pairing the Blissey with it has worked really well for them. And it is just about keeping them on their feet. There's the eggs. And this is one thing that C2 have struggled to deal with, is that Serena.
I mean, yeah, they have, but they're dealing with it with a level 14 Buzzwole. And the fact that this Blissey is not a Safeguard helping hand when there is a Buzzwole, there is a Mewtwo, there is a Psyduck, and there is an Articuno on the other side. Japan don't seem to care about crowd control as much as we do here in the West. 10 seconds left to go till the main objective for game number 1. Searching for any kind of target with that Solar Beam. Serena has found Psyduck. Psyduck with that Surf, because it does become unstoppable, but they're going to go for the Quinley send it straight away, Tana.
That they are, and they're looking to take out that Psyduck, not able to, with the Headache providing that assistance. So, Unite move used already, with no KO to show for it just yet. The damage coming in from that Mega Mewtwo Y, although it is about to expire. So they do have the advantage that that is going to need to be built right back up. And you want to try and take a KO whilst you can, because right now they're going to stay at range and build up that Mega Meter, getting some damage onto the side of the Kyogre so you can build up that Beast Meter on the side of Buzzwole as well. Good stuff comes through. Verdant Anger right into the side of the team. Not able to find a KO though. Bliss Assistance will come through. Draco Impact looking to pop one off as they land again. There's the Ice Wing wide out, and that's going to hold the freeze onto the side of Dopeness. If they find Serena here, they win this game, bro. And they do take them down before Mewtwo wide falls. Only Leafeon and the Venusaur left. Venusaur caught in the trap of the Psyduck as they're about to go down. The rip on Kyogre coming on through. They have an Emerald two-step. Will it be enough as they look to break on through? No, the Surf is there. The Articuno is there. Z2 take the Kyogre, and they already have the lead.
I mean, they did brilliantly in that to keep that Leafeon out. They had the Emerald two-step, like you mentioned, just unable to get in this. That's what the Surf was there for, my guy. That's what Articuno was there for. Buzzwole was immense. And did you see the way Dragonite used the Draco Impact to avoid the Hydro Typhoon, managing to get out there, not getting stunned? Otherwise, if they did manage to hit it, that Dragonite probably would have gone down. And C2 have done brilliantly in this game to take the first one. But again, it is full all-star draft. All 10 Pokemon you're seeing on the screen right now will not be available for game 2. Thoughts, Tano? Dopeness didn't have a bad game, but I felt like their comp was just a little bit squishier and not enough damage going up against C2s.
Yeah, it's another situation where C2 had no concerns in the early stages, but as soon as they got their Pokemon online, Buzzwole started to snowball, Dragonite started to snowball. That's the difficulty. Dopeness had no moment in that where they had control, despite having a much better early game with that Leafeon. The Dragonair Leafeon matchup in the early stages was the difference in that for me.
No, I agree. The Dragonair, I think the Dragonite versus the Leafeon, we talk about this all the time. Central lane is coming out of that central lane at different power spikes. Leafeon does come out quite strong, but compared to a Dragonair and compared to other Pokemon that we see go into that central area, I just don't think Leafeon matches up as well as it used to before it got a couple of reworks. Now, Tano, look at the plushies that our incredible co-casters in Japan have got. That is a giant Cyndaquil, a miniature Garchomp, a Galarian Rapidash plushie, a Goodra, and I think it was a Masquerada on the end.
How is Masquerada the biggest looking one as well? There's a Garchomp on there, bro, but it's Masquerada that looks to be the biggest plush. As I think we're just having a look at the highlights here that happened in that game. But yeah, I mean, look at this. We're at 329 left. Buzzwole, level 13, bro. Level 12 on the Dragonite. They only have level 12s on the side of Dopeness, and it's only on their 2 carries. The rest of the team is sat at level 10.
I think Venusaur struggled a little bit here, whether it was because of the Giga Drain, because I don't know, because Venusaur did get jumped on, and I mean, they almost scored there, Tano, which would have given them a nice point lead and a chance to go, into that final fight in a very, very good position, but because they didn't score and they used a lot of resources here, I mean, Blissey, what are you doing? Trying to score 5 points into that pad? I mean, Leafeon just gets manhandled here, and I think a lot of it came from 2 things for me. Venusaur into that comp didn't feel very, very strong, but then also the fact that Blissey was not Safeguard in that comp felt very detrimental.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think for me though, Chancemaker's Articuno made all the difference in that game, brilliant. Buddy. The Blizzard, we just saw it then, using the Blizzard, knowing they were weak, just to stop any scoring going into that T-pad. And here, you have to find a KO. If you're gonna use the Queen Ascendance here, you have to find a KO off the back of it. Psyduck is a brilliant target. You know how strong of a Unite move full power Psy is. Reduces all the damage of everyone that it hits. And right now, there's a lot of damage coming out from Dopeness. But if you don't find the KO is where you are struggling. You have to, and they don't, buddy. The headache was so perfectly timed here, and you don't really have any control over that as a player of Psyduck. And it just protected them to get away with that Surf as well. That's kind of detrimental to their team fight here for Dopeness.
You had to have a look at where Chancemaker's Articuno was positioned, though. It was positioned right between the Serena and the Venusaur. So if Venusaur decided to push up and use any more Unite moves, I mean, it just gets out again here. The pressure, the poke, and I just don't think the eggs were enough, because once you get grabbed by that Buzzwole, I mean, Serena gets grabbed here, doesn't have Queenly Ascended to take it outside. I want it again. That Verdant Anger looked like it tickled, Tano. It didn't look like it was Verdant Anger. It looked like it was Verdant. I'm just gonna have a little
Slightly annoyed.
Yeah, Verdant slightly annoyed in that one.
I'm with you. It definitely did not feel like it did anything at all. I mean, they got it bang on the Dragonite as well.
Yeah.
The shields that they're getting from their team, and a brilliant Ice Wing wideout again from Chancemaker. And I just think right now with C2, it worked so incredibly well because they have a ridiculous amount of damage playing off the back of an Articuno and Psyduck. You don't get a better front line in this game than that right now, bro.
No, and again, that Articuno Psyduck was so good, but then also so was the Buzzwole. The Buzzwole had so many opportunities to take Dopeness out of that game completely, and then all they've got left is just a Venusaur. And if the Venusaur without an eject button is stuck around that Kyogre pit, you ain't going anywhere, buddy.
So now C2 are at match point. Dopeness, they have to win this next game. Otherwise, we say goodbye to them as we look towards the semi-final. Fennel are sat there waiting, buddy, to see who their opposition is going to be. Dopeness have got to pull something out of the bag here. It is full all-star draft. So obviously, we don't really know how this region likes to play. We don't know what they're going to pull out in this next one.
I mean, what's interesting now is that we're going across to the players, and we talked about this before, Tana. We've actually been given confirmation about this. The smartphones that these players have been given are provided smartphones. They're provided smartphones, and they are provided Switch 2. So every single player right now has had that smartphone provided. So everyone playing on mobile has the same software, same processor, same memory. And I mean, we don't know the brand of that phone, and I'm assuming the players don't know the brand of that phone. So it must be, you know, I guess the playing field has been leveled across the board. And even with Switch 2s being provided, it also gives you kind of a level playing field as well. These Switch 2s would have been checked before the tournament. Every single player on the tournament is going to be playing on that Switch 2. So it's interesting the way that they've done this.
Yeah, I mean, the players are allowed their own Switch 2 controllers. They're allowed to play on those. But the software itself, the Switch 2 and the phone, we're assuming it's a Samsung phone, because why wouldn't it be? But yeah, they're having to play on those that are provided by the tournament. So it is a level playing field, as you've said, buddy. Looking at the bans here, we see those Pokemon in the top side. They were played in game 1, cannot be played in game 2. So ban-wise, we're going to say hello to the Zacian and the Hooper straight out of the gates in that ban. Snorlax next. Moltres. I mean, these bans are pretty quick here, but we're usually a lot longer here in the West.
I mean, they know exactly what they want to ban. They're not going to let the Machamp out. They're not going to let the Moltres out. Why would you let the Moltres out after you saw what Fennel did behind it? The coaches are in the players' ears trying to pick out what they're going to do. Mew is also going to be banned off the clock as well. So the Pokemon that are popular in Japan seem to be the ones that are also popular in the West. I mean, Zacian as well. We haven't seen too many Zacians across the board, but Mega Lucario does get let out. That's going to go first to Dopeness. Just been informed also that, I mean, this entire event is sponsored by ROG, so maybe they're ROG folks. Who knows?
Who knows? What we do know is it's working for them at the moment. Looking at the picks, buddy, Espeon is coming out to play. We've seen that plushie quite a bit, especially on the side of the coach for C2. Mimikyu, you're one of your favorite Pokemon, is being played here. They do finally have that Mega Lucario that has been banned out so frequently on the side of Dopeness. Going to pair that with an Umbreon and what I suspect will still be a Water Bear Urshifu as well for that rapid strike. Mamoswine, the go-to defender outside of Snorlax, has been picked here, and finally pairing that with Typhlosion for C2.
I really like C2's comp right now because there's a lot of burst damage. I mean, now I'm going to ask you this before we see the rest of the bans. Are we going to see Psyshock? Are we going to see Store Power? Now that we're getting a Slowbro and a Mega Charizard X. When was the last time you saw a Mega Charizard X? But what I also like about taking the Slowbro, Tana, is that Slowbro is one of the only Pokemon with a Unite move that can stop that Urshifu Blue when it really gets going.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Psyshock here. Stored Power, whilst you do have that kind of ability, I think looking at the all-rounders and defenders that are in your face, Psyshock is going to be so detrimental to the opposition, especially if you pair that with Psybeam. going to provide some good stun, and it's going to really help that Typhlosion as well as they look to dive on through. Looking at it on paper, my guy, you do this to me all the time. I'm going to throw it over to you. On paper, where are you sending this one?
C2. Their comp is too good. There's not many. How many times have we casted together, and I've given you an answer before even trying to think about it. C2's comp right now, Mamoswine, one of the best defenders in the game. I think it is the best defender in the game. I mean, you can come at me for all you want. I think it's better than Snorlax right now with the amount of crowd control that you get with it. Alcremie, I think, is one of the most underrated supports when it comes to healing. Fluffy Cream Supreme is such a good Unite move. Recover with the Cream Puffs being put down. The movement on their team, they can go and get those Cream Puffs wherever you want. Mimikyu is just so strong whether you're playing Shadow Steep or Trick Room. I really am. If they bring out Play Rough Mimikyu here, I give up. I change my mind. It's going to be dopeness.
Let's have a look. I know you're not a fan of the Play Rough Mimikyu. I'm actually with you. I much prefer the Shadow Claw.
It just doesn't work in this comp. Play Rough will not work into the comp that dopeness have got right now because it is a single target iframe move that does not do enough damage to a Mega Lucario, does not do enough damage to an Urshifu, a Charizard, or a Slowpoke. I'm sorry.
If anyone can make it work, though, bro, it will be Japan. But we'll have a look if that's going to be the play. Invade here onto the side of this adorable Cyndaquil. Of course, looking for that level 4 on the side of the Umbreon is taken by the Umbreon. X-Speed will be popped as they just need the smallest bit of experience to hit that level 4.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good invade coming through. But on the other side, we do have a Kubfu. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's called Kubfu. The other one is called Kubchu, which is not in the game. Kubfu going to try to take their red buff. Hasn't had any assistance just yet. Maybe this Charmander will come and assist unless it's just going to go straight back up the Flux zone. I mean, there's no way it gets it, right? It missed! It missed, Tano! It missed!
It was so close, but it was going to be there, and if they get that Evo, that Kubfu is KO'd. What I love from this region so far is how they love to invade with any support on the field. We've seen Blissey, we've just seen Alcremie doing it. You do not get that in the West. You use those core invade Pokemon like that Swinub, and it is so exciting here as C2 just looking for those little bits of experience. Dopeness are leading the charge with their levels here.
I didn't know Niat had moved to Japan and was playing there. I mean, all we see him do is invade on supports. But now we've had a KO. We are seeing Psyshock come out from the Espeon. I'm curious, Tana, because we haven't seen that much Blue Shifu come through our doors recently. Does Psyshock stop it when it's in the middle of its surging strikes?
I believe so, yeah. The stun will come through. It's not unstoppable in that state. So if you do land the Psyshock, now you have to land it, bro, because it is incredible hard to do with those surging strikes coming your way. You will stun it. And if you do, that'll open the gates here for Typhlosion to land on it as well with that Flame Wheel. It is going to be Mean Look Umbreon here as well. That's going to make a good difference against that Mimikyu and Typhlosion in this one.
Eruption is such a good move for just to be one of Typhlosion's base moves. We are seeing experience share Alcremie as well. Piloswine's going to come here. Look at the patience of the Urshifu as well. The Urshifu is just going to put a lot of damage onto this Piloswine. Can they pick it up? The Slowbro is here, but it is Mimikyu that comes in. It is Trick Room, which means we are not seeing Play Rough, and I love the fact that we see Trick Room because it can dash infinitely in that space to pick up those fluffy creams. The Slowbro surf there from Dopeness was actually really good. I did think it was going to create the space for Urshifu to try and secure that Regidrago. 30-57, low scoring game, but Lucario about to see Nurse Joy for the second time, courtesy of the Shadow Claw Mimikyu. Mate, I'm getting some FOMO. Next time we play ranked, I'm going to be playing some Trick Room Shadow Claw.
Mate, I feel it. Every time I've been watching these Pokemon, I'm like, I really want to play the Dragonite in the next time we duo queue. But I gotta say, what is so interesting here in Japan, they're not concerned about the Typhlosion. We would ban that out instantly. And I think they need to entertain that idea because it's just such a strong Pokemon. I genuinely think it's one of the strongest in the game right now. And they do struggle to deal with it as soon as they hit that level 9. They've got the explosive Heat Haze ready to go. And it's just when it's paired with something like a good frontline, it's way too much for them to try and take it down.
I love watching the way these Japanese players are moving. Look at the Mimikyu's going in, out, diving in and out, not to get caught by this Lucario. Nice eject from the Alcremie. Gives itself a little bit of cream to heal it right up. But look at down bottom side, Tano. This Espeon and Charizard not even bothered by each other. Just going to score themselves. There's the Flame Wheel into the Eruption going to come through. The Trick Room's going to help the Typhlosion stay alive. Beautiful team play. The Ice Fang picks up the Slowbro, and C-Squared are taking control of this game.
Do you know what I mean, though? That's a level 9 Urshifu with Flowing Fist onto the side of that Typhlosion. The Unite move wasn't enough. Seismic Slam is going to be used here from the Charizard X, and they're not going to get too much out of it because they're going to try and use all that damage onto a Mamoswine that's just found their Evo. That is perfect for C2. You want that Unite move to be burned, and they look like they're going to pick up a Slowbro here. They will get away with that Surf, and that Mega Charizard X hasn't found anything out of that Unite move yet.
I mean, look at where these Espeon Psyshocks are going. They're going to the Slowbro that is telekinesing. I got it right the first time. But there's the Psychic Slayer going to come through, going to stop the Charizard. Has no access to that Mega. Fire v Fire, and Fire is going to win that one. Typhlosion says Johto has the best starters in the Pokemon game. Take your Kanto back to Nurse Joy. Aura Cannon is going to come out from the Mega Lucario. Sends Espeon back to Nurse Joy as well. Says, nuh-uh, Gen 4 is better than Gen 2. There we go. The Explosive Heat Haze is going to come out from the Typhlosion as well. Takes out the Umbra. This damage is too much. Why? Oh, why did they buff this Eruption moveset, Tano?
It's insane, buddy, and they weren't able to get out on the Mega Lucario. They were so close to it, and they know that they're in this bush somewhere. You do not want to go 1v1 versus that Typhlosion. It's insane. And now the rest of the team are getting here. Umbreon is here. Espeon looking for that secure. The rip comes through on the Registeel. Mamoswine is ready to zone on out, and that works a treat for C2 as they look to push this T1 pad, looking for a 40 over dunk here, and they'll find it.
They did really well there. I mean, even with the passive of the Umbreon just decided they weren't going to go in. They saw the Alcremie in that bush. Now they're going to try and do a 3-man push, but they haven't even looked at the pad. They haven't even looked at the Alcremie. They're just going to take this Regieleki to kind of create some pressure to offset the ridiculous amount of scoring that just happened on their bottom tier. Charizard's going to take to the skies and go for Mega Evolution, but gets stopped by Psychic Solaire.
That combo is brilliant. Espeon with the Typhlosion. You've got that Flame Wheel in your face with the Eruption. The stops from that side shot coming through. Psybeam is great as well to pass that stun along to the rest of the team. This is cleanup duty from C2 here. And it's all off the back of that Mamoswine front line. The side shots coming through and Typhlosion being right in their face with this Flame Wheel Eruption.
I mean, look at look at the decorate. Look at the recover that is happening right now. I mean, not once, apart from when they're getting jumped, have I seen this team fall below a 50% mark. As soon as the telekinesis goes up, that Slowbro is whittled down with that Shy Shock. Absolutely no chance. How quickly do you usually see a Slowbro get deleted off the map, Tano? Not quick enough, says Japan.
Well, we're close to a level 13 on this water bear. Mimikyu is 14. Typhlosion is level 14. Espeon on C2 is level 13. The levels are through the roofs here for C2. We've got 30 seconds before we say hello to the Kyogre dopeness. They've got to pull something out of the bag here, buddy. They know it's all going to come down to this final fight. Looks like they want to make a push onto this top pad early enough. 20 seconds before we say hello to the objective. They find Mamoswine, but an instant burn onto the side of Mega Lucario. Charizard is sent packing as well. Goodbye to Slowbro. A cleanup from C2 as Kyogre is about to make it on Fire Sky Ruins.
I mean, Urshifu is still, that is dangerous to be that close. Don't wave a white flag in front of a bull. You will, don't wave a red flag in front of a bull. You'll get the horns. Just make them enrage. And C2 are just keeping them out. They don't need to do the Kyogre. I think it would be a big mistake for them to just hit it. Try to bring them in, but do you see the Psyshock? And they didn't even know the Lucario was in that bush.
I mean, Urshifu burned their Unite move in that previous interaction, buddy, so they're not going to have it here. Moonlight Prance will come through, but it's a Fluffy Cream Supreme, keeping C2 nice and healed as they look for the KO onto the Urshifu once again. Ice Fan connects, Mimikyu play with me onto the Mega Lucario after they use their Unite move, as they have just one by one dismantled Dopeness in this final push. It's all down to this defender duo to hold strong, whilst Charizard looks to blitz back onto this battlefield. Doesn't have the Seismic Slam. Psybeam will connect. Espeon takes it for C2 as they look to secure this second game.
If there was anything close to a flawless game, I think I just witnessed it.
Yeah.
A masterful draft, a masterful control of the entirety of Thea Sky Ruins. Brilliantly done, checking the bushes where they knew Dopeness would be. Charizard wanted to use its Unite move, but Mega Charizard X was just not the way. Mama Swine just said, fire weak to ice? I don't think so, buddy. I got that thick fat. And now they're just going to score. We could get a Thousand Island dressing, but Typhlosion, it's a problem. It's a big problem.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I just think the comp that C2 had in this one was beautiful.
Brilliant.
It was so incredibly good. The Unite moves from the Alchemy were so perfectly timed. The front line that you had for this Typhlosion, as well as those Psyshocks landing from Espeon, you can leave Mimikyu to just go do whatever Mimikyu wants to do, and Dopeness really struggled in that game. They had some great shutdown for that Urshifu and Mega Lucario duo. C2 with one of the cleanest games we've seen here today, Lobo. And I tell you what, they're going up against Fennel next, mate. That set is going to be insane.
I mean, that has to be one of the cleanest games I've ever seen, and we've watched a lot of Pokemon Unite. we've watched a lot of Pokemon Unite, but I mean, if that is C2's Game 2 comp, I can't wait to see what they have to pull out when they get into the deep waters, into a Game 5, or even be taken to a Game 3. But so far, haven't seen any Game 3s so far. We're going to wait for the interviews, because the interviews are quite fun to listen to as well. I mean, big ups to Dopeness. They had a really good Game 1, but I think just Game 2, they were outdrafted from the minute C2 hit that draft screen. They knew exactly what they're doing. Hey, maybe that's the difference with having your coaches up right next to you on that, like right above your shoulder. They're communicating. They do what they do. They're coaches for a reason.
C2, bro. Oh, wait, other way. C2, bro. C2, all the way. C2. Let's go.
Yeah, I got it. C2. C2. I think, honestly, I'll say it. I really like the way C2 played. I like their relaxed nature. I like their coach. I don't know him, but I want to get to know him. So, I want to talk to their coach. But again, C2 seemed like a very, very fun team. I can't wait to see how they go up against Fennel and Reject as well. It's going to be very, very fun, because those are the two Worlds qualified teams. And I mean, I think I might have just have a new Japanese team that I want to follow.
That's fair dues, buddy. It was a brilliant set. Dopeness struggled in that second game, at least. I just think they had all the answers, did C2 in that one, which is...
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Tana. I've just been informed by our production. I've just been informed by our production, and this makes me like C2 even more. Their coach's name is Pre Angel, and again, I love you. I utterly, I love you to bits already, because that is a brilliant name. Look at Chancemaker as well. Just the aura on Chancemaker right now. Again, I've said it, Tano. Anyone with the name Maker in their name has my vote of approval. I'm gonna change my name to Lobo Maker. That doesn't make sense. Go ahead,
yeah, honestly, the Articuno was game changing. It's as simple as that from Chancemaker. Articuno in the set was game changing. So a very clean set from C2 there, and Fennel are looking at that. I cannot wait to see that set coming up in the semi-finals, because Fennel and Reject are both in the semi-final. Reject in semi-final 1, Fennel in semi-final 2. They are qualified for Worlds, chat. So no matter what happens here today, they are qualified. They will be going to Worlds. Even if they win this entire thing, I believe what they'll do is anyone that's underneath them will then be the next ones that go to Worlds. But imagine if you're able to defeat a Worlds qualified team already, Lobo. And I think from what we just saw from C2, that is going to be one exciting set.
That's going to be such a good set. If that ends up being our grand finals, but don't forget there is Reject still in there as well. I believe I just mispronounced the name of the other team that's coming through. Let me just scroll through my bracket. I think it's Extinct?
Yeah, it is.
Extinct is what we were going to call them. So Reject
Exist.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Exist. Okay. It's Exist. However, you know what? Now that I'm looking at the spelling, IGZIST. Exist. I am taking it. I'm taking it completely differently and being like, oh, I just exist in life. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, well, how do you get exist from that? But it's written right there for me.
It is, buddy. Exist. Versus a Reject in the semi-final there.
But yeah, versus C2.
Fennel versus C2. So it's 2 semi-finals that are going to be incredibly exciting. And then we have a best of 5 grand final with winner advantage of 1 game, chat. Which, remember, this is full all-star draft. So that is going to be incredibly exciting as we've seen these teams really go at it so far. I mean, Fennel were dominant, C2 were dominant. They're clashing up next. We've not even had a chance to see Reject competing here on this live stream, but I can imagine they're just as dominant as we've seen from Fennel and C2.
Look at the crowd there, Tano. Look at how excited they are. They have the signs, which are really cool, which they can also act as fans as well. It's so interesting to see. But I think we're going to take a quick short break. We're going to be back. We'll probably get the interviews as well. Oh, sorry. We're going to go through the replay. Okay, we're going to go through our replays. We're going to take a longer break, which we'll get the interviews translated, I think, maybe again. I'll double check with that as well. But, I mean, 2 minutes 30 right now. Just look at the positioning. They paused it here. They're in a straight line, buddy.
They're on about the levels here, bro. You can see them circling it. And it is just absolute night and day for C2 to have level 14s. 2 carries on their side as level 14, by the way. Typhlosion level 14 is just illegal. That is cyberbullying side of things as we get into that final fight. And they take it before Kyogre's even in the fight.
Their support and their tank are at the same level as all 3 of the main carriers on dopeness right now. But apart from the levels, they're in such good positioning. Look at that line. It's moving like a synchronized swim team. Just so brilliantly well done. And they look at that, the eruption. I just want to talk about, like, Typhlosion may be a very powerful Pokemon, but the positioning of Typhlosion in this game was outstanding.
It really was, and it looked like they positioned it so well with the opposition of that Mimikyu. And I mentioned it in the game. What you have here, the Mamoswine is the front line. That gets KO'd instantly, and they have to use quite a bit to do so. Of course, you see the Aura Cannon getting used. And then what they have is Typhlosion with a Psyshock Espeon behind it, and Mimikyu taking that opposite approach. So you kind of have like that pincer movement that we've been seeing from this team throughout the entirety of this game, with Psyshock set up behind that Typhlosion, and there's nothing you can do on the opposite side. Look at the KO with that Psybeam hitting free opposition with it, bro.
I know how much you love Psybeam, and that is a screenshot.
That's why.
That is beautiful. They go through the Charizard and hit everyone behind you, but look how far forward that Charizard is. It's KO'd. It's going to Nurse Joy, and I think this is half the reason why Mega Charizard X is not being played almost at all, because you just have to be in that front line. Urshifu does get away because it's got good survivability, but Mimikyu's just going to chase it down.
I want a screenshot of that. I'm going to have to go back in the stream and find a screenshot, unless production can do it for me, of that Psybeam hitting. Oh my god, Shivan's already done it. You go. That is why I love Psybeam. That is one of my favorite moves in the game. I consider it to be one of the most best secures. And that's why, bro, because even if that was Kyogre, it would still hit it. You just have to hit the opposition. And, you know, I'll stop glazing Psybeam now and we'll continue with the highlights.
The fact that you hadn't even finished your sentence and Shivam had pasted it into our chat. It's a thing of beauty. That should be if you're an Espeon main, we'll post this Twitter make this your phone background, make it your screenshot background, make it your Tinder profile. Because if you can hit a shot like that with Psybeam, it's incredible. But let's have a look at the rest of this right now, because it's just damage control right now for Dopeness, and they can't handle the damage.
No, they I mean, come on, Typhlosion is just incredible. They find the KO onto it, but then you've got to deal with a Mimikyu. You've got a level 14 Espeon there, bro, and that doesn't even mention the fact that Mamoswine has such a massive HP pool here. And look at the zoning that they're throwing out here on the side of Chancemaker. Every time I watch this player, I'm just so amazed at how good they are. And it's the Psybeam that secures the Kyogre as well, by the way, chat. But I'm just amazed at how good, they're such a great defender player, buddy, that their awareness of what they need to do as that player. They recognize I've got to zone out this Pokemon, but then also jump over here to stop that getting in. We saw it with the Articuno using the Blizzard, even though they were low on health, to stop scores going into that bottom pad. It's just brilliant play from Chancemaker in this set.
No, I agree with you 100%. I mean, it was unfortunate because they had two defenders on the side of Dopeness trying to get in. Umbreon's not going to do much there because we know it's Mean Look Wish. What are you going to do? Mean Look a Kyogre? I mean, sure, go for it. But, I mean, you can hit it in an instant. But, I mean, it was just very, very well played by C2. They did brilliantly in that one. We're going to go take ourselves a little bit of break. Now, it is going to be a bit longer one, chat, whilst we get the semifinals get started for you. We also have our incredible, I don't know what to call them, correspondent. I'm going to say correspondent because that sounds more professional. Earthall is our incredible correspondent who's going to be translating the interview for C2 as well. So we'll have that when we get back. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and I promise you, Tano, look at the camera. We will be right back.
ものすごいダメージを海洋ガだろうがグラウドンだろうが相手ポケモンだろうが叩き出すので
ますからね、派手ですよね、やることがね。
普段の技もね結構遠距離から攻撃できて高いダメージも出せるし、ホゲータも強力で、
あとホゲータ強いんだよね。そのホゲータね、ホゲータがね強いんだよね。
多分今ユナイト界最強の火の粉じゃないか、吠えるとチャンボイスですね。序盤の技だとかなり強力なものを持っていると思うんで、ホゲータから強力なこのラウドボーンでぜひ多彩なバトルを楽しんでいただければと思います。6月30日までの期間中、指定されたミッションをクリアするとラウドボーンのユナイトランセンスが手に入るイベントを開催中です。こちらもぜひ挑戦してみてください。続いてこちらをご覧ください。テレビアニメ「ポケットモンスター」とのコラボイベントが開催中です。ログインするとキャプテンピカチュウ風のホロウェアを30日間使用できるアイテムがもらえます。さらにアニメポケモンに登場するリコ、そしてロイ、この2人になりきれるトレーナーファッションがもらえるイベントも開催中です。たくさんバトルしてゲットしてみてください。ということでポケモンユナイト×ポケットモンスター、いやこれすごいよ。すごいことです。ちょっとなんかしれっと紹介させていただきましたけれども、こういったそのアニメであったり他ゲームとポケモンユナイトであったりポケモンコンテンツ同士のコラボレーションっていうところってあるようでない、なかなかない機会だと思いますので、ぜひキャプテンピカチュウのホロウェアから。
いや、そうキャプテンピカチュウキャップ、
そうキャップ
好きなんですよ。今一番そのピカチュウモチベーション上がって高いポケモンユナイトにおいてキャップでいきたい。じゃあ皆さんもねレンタル一体30日間使用できるところで簡単に手に入る部分もありますので、そういうところでねキャップもやれればと思いますし、じゃチョモスのキャプテンピカチュウ風ピカチュウね、いつかねどこかでお見せできればと思います。よろしくお願いします。さあ続いてはお待ちかねプレゼントキャンペーンのお知らせです。大会番組を視聴してポケモン30周年記念キーホルダーを抽選でゲットしよう。本日の大会中どこかのタイミングで合計で3回応募フォームを発表します。3回それぞれ景品が異なりますので、最後まで大会番組をご覧いただき、ぜひ全部に応募してください。3回とも当選するチャンスがございます。全部当たる人なんかもね出ちゃったりするかもしれません。
会場の皆さんはまず大型ビジョンに表示される2次元バーコードを読み取り、配信をご覧の皆さんはコメント欄に表示される URL から応募フォームにアクセスしてください。さあそして、応募フォームには番組内で発表されるキーワードをご記入することで応募完了になります。さあ本日2つ目のキーワードを今から発表いたします。配信ご覧の皆さんも会場の皆さんも準備はよろしいですか？キーワードはこちらです。火炎車とさせていただきました。
水上さんが決めたという、
ちょっと急ピッチでちょっと数分前とかC2たちの試合が始まる前に考えさせていただいたので。
なんで火炎車にしたんですか？
なんか2つ理由があって、まずもうずっと言ってるんですけども、爆風全ポケモンの中で一番好きなんで
水上さんの好きなポケモンの技、
最近ね爆風参戦して今日の大会でも活躍してますけど、火炎車はすごい技だなと思っていて、
いや結構むちゃくちゃですからね。
飛び込んでいって妨害もあってシールドもついて結構ダメージを受けるっていうので、
全部
やっぱりちょっと5年目のポケモンユナイトの技だなって火炎車3みたいな話をしてたんですけど、
火炎車確かにすごい、
いろんな要素が盛られていて強力な技だというところが一つと、1個目チョンさんが波乗りやってくれたじゃないですか。タイプなんかつなげようかなと思って、水炎、
なるほど、
水炎草のポケモンが旅立ちのトレーナーに与えられると言われてますから、かといってキーワードさんまだ多分決まってないと思うんで草になるか分かんないんですけど一旦水炎の、
いやなんなら技じゃない可能性
技じゃない可能性も全然あるんであれなんですけど、一旦水炎のつながりだけ作っておこうかな。
なるほど、じゃあこれは3つ目決める人のセンスが問われますね。
はい、パスを投げさせていただきましたということでキーワード火炎車とさせていただきました。皆さん改めまして準備はよろしいでしょうか？応募フォームがこちらです。するのかな？打った。なるほど、カビゴンとドードリオ合計12名様に
宇宙スタイルだ。
いやいいですよ。
カビゴンこのホロウェアが一番好きで、
なんでしょうね、イラストというかビジュアルもいいですよね。この手伸ばしてる感じで、
なんかプカンって浮くアニメーションがね流れるじゃないですか。はい、可愛いんですよね。
改めまして会場の皆さんは大型ビジョンに表示されているバーコードを読み取ってください。配信をご覧の皆さんはコメント欄にね URL が表示されているかなと思いますので、応募フォームにアクセスしていただいて先ほどのキーワードを発表していただければと思います。カビゴンとドードリオのキーホルダーのうちいずれか1個を合計12名様にプレゼントします。応募フォームはこちらからアクセスしてくださいということで、こちらですねご覧いただいております。先ほどのキーワードももう忘れたという人はいないと信じて間違えずに記入していただければと思います。ひらがなです。ひらがなでご記入ください。さあ先着順では、ないので応募はゆっくりでは大丈夫でありますけど、こちらも応募期限もございますからご注意ください。さあそしてね、これ予想なんですけどちょっと読めたことがあります。最初のリザード6名様だったじゃないですか。でカビゴンとドドリオ12名で、あと、キーホルダーが多分2つあると思うんですよね。最初発表されて5個並んでたから、これが12名だったら計30名になると思うんですよね。で、30周年ということだと思う。確かに以上です
これどうする次なん
で、なんか5名5名とか
14個とかでさ32個とかだったら
謝りに行きます。全てを一旦外して謝りに来ると思います。よろしくお願いしますはい、そしてね、もう一つお知らせございます。改めまして現在行われているポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2026はエイスースジャパン様に機材協力をしていただいております。 ROG フォン9シリーズは、SIM フリー対応の最強ゲーミングスマートフォンになります。圧倒的なゲーミング性能に AI 機能が強化されライバルに差をつけます。本大会では選手の競技用デバイスとして採用。全国の家電量販店にて好評発売中です。さあさらにこちらですね、リパブリック・オブ・ゲーマーズ通称 ROG はこれまで世界中の e スポーツシーンを支え今年20周年を迎えます。本大会ではこの競技用モニターとしても採用されていて、高速なリフレッシュレートと応答性能により選手の繊細な操作を正確に映し出します。さあまたキャスター席にもこの ROG シリーズの27型 WQHD モニターを使用しております。こちらですね、後ろがこう光ってかっこいいというデザイン面もありますが、我々キャスターもかなりこう近くに置いているところもあって非常に見やすく、ポケモンたちが所狭しと動き回るポケモンユナイトの魅力であったり速度というところも余すことなく伝えることができております。改めましてエースースさんいつもありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
非常に大事ですから、競技ももちろんですけどね、普段のゲームプレイというところも大事なポイントになっております。大きなところになります。いつもありがとうございます。さあ、それでは改めまして、C2vs ドープネスのハイライトをご覧いただいた後は試合の方を改めて進行していきたいと思います。試合は1回戦を終えて、セミファイナルへと進んでまいりますが、ここから試合もオールスタードラフトもまだまだ熱くなっていくかと思いますので、後半戦もぜひ楽しんでください。それではハイライトをご覧ください。
最終予選に C2 予選ポイント5位ドープです。
先行は C2。 それでは手と手を合わせてユナイトバトルを始めましょう。ユナイトバトルレディーゴー。
そうですね、この序盤強いドープネス特攻戦唯一序盤強いポケモンですから、
ただ波乗りに押し流されました。2の KO こそ取れたものの交換とはなっている。この交換は C2 の方が少し得しています。
カバーはできる。
ナイスカバーナイスカバーナイスカバー。
入る入る波入る波入る。ナイスナイス。
はいはいはいはいはいはい。
見るよ。うわー、それはずれたね。
オッケーオッケー。
獅子入るよ。
下2まだね。
届くナイス。
なんとかさばいている海流が体力から後ろに下がった。全力サイキックはコダックのサイコパワーが C2 の味方を守る中、
すごい移動速度だ。
その
とんでもない
インストブーストが最大限高まっているココアットのマッシブーンを強力な足技で捉えているのがチョコルのアマージョ。クイーンアリアルからまずは1枚突破したミュウツーまでたどり着かんと飛び込んでくるのが足毛式のリーフィアだが、テレポートを生かして後ろに下がりリーフィアを KO してみせたアルミニのミュウツー。さあ前に出てるエメラルドダブルビートで羽ばたきを続けるフリーザー。いや耐えている。モントゴールこそは気持ちいい。そしてアイスウィングブリザード、全てを静止させる霊気がドープネスの勝利への希望をいてつかさんとフリーザーが羽ばたく。
守れる？守れそう。はい最高。
ナイス。あ、マシン乗る。カメからやるよ。殴んない目影しない。目影しある。
オッケーオッケーオッケー。
たちに次にプレッシャーをかけていく。波乗りで一度押し流してグリーンレイジからのソーラービームはしかしコダックが受け止めている。インフィニティサイコバン返しのハイドロタイフーン。ハピハピアシストはアマージョについている。ハピナスから倒れての5対4。ソーラービームもなお C2 のポケモンたちは耐えている。中央にいるアマージョに一気に攻撃を集中させて5対2の状況。最後キリスソ
ーラービームを抑えれば
足が捉えられた。サイコブレイク
行動妨害が多すぎますね。
カメ入ってきた。
大丈夫。
オッケーオッケー。
バナナ
いなせ。帰れた。大丈夫。返せ。ハッピーね。オッケーオッケー。アマだよ。アマ見て。ナイス。リフェナ打ってるよかい。
バナ。
ナイスうますぎお前。ナイス。
ファーストラウンドゲームはまずは1本制していくのはチーム C2。 構成もいつでも濃いというところですが、噴火火炎車から爆炎ヒートヘイズ。しかしインファイトは直撃していましたが辛くも耐えている爆噴。その周りの灼熱に焼かれて2匹のポケモンの KO に成功しています。後ろからはメガ進化パワーをその身に駆け巡らせたルカリオが登場。グローパンチでまずはエイフィ。さあドープネス反撃の時になるか。テレキネスで捕まえた爆風に対してインファイトからのグローパンチですが、ふわふわハッピーシャワーで爆風にクリームが注がれてその身を守っていきます。さらには爆炎ヒートヘイズ。
いなせたら美味しいね。やばいか。いやーもう素晴らしいね本当に。マホイップが俺食らってるよ。大丈夫。カビいける大丈夫。頑張れ。
上げてるけど上に。
うまいますぎ。頑張れ。ナイス。いや
これありません。
願い事。さあ戦いの始まりはどこだ。インファイトぶつけているヤンキネス。バック風に当てて KO を奪っていったのはドープネスがメガリザード X も倒れている。ミミックが KO していて4対4の状況は足毛シキー選手が前に入っていきますが、その水流連打を凍らせていくのがチャンスメーカーのマンム。さらにはトリックルーム。この時空の歪んだ空間でここはあったのミミックが止まりません。
これ入るよ。リーダー大丈夫。
落ち着いて。フォーカス。
裏だよ。絶対。
見てる。
勝てる。ナイス。えぐい。それ波乗りた。
もう撃っちゃう。
せーの。ナイス。
いいねアルミニくんキビ。やるね。
俺スタタワー守るわ。 やばいやばい神のキャッチング来てはいナイス
905対93、このゲームを制したのはチーム C2。
さあということでここまでハイライトご覧いただきました。配信再開します。実況担当します篠原光です。よろしくお願いします。そして
はい解説の滝島です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。いや滝島さん、
はい
で1回戦がやっと終わったというか、
はい、
なんてない神の恋。
いやー楽しかった。
もう4試合やってきましたけれども、
はい、
全部にこうストーリーがありまして、
そうですね。
1試合終わった後の敗れた選手たちの観戦してる姿にもストーリーがあってみたいな、これありましたね。
本当に全部面白かったし、
はい、
やっぱり最後の戦いなんかはね、この C2、まあその出場決まってたとはいえね、なんかその強さを見せてくれていたので、この後の準決勝もすごい楽しみになるような試合がね、ありましたね。
うわすごいね。はい、もう毎回この話してますけどユナイト部門のこう椅子がねずらって並んでるんですけど、その両サイドの立ち見エリア全部ありがとうございます。見てくださって、今僕実況席から手振ってまして、見えてます？僕らの姿って見えてます？おお、ありがとうございます。立ち見でちょっと立たせちゃって申し訳ないですけど、俺も立ちますんで一緒に見られたらなと思いますんで、よろしくお願いします。ここから夜まで一緒に見届けましょうね。ありがとうございます。で配信をご覧のオンラインの皆さんも立ってますか？オンラインの皆さん立ってる？大丈夫かな？ありがとうございます。ゆっくり見てもらえたら嬉しいですけれども、こんなに集まっていただけると思ってなくて、正直、めちゃくちゃ嬉しい。
そうですよね。今もう多分一般入場もできているのかなとは思うのでね。
Hello trainers, welcome back. Just trying on my own casting, saying hello to the audience there, as we just saw. Absolutely love the engagement with the audience there. But we're back. We've got another amazing set to be bringing you. But first off, we need to talk about the interview. Our amazing Ervol has translated the interview for us. This is Chanmei from C2, and this is what was asked. I'm going to ask the question. Loba's going to answer it. And so far we have. So question 1, you've won surrounding by roaring cheers. You are often a watcher of big competitions due to being defeated. But how do you feel after an on-stage win?
Well, that's a great question. I've longed for on-stage matches for 2 years since I directly felt the enthusiasm of Japan Championships of that year. I'm so happy to play in front of a massive audience and in a large stadium.
Oh, I'm loving how much these players are enjoying the audience that they're around. Question 2. You guys,
experience of being there, mate.
It does. It is. It's so different being there in person, mate. You're absolutely right. Question 2 is, you guys dominated this match, and boy did they. We assume your team was kind of hasty formation with kind of shorter team practice time because they've had little time compared to others to practice. But are you confident so much, was the question.
I mean, he answers this so well, and like with the emphasis here, he goes, we have been confident for years, and it bears fruit now. Kokoada, Inoji, and I have already been playing together for a year. We got a shared vision / information, so it doesn't feel makeshift to us. I love that, Tano.
I do as well, just recognizing, hey, we've played together quite a bit. It feels like we have that synergy. It's working for us. I love that answer. Question 3. So newly joined members already fit the team. Your next opponent is the insane Fennel. Any last comments for that?
And this is it. I mean, when you're playing in this game, you're a fan of these incredible players that came before you. And this answer really channels that. We chased Fennel forever. We're not saying we're going to defeat them and prove who's stronger. We just want to catch up to them. And then he said, okay, that wasn't part of the answer. What was under that wasn't the answer for that. But I love that from C2. A younger team chasing their idols when it comes to their motivation, their inspiration. You are chasing that team that has been on top in your region and on the world as well. And it's not, and again, whereas a younger team could be confident, yeah, we're going to beat the Unks, we're going to beat the old timers, and we're going to be the new face of Pokemon Unite. No. They're showing Fennel their respect, which you should, and saying, hey, we just want to catch up to them and, give it a good game. This game is going to be all about respect between these two.
It really is. Cannot wait to see that come through. It's Reject Exist coming up next. Right now, we're just having a debate here because it looks like there is potential for Zeta Division to be back. So we're just waiting for confirmation around that. Our amazing Earthall is looking into that as the possibility. But right now, it is Reject, it is Exist. And we'll see as they introduce both of these two teams. We finally get to see Reject compete in this one here, buddy.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Reject. It's the team I think we were waiting to see the most of the next qualified Worlds team. We are just getting information from Earthall as he comes through. The Japan top 4 teams are Reject, Exist, Fennel, and C2. So they're going to make up our quarterfinals anyway. 2 of them already qualified. I don't know if that's Japan has 3 more teams to send. So is Japan sending 5 teams to Worlds?
Yeah, it's due to the fact that 2 of them qualified from the Asian Championship. Okay. So they have 3 more teams to send, which is from this. And right now, so you've already got Reject and Fennel that have qualified. So Exist and C2 will be the ones going from this so far. And then it's the highest seed amongst the 5th place, which is Zeta Division.
So technically, this, and I don't mean to sound callous here, and I'm not going to... Technically, this doesn't matter. We've got our 5 teams going to Japan, going to Worlds.
Yeah, now it's about winning the entire thing, bro. That's what it's about.
It's about bragging rights. It's about confidence. So, I guess, I'm going to get confirmation from Earthall here as well. These are the 5 teams, I guess, that are going to Worlds, that are going to be representing Japan. And boy, what a bunch of teams to be sent. I mean, it would have been, I guess, these 2 teams. I think it was Fennel Reject qualified through Asian Champions League. Then the top 3 teams, the teams here as well, and then the top seed. So, the previous team that we just watched, Dopeness. Why was it so hard to put a ness on the end of that? Dopeness could have possibly scooped one of those spots, but C2 said nah.
Well, this is why we're going to wait for confirmation, because obviously Dopeness and... Because it'll come down to the seeding, because Dopeness and ED lost. So did Zeta, so it's going to come down to like who has a higher seeding. Might come down to tiebreakers after that. So we'll wait for confirmation, buddy, as we have a look at what's going on in this game. We get to say hello to Reject finally on stream. Exist here as well. Love the team photos in the background. The aura is off the chain here, mate.
I mean, just on Reject, the guy top left, Tano, not even facing the camera. He's like, look at the name on the back of the shirt. Look at the name on the back of the shirt. That's what we do. We've just gotten a little bit of confirmation from Shavam as well. The seeding goes as such. Fennel is... sorry. I got it wrong again.
We did get up at 5 a.m. chat, just letting you know.
Exist! Exist! The spelling, it's the Z that's throwing me off.
That's the easiest bit!
No, it's not.
It exists.
It's not. It's not. Fennel Exists, Zeta, ED, Dopeness, and then QT Dig. That's the seeding that we've got. So, I mean, Zeta could. Well, that's how we're thinking Zeta might make it through. But I don't know if the fact that they got removed from this tournament, so in the early stages, means that they are gonna lose that seeding.
I think because of the fact that Dopeness fell, as did ED, it would mean Zeta stay in that position. So it would mean that our 5 teams going from Japan are Reject, Fennel, Exist, C2, and Zeta. But we'll wait for confirmation officially.
We'll wait for confirmation.
That's what it looks like, mate.
We as casters do our best work when we're speculating. We don't work well with facts. So
we make it up.
We make it up. we make, as you can see, the way in which we pronounce names, we truly just make it up on the spot. So I have to say, Tana, I'm such a fan of the black and white jerseys.
Same.
When we were at EUIC, I will have to say, I loved the kind of tracksuits that EG were having. I believe it was it Dignitas? It was
Evil Geniuses had some.
Yeah, I think it was Evil Geniuses. It was a really nice like blue and white like tracksuit kind of thing that they had going on, which was very cool.
My favorite jersey in the whole of Pokemon Unite is Paper X. Paper X, if you're watching this, send me a jersey, please. I love your jerseys. But anyway,
I have to Google this. I have to Google this now.
Google it. I really like Paper X's jerseys. But we are now playing for money and bragging rights. Now, you decide which one's more important there, chat. Personally, I'd be taking the money. But that's what they're competing for, of course. There's a big prize pool here for this. So that's what they're looking to take away, which will give them a nice boost as they qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, playing for money, yeah, that's yes. That's,
I like money.
Yeah, money. Money makes the world go round. You need money to eat. You need money to buy skins on Pokemon Unite. So always play for the money. But speaking of the jerseys that we're going back to, Japan is a big baseball nation. When are we going to move away from the esport jerseys and give us the esport baseball jerseys? Because those are premium, and I want more of those. Because I have my Pokemon one. I want a baseball jersey of an esports team. Maybe we make one of our own, Tano.
We should do, bro. But did you Google the Paper X?
I did. Which jersey? One? What color? Which one were you talking? Were you talking about the pink and purple one or the blue and dark blue one?
It's kind of like the blue, the purple and pink one. It's just so clean, buddy. I also like the sort of purpley red one, but the Paper X looks so clean on it. The Pokemon logos, the sponsors. Oh, Paper X, I love your jerseys. I need to get one.
So if you would like to send us one, please do. We will not object to this. But I love it. This is Satake on Reject, and I love his photo, dude. Absolutely adore it. He looks so young. I don't want to speculate, but he feels like he's probably just 16.
I mean, wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of people at that age competing here. Oh, a lot of love for Overlord here for Reject, as we see, of course, came over competing with this team. Has provided a lot of assistance to this team, coaching as well. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of love as you see it in the crowd. But right now, and they hold strong, buddy. Exist want to take this win. They've got the opportunity to do so. Reject, though, do they budge?
We get so much information from our production. So we have been informed that Satake is actually 18, born March 4th, 2008. That is when I graduated high school.
I understand thinking he's a baby then, bro. But
I graduated high school in 2008.
Brother, wait, you're older than me.
I am. Yeah, of course. I've always been older than you.
Well, obviously, but I always forget that you're older than me. Oh my god, chat. Existential crisis coming on.
It's because of this such youthful skin and receding hairline that I look so much younger than you.
You need to tell me your skin routine, bro.
You know what it is, Tano? It's the lack of sleep. So Tano got sleep before we did this broadcast. I have not gone to sleep yet. So as we go through, I mean, I still cannot get over the fact that they've got the coaches there standing by. The stage looks really, really nice. I do have to say, though, I'm a bit more of a fan of the EUIC stage that we got to witness. They had the players' faces, like, right in front of us, where we got to see them. So I was just a big fan of that.
Yeah, me too. It was great to see them on the camera in those, with their beautiful big faces. I mean, I do love this production, though, and I can't wait to see where this set goes. I think they do spend a lot of time getting things set up, making sure that everything's ready. The coaches are there providing assistance from the get-go. We can see them here in the lobby screen just waiting to kick it off as we're still searching for a couple of things that need fixing here. Those reject jackets, bro. Oh,
they're
nice.
So nice. See, and they're going to go back forward to the coin toss. Now, Tano, left or right hand?
I'm going to go right. I'm left-handed, but I'm going to go right.
Are you left-handed?
I'm left-handed. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay,
left-handed,
so
but right-footed, bro.
Oh God, I've forgotten it again. Exist. My God, I don't exist at the moment with this, my guy.
You know that monster that you mentioned? I think you should down it, bro.
I have one more. I have one more. Exist on your right side. Reject on your left side. One in black, one in white. I wonder if that's by design and they have like home and away jerseys. So what if both teams were in white?
I got 20k Twitch coins on this, bro. Right hand. Yes, it's the right hand.
How was that the right hand? That was the left hand. Oh no, turn around.
No, the coin was in the right hand. Bro.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah. Fair enough. And there's the fist bump. I love the zoom in on the fist bump where they get it. Ah, it's beautiful, beautiful cinematography by our incredible production over there at Japan. I say our. I mean all of us watching right now. So I am curious, Tana. So far, we've seen a lot of Urshifu. We've seen a lot of Serena come through from these Japan teams. Do you think these teams will keep that same momentum going? And whilst you answer, I'm just going to sit here and look pretty. I was going to go get my monster, which is over there, but I'll do that a bit later.
Yeah, I mean, looking pretty is easy for you, bro. I would say that, yes, I think we will see the same sort of approach. I think ban out the Mega Lucario, look to pick up the Serena here. We have seen that Typhlosion played in nearly every game. It wasn't in that first game of the previous set, but I think they're probably going to be aiming to go for that as well. Reject, we know, are aggressive, so I think that's probably the approach that they're going to look to go with. That is a Torchic plushie. It looks so adorable. The crowd is so happy.
Look at this Sable. Okay, let's go plushie hunting again. Stick on the crowd.
That's a Whale Lord.
What's Whale Lord?
Oh no, it's not a Whale Lord. That's a claw. I can't remember the name of it, bro.
Caster doesn't know. Yeah, Pokemon Unite Caster doesn't know Pokemon that aren't in the game.
It's a Pokemon not in Pokemon Unite.
It's a Pokemon that's not in the game.
And it's not Gen 1, so. I think it was Clogsire.
How did you get Clodsire and Wailord mistaken? They're both different colors.
It is Clogsire. Yeah, it was that color. It does look like a Wailord though if you made it blue. To be fair.
No, it doesn't. You know what it looks like if you make it blue? A Quagsire, which is what it's based off of. I'm disappointed.
I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Quagsire is literally on 2 feet, bro.
It's a plushie that's being held up by somebody in the crowd. They could have held it up horizontally.
No, it's vertical though, bro. I mean, I disagree. Anyway, Bands coming on in. Machamp is #1, so at least we understand. Machamp is the OG Pokemon that
Wigglytuff
from. Get it.
Okay. Lucario. Whoa. No Wigglytuff. Bliss. I mean, Wigglytuff would have been a very interesting band, though.
I don't think we've even seen it played or banned here today so far.
That's why I was like, is someone on either of these two teams play Wigglytuff? So we got Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X seems very popular in Japan right now. I say very popular. We've seen it in one game, and it's been banned out in this first game. Hoopa's going to be banned out. Little Trickster Demon, not going to be allowed to play. Moltres going to be banned out as well. So Typhlosion is open to take. However, once again, they're not going for the supports or... I mean, they went for defenders in spot 2, but first picking Zacian? Considering Zacian is probably the most banned Pokemon we've seen so far, Tom.
It's just one of those Pokemon that is constantly used in this region, and they are so incredibly good on it. You know, it's one of those. It's like Dodrio. It's like the Dragonite. It is a go-to Pokemon in Japan. Articuno back out on the field with that Water Bear once again. Tommy's taking that one here that exists. Looks like Overlord is looking for the Mewtwo Y that we've been seeing so much of, and that Alchemy. No, going to take the Psyduck here instead. And I'm still looking at that ban on the Mega Charizard X because I don't quite understand why X is there and not Y.
No, I understand that as well, but I mean, they seem to like it. I mean, based on what we saw of it already, it wasn't very
didn't do anything, bro.
It did. I was trying to be nice about it, okay? I was like, it didn't seem very useful. I was like, it did nothing. It sat there and it punched its way back to Nurse Joy.
I will say it was countered, is what I'll say.
Man said, no, man said it did nothing first before he said it got counted. There is no way. Oh, I was about to be like, Overlord, please. Well, of course they're going to pick up. Typhlosion goes last. Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you? It's the British coming out, bro.
That's the British coming out, bro. Are you mad?
Are you daft? But as we try to come back to serious, it's time of serious face, poker face time right now. We have analysis. We have serious analyses to do.
Okay.
Let's have a look at this. So we got Zacian, Blastoise, Psyduck, Clefable, Typhlosion, Mew, Articuno, Urshifu, which is probably going to be Blue Shifu again. Mr. Mime. So Brov has gone over to Japan to compete here, even though he's already qualified with Peps. And Ghatlue is going to pick up the Surfetch. On paper, my dude. Where you going?
Well, for me, I'm giving it to exist on paper. Chat, just remember it's on paper. That's where we ignore who's playing what. No, it's purely because they've got range.
Yeah, okay.
We have no range on reject. I mean, of course, it is a Typhlosion, but it's no range, realistically. So, yeah, I'm giving it to exist on paper, but I think if you consider the players, it's got to be rejects. But let's see if that's the case.
I mean... Yeah, I look, that's why we always say on paper, because obviously we want to see it just based purely on draft. I mean, Exist does not have a bad comp. I like the Mr. Mime here. There is a Kubfu in the central lane for Exist, who's on your orange side, Reject on your purple side. Now, there's not a lot of Pokemon that I thought about going for an invade for Tano, but Clefairy, it looked like it was going to go for invade, and I thought it might get it. Oh, there's no way it out-secures a Galarian Farfetch.
Fair play, buddy. I mean, this is how Rejects like to play right now. We're seeing this Articuno just making the decision on the approach it wants to go for, recognizing that red buff was gone. They're going to go back to the lane. We've got Satake here ready with this Zash and steals the farm and instantly vacates out of that position.
I mean, the eject comes through, avoids the Articuno freeze. Overlord thought about going in, then saw the Articuno and went like, maybe not. But inside this middle area here, Tano, every single Japan team has prioritized those middle Natus. I mean, that's even just the tiniest little bit of experience all over the map. They're going to take it.
They are. Here we go. Blue Bear Tommy getting active here on the side of this Squirtle, looking to see if they can find the KO. Will now look for the retreat, and of course that Articuno will absorb all of that damage to allow that Water Bear to get back to the pad for heals.
I like the Surfetched here behind the Articuno. The Articuno can freeze everybody in place, and of course, once you choose your direction with that Fury Cutter, I mean, if there's one Pokemon that does not care about the Flux Zone, it is that Urshifu.
Bro, I'm feeling like we're back on release Blue Bear, like Shifu. The way it just dives up a Flux Zone and finds all the KOs. The control they have on it in this region is so impressive. Makes me want to go play it. But this Zacian has been an issue here for Exist down in this bottom lane as they take control of it.
I mean, Babyface Satake is proving that his playstyle is so much more aggressive. I mean, it's going forward here. They're going to take down the Regidrago here as well. Quilava not even going to try and get its evolution into Typhlosion. It gets it due to the global experience of the Regidrago, but I mean, Overlord's going to pay for it right now and pay for it indeed. That's a nice experience there for Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of had to happen. The Articuno was ready to try and steal that Drago. You sacrifice yourself to allow that, but you do give over experience to Tommy, which is probably not where you want to be putting the experience for Exist. They are keeping on par with that Zacian and Typhlosion from Reject, which are their carries. It's level 8 now. There's a dive from Overlord once again. They're not going to go for the KOs, though. Just looking for all the experience they can on the side of Reject.
Yeah, speaking on that, we saw the War Turtle play an interesting move there in the top lane. It was getting Fury cutted down by the Surfette, who was focused on the War Turtle, but the War Turtle actually secured the farm ahead of the Surfette. So even whilst they were getting damaged down, focused only on one thing and one thing only. Satake sees that Overlord is in that top path. They're going to make sure that they get these central buff rotations. They get the Regirock, nice defensive buff. 60 points going to go in. They could get a nice 10 overcap. I think no, they all had pocket full of AOS, so there was no chance for a bigger overcap there, Tano.
No, Regilecki taken as well here by Reject. They are slightly down on this. That's going to go in. That is a shame. Capio was unable to stop that one, and that does open the door for a big overcap on that top pad, buddy. We do see, of course, this Mime looking to get their own score going down here with a 30 dunk. The points are ever so close. Will they even get a chance to overcap it, though? The zoning from Exist is pretty good here.
Rapid spin Blastoise?
Yeah.
Okay, Japan, you cook. No, Logic Leak Nova Blast is actually going to be used as an escape tool for Exist. Mew's going to pop the Mystical Mirage, but Typhlosion going to pop the explosive heat haze coming through. Urshifu deletes Mew off the map and now looking to find its way onto a Zacian. Sorry, that was the Zacian, not the Urshifu. Going to look for this Articuno as well. Jumps across the wall and Satake picks up a beautiful Chaos Trigger too.
What a Sovereign Sword as well. Not bothered about using it for the secure. Just takes down the Articuno, knowing they didn't have their Unite move. Absolutely no escape. Boosted Auto is going to find a KO there onto the side of Overlord. 150 points for Exist, though. Looking at the points, they are in the lead. Looking at levels, it's ever so close. Reject slightly ahead with their 10s, but now that that's come through for Exist, they take the level lead.
I mean, Reject were looking to really dominate some of these fights as well here, Tano. But, I mean, Exist have played the macro just a little bit better. Scoring where they need to, scoring where they can. Muted Order going to hit the Psyduck as well, but Clefable is going to heal it right back on up. Reggie Roulette going to show face in about 8 seconds. Exist is here. 2 all-rounders fighting it out in the top lane for that. Zacian versus Surfetch, and Satake probably going to pick up a KO, but the full power Sai is going to come through alongside. The Spin Stoice coming through. The Ice Wing Whiteout gets used, but it's going to get burnt down by the Eruption by Overlord. Overlord just barely avoids the Solar Beam. Mew takes out the Psyduck. Going to pop the Mystical Mirage and try and find a KO on Overlord, but this Typhlosion is just going to chase them down.
Yeah, can't break through the explosive heat haze that they're able to pull out there with the shielding they get from Flame Wheel as well. Lunging Leak Nova Blast will go in here. Is that going to be enough to secure it? Mr. Mime finds it. Regirock buffer exists now, and they're going to try and capitalize on that. Looking for the KOs. Flowing Fists are connecting, bro. Goodbye to Satake. They find Overlord as well. They wipe out Reject. Exist looking to score the points in the D2 pad, exposing this bottom lane and taking a huge point lead here.
That's beautiful by Exist coming through. Really nice game. They used the defensive buff from the Regirock coming through, and that was a very nice secure coming out from the Mr. Mime. We were questioning why they do it. Mr. Mime is not a Pokemon we see often, but perhaps we should see it. It's such a good disruptor Pokemon, Tana. They're going to take a Regidrago off the map as well, get some global experience, and make their way to the top path. They've destroyed the entire bottom path of Reject, and now they're going to focus on the top path. However, Satake and Overlord are here. They have 3 Unite moves on deck, including Hydro Typhoon, which is going to be very, very useful, but Exist look like they're just going to let them have it.
Yeah, listen, unless you've got the secure there, some great zoning, to be honest, from Reject. You've got that Spin Toys with that the Flame Wheel Eruption coming out from Overlord. And that's just a little bit too much damage for Exist to be able to break on through. So they let that go into the pad. It does break the pad. Not a big overcap, to be honest. Probably looking at a 17-point overcap. And now they're still in the lead by over 200 points nearly. Pretty good effort for Exist so far as Mr. Mime does go down. That is the lowest level Pokemon on your side.
I mean, Satake wasted a lot of time there, taking everybody away outside of that tier 1 to try and just distract time. They managed to capture Overlord to stop him from pushing forward in that fight before. Level 12s on the side of Satake for level 12 there. Level 12 also for Overlord, and as well as that Spin Stoice. Now, with 30 seconds left to go, Tana, Spin Stoice, we haven't seen it a lot, but it is a very good disruptive tool when it comes to disrupting any engages and secures into that final objective. But that final objective is going to become a lot easier for Exist right now with a Registeel buff.
Listen, they've got a Zacian on the side of Reject. They're looking for the rip. Look at where Overlord is, as well as Satake. They're ready for this objective to spawn on in, but unfortunately, they were ready for it Exist, and they get themselves in a position where they're no longer able to go for the rip just yet. They have had to back off on the side of this Zacian. Satake no longer going for the rip. They do try and get onto that Kyogre. There's a Lunging Link Nova Blast, gets them out of that position. Big Beam will come on through. Ice Wing wide out right into the choke point. That's going to get a freeze onto 2 of them at least. Here comes Overlord, looking for it with a Flame Wheel. Showtime, Mr. Mime, and they're looking to see if they can disrupt them here. The explosive Heat Haze is going to go on in, but it's Blastoise that secures it. Haruto with a perfect Typhoon, and that's going to be enough here. But can they get the points? They're finding the KOs. It's all down to just Mew now, buddy. It looks like Reject will bounce back.
And that is what we say when there is a Kyogre, the game is never over. A beautifully done final objective fight by the side of Reject. Blastoise, we were wondering why the Spin Stoice, and that is exactly why. It can get in there, it can disrupt the secures, it comes through. Satake nearly went down due to a Muted Auto and Electro Ball, trying to find the Execute, but got healed up straight away. Tana, with 1 minute left to go, we've got 70 points on the board between both of these teams. So we'll see how we go here if Exist decide to find a way through. They're trying to pick up some points. They're trying to pick up some experience, build up some Unite economy. They've still got the Sovereign Sword and the Explosive Heat Haze coming out from the Typhlosion and the Zacian to defend these goals. However, I mean, Reject are just going to do, they're just going to score. But if there's one Pokemon you want to defend a pad, it's Articuno.
Yeah, it's a little bit too tough. They just get pushed out of the range of that, and they sneak in a Hundo Burger from that Blastoise. And right now, with the explosive Heat Haze, Overlord is going to be way too tanky, way too shieldy to take down here. Mystical Mirage will come through, but Exist, they haven't got enough. They've not got enough firepower. They've not got enough buffs. They've not got enough points to take the win in this game. Reject, even though they were on the back foot for the majority of this game, are going to take game 1.
I mean, that just comes down to the experience of Reject at this point in time. We've seen them play time and time again. We've seen them come back from those situations, take nothing away from Exist, because they were powerful throughout the entire game. There's one thing I question a little bit, Tana, and it is the Surfetched. We know how powerful Surfetched can be, but Reject just seemed to corner the Surfetched so very easily. A lot of the Lunging Leak Nova Blast that we saw were used more as an escape tool rather than an engage and damage tool. We saw a lot of very interesting Pokemon be played in this game. The Mr. Mime came out, the Spin Stoice came out, and we saw exactly why some people prefer that moveset. It has disruption, it has knock up, and well, clearly it has secure potential.
I think for me, the reason what we saw the most in that set is why people are banning out Zacian, especially in this region. I think Satake was so good on that Pokemon. It was very oppressive. It was a saving moment for Reject, because as we have a look at these replays here, it felt like in a lot of those team fights, Exist had the advantage, and it was all off the back of Tommy with that Water Bear once again.
Yeah, I agree with you. As we go through, I love the way they do replays here, because they are able to draw they're kind of highlighting the space that's kind of between the two teams right now, even though on the minimap. But look at what happens to this. I believe that's Urshifu. Look at what happens to this Urshifu. It is surrounded by members there. It gets followed Mead. It's followed Mead Clefable as well, not a gravity against a Blue Bear.
What they're trying to do here is they recognize they wanted to go for the rip, okay? You had that position of Overlord and Satake, and we saw Satake go straight back onto that Kyogre, but the second they recognize they've isolated a Surfetched, they want to find that KO. Using the Lunging Leak Nova Blast to get out of that position, but that's the moment when we see the Articuno go for the engage. We know the level of HP that they're at here has to use the Ice Wing White out to protect them from getting KO'd. They do get the freezes off, they just don't have the damage because this Sefetched is too low on HP, wants to get in really quickly to look for the KO, but can't as you see them retreat there.
Yeah, and what our Japanese casters point out as well is that Clefable didn't actually have access to the Wonder Wish, which it's got right now. Yeah. But again, the explosive heat haze plus the eruption coming through, and right now we're about to get to this secure. And look at the blast; it's the Blastoise.
Yeah,
full. I mean, big boy 2 cannons, as we like to call it, is just so good. I mean, look at Satake here. Look at Satake right here. It's dangerously low, but with that Kyogre fight, I mean, the Kyogre buff gets healed back to full almost instantly.
It's just a clean fight from Rejects, to be honest. Yeah. They recognize that bottom buff wasn't going to be there, so they take positioning at the Kyogre pit, and that is why sometimes it's better to take positioning. They had it ready for the rip, and so unfortunately a little bit too early, so Exist were able to get back there, but then it's that target selection that they had so well from the side of Rejects, looking to get that pressure onto the Water Bear, nearly picks up the Sefetched as well. Then it was just a matter of defending your pads here, which they smartly do. I mean, Overlord on this Typhlosion, it's such a strong Pokemon. You can easily defend against 2 up here until you get some help.
Yeah, I agree with you. They go into the explosive heat haze here. They've got 2 members. They're trying to fight the Sirfetch'd and a Mew. Mew kind of low here, and with the amount of damage output that Eruption has, look at how much damage it does have. It's putting damage on both the Sirfetch'd and the Mew, even though they're not even in close proximity to them either. Mew has to pop out here and get their way out, and they do a fantastic job defending. So, I mean, Reject already qualified. They're going. I mean, I'm pretty sure Exist is going as well, unless they were one of the teams that we missed out. No, they are. They're the 2nd seed in this tournament, so they are also going to Worlds. But that is a nice game between them. That was game 1 of All-Star Draft. So those 10 Pokemon, they're off the board for now.
Yeah, I recognize there that because Typhlosion was in its Unite move, the Muted Auto couldn't connect. They couldn't target it because it's invisible. That's what they were pointing at there, which is just... Again, does that Pokemon need more of that? It's crazy, bro. But let's have a look as we get into game 2 here. Of course, there the picks up on that screen that you can see that cannot be played. This is All-Star Draft, chat. None of those Pokemon can be used in this second game.
Genuinely, I thought it was a bug when Typhlosion goes invisible with Explosive Heat Haze.
No, it was a bug that it didn't do that, bro, and they fixed it.
It should be targetable inside its Unite move. The fact that it's not targetable whilst you're in Flame Wheel and now during its Unite move, I mean, they fixed Meganium straight away, but they have not fixed Feraligatr or Typhlosion. And I think those 2 Pokemon, considering Feraligatr is my favorite Pokemon of all time, my #1 Pokemon, nerf it into the ground. It needs to be nerfed. It needs to be nerfed. I defend Feraligatr a lot, and I'm like, when you get on my case saying that it's not that broken, it doesn't do that much damage, nerf it to the ground. But let's get into these bans. We got Mega X is being banned again. Perhaps Exist do have a very solid Mega Charizard X player.
Yeah, that purely comes down to a target ban there, to be honest. Mega Luca is no surprise. Moltres is no surprise. They've continued to be banned out. Same with the Machamp, Hooper, and Blissey. Reject have first picked a Comfey with a Garchomp here, buddy. This is looking like a nasty comp they're looking to pull out.
You and I agree on a lot of things. You and I disagree on very few things, but I think the one thing we both very much agree on is the only Pokemon that should be removed from this game was a first pick by Reject.
We're not fans of Comfey in this game.
Get it out.
To be honest, I'm not sure many people are, at least in the West. Here in the East, they're trying to be, as they pull that with also Overlord on Buzzwole, buddy. Okay, they've got their ranged with that Espeon as well. I think they probably need a strong defender in that state. Umbreon is a pick. It's not been used. It's available. Or do they go for a speedster? Potential.
Please. Tana was about to pop off.
I was going to scream, bro.
So Satake is hovering over some species, but actually decided to go for a 3 all-rounder comp. Now, I don't mind this because Pavone, I'm not sure how to pronounce it because it looks Spanish, but it's Japanese. Pavoni, thank you. Pavoni, I've been corrected by my absolute horrible pronunciations by our goated production. Pavoni Haruto Overlord. I don't want to say PU because that sounds very, very bad. I'm just gonna say Pui. If that is incorrect, please let me know. And Satake on the side of Reject. Misuyu on the Serena. Mewtwo Y. I know you like this Pokemon, Tano. I'm not the biggest fan. I've been a Leafeon hater since day one because it keeps getting buffed for no reason. I just don't see how it plays well into the comp that Reject have put up right now.
Well, again, as we saw in that previous set, we have the matchup of the Dragonite Leafeon, because I suspect that Dragonite's going to take the central area. Because you would expect, although it could be the Garchomp, to be honest. Typically, it's either the Garchomp or the Buzzwole in the top lane. So we'll have to see what approach they go for. But you have to get more out of the Leafeon here than what we saw in the previous set with Dopeness. That's what it comes down to. Love hearing the casters scream "go" together as it kicks off.
Should we start doing that? I think we should start doing that. Yeah, no, we've been told by production that we won't be allowed to cast anymore unless we scream "go" all together right now. So we got Balance Suite and Snorlax in at the bottom lane alongside Eevee and Little Gibble. You always talk about how cute the Johto starters are. I don't think people talk about how cute Gibble is because look at that little poncho that it's got on right now.
It's adorable, bro. Like, does it have to Evo? Can it just stay like that forever? Because it is adorable. Does a decent amount of damage in the early game as well. We'll look to retreat here. I love how aggressive they're getting against a Snorlax in these early stages, bro. That is a difficult Pokemon to go up against.
Snorlax probably one of the best early game Pokemon in the game. It's probably got, I mean, close to, like, we talk about it, Water Gun from Sobble, Pound from Blissey, Tackle from Snorlax has to be one of the best secures early game. Satake already evolved, of course, as a central laner. That's what you're going to do. But look at the importance that these teams are showing to the middle Natus. They're worth 1 Eos energy each and not a whole lot of experience. I mean, oh my god, Steenie almost getting KO'd by the Espeon as well. I mean, these middle Altares still, they don't seem to put as much emphasis on that. It's more about stopping the other team from taking it as opposed to you getting it.
It is, yeah, that seems to be the approach. Overlord is going to stay on their feet here with the Focus Band doing all the work, but they do find the KO on the side of the Leafeon. Tommy now hitting level 6, keeping up with Satake here, but they're in the central area of Exist. Gotta shut this down. Gunfei is ready to go. There's the Mega on the side of the Mewtwo Y. They find the KO. We'll get one free as well with this Gunfei. And that will open the doors for Neely hitting that level 8 on the side of Tommy. One more level to go.
I mean, they still have a donut store on the side of Exist, and this is why I think you and I have never been a fan of Comfey. Once the carry of Comfey goes down, it's essentially a 2-for-1 sale at that point. Boswell is going to actually use the farm to try and slam on to the opponents that were coming in to score. Exist are going to close the donut store this time round. Take a 3-point lead this time round. Haven't seen what the Mimikyu is playing, but still into this comp, I am not a fan of Playrock here.
I think it's Shadow Claw. I think I've seen the claws coming out of it, buddy, but we'll have to keep a close eye on that as Tommy is ready now with this Emerald 2-step coming down into this lane. Looks like they want to make an approach onto it. Got to take out that Dragonair. Not able to. They do find the Espeon, and now Serena is going for the Dragonair, having the Comfey ready to hop off, try and see if they can get some more petals for that healing. And they're the only defense that they have here on the side of Reject. Dragonite is on the field. That is a good defense from Reject.
Yeah, I agree. But what I also agree with is that Leafeon's one and only job is to delete that Espeon off the board. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you are. You have that Emerald 2-step. You find something purple and you dance all over it. It is Psyshock Espeon coming through, but Hyper Beam is, of course, going to secure that Regirock. Nice defense buff. It's going to help Overlord here with this Gabite versus Serena because Serena already taken a big amount of damage and going to retreat back to their home pad. Leafeon does take Regieleki. It's going to march towards tier 2, but it looks like both teams want to fight out in the middle, but what a Shadow Sneak.
That is brilliant as Satake is going to go down here. Doesn't yet have that Draco impact either. So Exist are going to take the opportunity to push this T2 pad. The Lecky goes on in. They can score points here, bro. And that's going to open up this entire top lane for the scores to go in. They're going to have 2 more Regieleki spawning in this game. And win condition is online.
a brilliant play with me because, I mean, we'll talk about it after this fight, but the Infinite Cyburn does come down. Serena gets to lead it off the map. Leafeon and Mewtwo can help out here, but Dragonite is going to get the score, and Boswell knew that it was targeted by that Side Strike, so it moved out of the way so Dragonite could score. Gets caught in the Psychic Solaire, and now Snorlax with that block and that extra shield is going to be brilliant to try and put up a defense on this map. Let's bring it back to that tier 2 as these teams disengage right now. Tano, the play with me, brilliantly done because it targeted the most forward front Pokemon, which allowed that Regieleki to walk in. Very, very nice plays from Exist.
Yeah, they're currently 102 points in the lead. They've got an open top lane as well, so every Regieleki will need to be defended by Reject here. Now, you can either do that by taking it or defending it on that home pad, but that exposes your T1 pad here, which can be so difficult to extend your team out to defend alongside a home pad. Exist are doing what needs to be done to give themselves every advantage in this game, and they have to win it if they want to go to a game 3.
Yeah, they're going to do very well. As we passed the 5-minute point, we saw Hyper Beam hit that Serena, then got caught by the Grass Knot. Not enough to fully take it down. We got Reggie on the bottom side. It is going to be a Reg Ice, which is going to be favorable for that Comfey with the healing. Block is going to isolate Satake, but that is the beauty of the Dragon Dance and able to get out. Draco Meteor sends it to the sky and back down. Play with me on it to the Garchomp. They do get the Shadow Sneak on it to the Garchomp as well, but Mimikyu is going to be dealt by with a Buzzwole, and that is going to be a big angry beefy bug that's going to be in the way, but Serena secures the Reg Ice as Buzzwole gets caught between 3 members of Exist.
I hate to say it, but I think that was a play rough coming out of the Mimikyu.
I do. I think that was a play rough as well. I saw it, and it's very weird because we saw that Shadow Sneak go through before, Tano. Did we miss the player? Okay.
I think they were KO'd so quickly that we did miss the play rough, bro. It was so quick, was that KO, that I don't think we saw what actually was able to take it. A rip on the Regieleki now coming in from Reject. As we've already mentioned, they have to take this. It will push that home pad. It is now under the 4-minute mark, though, which means they will not be another one. Win condition no longer on the board that exists. As that has been taken away, that will walk in, and they can get themselves a good overcap here. It's going to be a 30 overdunk, and that cuts down that score lead.
Yeah, 179 between the two. That's quick math. That's quicker math than I've ever done before. Snorlax gets pulled by the Garchomp into the Side Strike. Can the Garchomp be taken down here with the combination of the play rough? It can be, which means Comfey doesn't have anything to jump onto. The Shadow Sneak did go on to Satake on that Dragonite, but Mimikyu making the wise decision, Tano, not to jump to it.
Yeah, definitely a wise decision there. Exist, though, they have the score lead. They have level 13 on Serena and Leafeon now. They've got the level lead on line. But these team fights have been going to the side of Reject with that Espeon combo and that Dragonite, buddy. We've got to keep a close eye on this as we're about 45 seconds away from saying hello to Kyogre, and Reject have already shown how they play that final 2 minutes.
Yeah, they play it very, very well. And look, most people will say a lot of that first 8 minutes does not matter. But with the Kyogre and the Groudon, they really do matter. You need to get your levels right. But look at where Satake is going. This is dangerous coming out from the central lane from the side of Reject. They're going to go for a tier 2 score here, Tana, which is interesting. I like this. They're going to double dip into that tier 2, get all of their points in, and lowered that score lead. But what they've done right now is they've isolated themselves into the path of their own central area, and they're looking to pounce on this Garchomp. But Reject's so good positionally, they're not going to let it happen, and Leafeon has been found. I think these players know each other very well.
They do. Kyogre is on the field right now looking for extra experience. Is that Dragonite as you see them pushing into their own central lane here. They've got level 13 now. That's going to make a huge difference with that extra move that they're able to get with that one. Looking, they have found vision on the Snorlax. Look at where Mimikyu is looking for here, but it's going for that flank. Can they connect though? Shadow Sneak looking to come on through. But they don't want to dive in just yet. Great patience here from Exist.
All I want to see is an Emerald two-step on to that Espeon. Mimikyu does dive in, goes for the play rough. Buzzwole almost going to be taken out. They're looking to be dived on by Serena. Buzzwole has to pull out the Ultra Sword Slam, but gets caught in the power nap and finished off by the Mimikyu as well. They are one down. Our Reject and Exist have taken control of this final fight. They're already in the lead. They haven't started it yet, but the beautiful block comes through to stop the Dragonite, and Mimikyu holds off on teleporting until the Draco Impact comes down. There's the Queenly Ascendant. Dragonite Satake is in a dangerous place here. The Infinite Cyber was able to keep it in place, and Reject are falling one by one. This is a beautiful final fight being fought here right now by Exist. They still have 49 seconds on the clock.
Still in the lead here, buddy. They've got all the advantage. Can they find Mimikyu? No, play with me! It's going to connect on Espeon! They find the KO! And now it's down to Buzzwole and Overlord to make the difference in this fight. The patience has paid off. They get dunked in from Snorlax. Another 66 points. 25 seconds left in this game. Serena brawling in the central pit, looking for the KO onto the side of Buzzwole. They find it on Mimikyu, but the revenge is sweet. Kyogre will fall. Exist will take us to a game 3.
What a block in that final moment. Did you see it, Tano? Right up on the edge of that block of that Snorlax was just pinned that Garchomp in. And an incredible fight coming out from Exist. Absolute patience, absolutely brilliantly played by every single member of that team. They picked their targets superbly. They picked those targets, my guy.
It was great. It was really, really good. I mean, we saw in Game 1 a brilliant final fight from Reject. Game 2, we see a brilliant final fight from Exist. It was massive defensive plays from Exist there. And we're finally going to a Game 3 here, Lobo. Finally, we see a Game 3 in this All-Star Draft.
I mean, I'm excited to see a Game 3, but we're going to see the highlights straight away. But where did that fight start with, Tano? The Shadow Sneak on to the Espeon. The Espeon survived, but so did the Mimikyu. The rest of Exist were waiting. I would have loved to hear those comms come through. They're like, have you got the Shadow Sneak on to somebody? Have you got it to somebody there? I don't know if the Shadow Sneak was on the Buzzwole, if they would have done as much, but because we saw Shadow Sneak play rough, then we saw the Superpower and Slam onto the Mimikyu, but Serena was right there to pounce. So was the Snorlax as well.
Here we go. Let's have a nosy at the replay. We're looking at the mid-game here, where they are 102 points in the lead so far. Let's see what they're having a nosy at. It's this bottom objective fight down here, buddy, where it did look like they had an advantage on the side of Reject, but Exist were some good zoning coming through for them.
Yeah, they highlighted the level of the Garchomp and the Comfey here. I mean, still quite low for this point in the game, especially if you're that Garchomp. I mean, especially if that is the main target of the Comfey. But look at this beautiful block by Snorlax come through, forces the Dragon Dance out. But again, the Garchomp is completely isolated.
They are, and the rip is coming for us. So it's a Livid Outrage that's used. Mimikyu uses the Play With Me to shut down that Unite move, and the difficulty is that's 2 Pokemon you've got hold of there, buddy, because the Comfey is on the side of that Garchomp. They're not able to move, and they just find the KOs in response. Buzzwole in that backline, it is play rough. They do find the Mimikyu, but what that does is open up the secures that Exist were looking for, knowing that that Garchomp wasn't in that fight.
Speaking of when you said, I think we're going to see it again here, but when that Mimikyu was caught the Garchomp in the play rough, we also had, because I think we'll see it once again. This is where our cast is over there. What's the Serena? So right now, if they, I wish they could have paused it there. 3 members of Reject were caught out and not able to act for about 2 to 3 seconds. I mean, 2 seconds is about Queenly Ascendant or Queenly Majesty, and same with Play With Me as well. So it was essentially a 2v5 fight, but I mean 2v3 fight if you want to take it, because 2 Pokemon already in Unite moves.
Brilliant play from Exist, to be honest. That's how you control that bottom lane. This was interesting from Reject. They want to cut down that score lead. We were concerned that they might get caught out, but they do manage to get themselves in a position in this top pad here. And it is landing on the Buzzwole, I think, from the look of it. Yeah, They do land it on the buzz wall. We'll wait for them to go back into that bush and see if the second one also lands onto the side of that buzz wall. But it was a brilliant engage from Exist.
Look at how calm the Snorlax was. Oh, I've been scooped by a Garchomp. Let me just put up my block. Yeah. And it completely stops it. Serena is looking to play here. It's looking to go for the distraction. And there it is. It is onto the Espeon. There we go. Play rough. Oh, the Espeon actually gets out. Look at this eject.
It is great. It's so smooth.
Brilliant eject there. And then the Psyshock goes right into a blocking Snorlax. And the Super Swole Slam goes into a power nap.
That's so unfortunate, buddy. You've done everything right. You've got the damage, you've used your Unite move, but you land on a Power Nap Snorlax, and you already lost a lot of damage. Great isolation here from Exist as well to take that Dragonite out of the fight. Such an important Pokemon for Reject, as we saw in that entire game. But Exist, you called it, buddy. It was target selection.
Target selection.
So well for them there.
But also, again, we saw once again, Snorlax was very key there. I glazed Mamoswine earlier in our previous set where I said it was one of the best where it was the best defender. Snorlax is right there, proving in the right hands, block, heavy slam. Block stopped the Garchomp, then it went over, it heavy slammed in once the Mimikyu went in. Then it heavy slammed over and blocked again to stop the Dragonite from moving. You can't Dragon Dance out of that if you're up against the wall. Mimikyu gets the Shadow Sneak on to the Dragonite. Dragonite pops Draco Impact to go across the board. Mimikyu holds on to the teleport from Shadow Sneak and teleports as soon as Dragonite lands. Target selection at its finest.
So, I've just noticed that the coaches have like a printed out sheet of all the Pokemon. And I think they've got like matchups and stuff on it. It looks so incredibly interesting. But I think that's how they're keeping track of what has been played and what hasn't been played as well. Because this is All-Star Draft. So you will see all those Pokemon there, chat, above where these bans are coming in are not playable in this game.
I half expected the coaches to just have an iPad. I mean, with how technologically cool Japan is, just an iPad that has all the icons and everything else. Surely they've made an app for this by now, or, you know, it's just interesting. Once again,
Fizzy when you need him, bro. Man makes websites and apps all the time. Get him on it.
That's exactly what I was about to say. He's got a tool for everything. Maybe, you know, when we get over there in custom, we can introduce him to Fizzy, make that introduction, bring in EU and Japan together. However, Mega Charizard X, Mega Lucario, Dodrio banned off once again, Machamp, Blissey, and Moltres. I mean, Blissey band, very interesting. They just want people to be crowd controlled.
Yeah, it's such a strong Pokemon. Whether you want to go for the heals or that safeguard build, it's just a great Pokemon. And the Bliss Assistance is really good in team fights as well. So no concerns with that. Everybody's expecting that ban. Looking at the pick, so Blaziken, which we have actually seen quite a bit of in Japan recently, has now come out. Tommy's going to take that one, pairing that with the Mamoswine. They're deciding right now a reject whether they want to go for Speedster so early on, but no, Crustle, OG Lucario, and Hooper is the play.
Surely Overlord plays the OG Lucario, right? Right. Surely you give it to you give it to Overlord. But anyway, as we see the Hooper, I'm very curious to see if Japan like to play Hyperspace Hole or Trick Hooper coming into this next game. I mean, this comp from Exist is absolutely brutal. Blaziken, Mamoswine, Alcremie, Miraidon coming out here. But these final two picks from Overlord and Satake are really going to set the tempo. A Speedster and possibly some range is needed here from the side of Reject. Overlord trying to figure out what they want. Surely not. But, I mean, if it works, it works.
It works, bro. Cinderace is in such a good position in this game right now. Overlord, if they do stick on it as well, they've had plenty of practice on that Pokemon. Great range damage, and late game is what you want to consider for that Cinderace, buddy, because it has one of the quickest attack stats in the game when it comes to late game. We've got a Metagross. When we started this cast, buddy, we said, what are the two Pokemon or a Pokemon that you want to see in this game? I said Phalanx and Metagross. I'm getting to see the Metagross here. I cannot wait to see how Exist cook with that.
I need to get in a Discord call with some of these people and get the message across that Phalanx needs to be played. But you know what? I mean, I'm with you with this. Scyther needs its own license because I'm sick of looking at Scizor. Scizor never gets played in these instances unless you're in our random games on ladder, because we always see a Scizor, we never see a Scyther. But with the full heal, the Razor Claw, and the Energy Amp, that is 100% a Scyther. I'm not willing to put money on it. I'm just telling you that right now.
I'm with you, though. I'm with you.
Yeah, again, it should be all right. I wonder if anyone's going to swap roles here, but Overlord on the Scizor, on the Cinderace does make sense. I wonder if we'll see Pyro Ball here.
I think Pyro Ball is a great move on Cinderace. I think people underestimate it. It is such good rip. Ready? Go! Oh, you missed it, buddy. But here we go. Kicking it off.
My apologies. My apologies. I will be there for the next one, Tano. I didn't know we were doing it. You didn't tell me.
Japan told us to.
What you don't need to tell me is that it is going to be Scyther and Blaziken heading on in to those central lanes. But here we go. I bailed him into the top side as well. Crostle and Cinderace in the bottom side. Overlord going to take that little Cinder Bunny, who also looks quite cute as well. These starters, mate, they did real well with these ones.
They did. They do look really nice in this game. Right now, though, looking for a dive is going to be this not quite Metagrossy yet, as the Boltong is looking to see if they can find a KO onto the side of the OG Lucario, who will dodge out of the way. Level 5 is on the Cypher. Dual Wing Beat ready to go, and that confirms it will be a Cypher.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it has to be a Scyther. I can't imagine that into this game you would play, but look at the dual wing beat. It's just going to do so much damage, but the Alcremie is there. Honestly, Tano, I take a Scyther with that dual wing beat over the Combuskin with the Blaze Kick at the moment. Blaze Kick's utility does come when it gets access to its Unite move and it's able to freely swap between those Unite moves, but Combuskin, absolutely no slouch. Nice Blaze Kick to make sure that a lot of that Altaria farm does go to the side of Exist.
It's my first time experiencing this Holoware on the Cypher, and I absolutely love it. The X with the dual wing beat is beautiful. The X's that you see that are highlighted in that blue color, bro, I'm gonna go buy this after this stream.
I told you that you need to save money, but that is okay. If it's going to make our Duo Q games look so much better, then I agree with you. I actually haven't seen this Scyther skin as well. Metagross, however, skinless. It has gotten its evolution into its second stage, which is the Metang. Ice Shard going to come through from the Swinub to evolve it into a Piloswine, and I know regular E-Speed Lucario is going to have a problem into this. It is Zen Headbutt with the Gyrable combination, I believe, coming through. Eject has to be popped by the Piloswine. Oh, it should have popped it behind itself to put it in the path of the Beldon, but it gets the KO anyway. Scyther manages to pick up a secure on the ready drop.
Yeah, that's huge for Reject here as they continue to grab their levels. Points-wise, Exist are the only ones that have scored. They're the ones that have got their stacks on their Pokemon. Looking for the Gyro Ball. It is going to be 7 on the side of this Metang now, getting ever so closer to that Metagross. And I love the combo that they're pulling out with that Metagross. It's so underrated with Gyro Balls and Headbutt. It is perfect for 1v1ing things like this Cypher.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when you're now pairing that with the Ice Fang from the Piloswine. That is crowd control for days, Tano. I mean, you and I, we don't like it. We complain about it all the time because you're frozen for so long, but then you just have, it's just a free lock-on with Zen Headbutt, which then goes into the Gyro Ball, which is, I mean, it's going to send you back to Nurse Joy in very, very quick fashion. Rock Tomb gets avoided by the Miraidon with this enhanced charge beam. Overlord is here to try and put some distance between the Crostle and the Miraidon, and this is just going to be taken by Reject unless Super has something to say about it, but nope, it is going to be taken.
I like this approach, though. Of course, Exist put a lot of importance on that top lane and grabs that objective. So Reject, trying to alleviate that pressure, are going to try and do the same down here. Can't find the KO and Satake no matter what they throw at him. Brilliant movement on that Cypher as they do escape. They've got that Green Illusion dive ready to go as well for this next team fight. But they need a little bit more levels-wise because Alchemy has got their Unite move. Metagross has theirs as well. Not too far from that Miraidon one either on the side of Exist. They've only scored 1 point so far on the side of Reject.
I was literally just about to point that out. There's not often that we see a team score 1 point. Beautiful X's, a Rock Tomb combination. Does manage to take them out. Scyther has gone in. Rubble Rouser has been popped as well. Sorry, not Rubble Rouser. The Fluffy Cream Supreme does keep the health of existing in this fight right now. Crossel has been caught out. The Decorates are going to heal the Blaziken right back up as Metagross heads to the front line to support that Pillar Swine, trying to get a 9-point in. Hooper does stop it, but Exist looking very, very good right now. First time experiencing Exist play, and they are so controlled, they are so well composed, and they have the map understanding down to an art form, Tana.
They do. It's giving me, reminders, sort of reminiscing game 1 that we saw here, where Exist was so controlled throughout the entirety of the game, but then Reject just came back with a brilliant final 2-minute fight. So they've got to be wary of that as they continue to put the pressure on here on the side of Exist. They are managing to keep up with these levels, though, on the side of Reject. Overlord, they're at level 10. We've got 10 on the side of Satake as well, not too far from being paired with the highest levels on the side of Exist, which is that Blaziken and that Metagross. A good Ice Fan going to be used on that Crustle as they try and use the X's to get themselves away with that shielding.
Yeah, they've gone into the Bone Rush on the Marauder. There's a nice pickup there into the Aura Cannon. Going to try and reset that way. Mammothswine caught out here, unable to use that Mammoth Mash that it has access to. Now, Reject want to make sure they get some points in here and then turn their attention to the Red Ice. However, Blaziken is going to try and stop all that coming through, but a dual wing beat from Satake sends everybody back. Bright Future Meteor Storm rains down from the Marauder, but Lucario is not going to let it come anywhere near this objective that they're trying to secure.
They do find a good KO on that Cypher, so more levels for the side of Mizu here, but that is going to be a Registeel taken by a Reject. Great buff that you'll have on the side of these strong damaging Pokemon. Cypher, Lucario, and Cinderace. Not what you want to see if you're on the side of Exist.
No, absolutely not. As we close in on the 4-minute mark, Tano, 100 points less between these two teams right now. It's very, very hard to pick a winner from what we've seen so far. Both teams having very, very good team fights. Lucario, again, target selection, I think, has to be the key word that we've got. Japan are very, very good. All the teams we've witnessed so far, very, very solid on target selection. Mammothswine has gone in, not going to be able to pop the Mammoth Mash again. Overlord is going to be jumped on by the Metagross, and now they're just going to 1v1 this cross. Lucario is going to come and help. Alcremie can't do much here. I don't think it has access to the Fluffy Cream Supreme. It just got it then, but wasn't able to save the Metagross. They did, however, manage to get a Regieleki walking down to that tier 2.
Let's see if they're going to stay here and fight this. Looks like they want to. Overheat ready to go on the side of that Blaziken. They grab all of the experience, and now they're going to go for the retreat, knowing that has been defended by Reject. They score more points up in that top pad as well, as Mammothswine's going to break that and open up the extra areas of experience for Reject here. Still, 215 points to 116. 99 points in the lead is Exist here. They have level 13s. So does Overlord, buddy. We called it. It's a Cinderace late game they've got to be concerned about.
It's a Cinderace late game. They can go for the rip. They can go look for the extra backcast because they've got the Hooper Unbound to bring them back in. Level 14 on this Metagross right now. Level 13 just been hit by the Blaziken. Are they going to pay attention to this Reggie in the top lane? Reggie Roulette is going to come through as well. I wonder what it's going to be. It was a Registeel first time round. If they can roll this nicely for Reject, a Registeel buff would be absolutely massive. 2 seconds, 1 second on the clock. A Regirock is not bad for what actually is considered a very squishy team on the side of Reject here, Tano.
Yeah, it's really good. Of course, you have a Crustle. Regirock is such a brilliant buff for something like that Crustle. Will it make the difference, though, as we say hello to Kyogre for the probably 5th time or something ridiculous here today? Exist just looking for the vision of where Reject are. They're in the lead. They can be patient with it. We've seen them do so in the previous games.
Overlord is trying to take that buff that has just spawned, get those buffs in for this late game fight. Level 13 on Overlord. Unite economy good for both sides. Exist is on the front foot. They're caught by Mammothswine. Mammothswine just tried to pick up a KO, an Ice Fang onto the Lucario, but beautifully done to get out of that with the help of Trick and the Crustle. Metagross out in no man's land, gets Blaze Kicked by Overlord. They're going to go in with the Zen Headbutt. The Computing Crash is going to come, sets up the Beyblade Arena alongside the Aura Cannon. Could be Lucario being taken out. It's being hunted down by Mammothswine. Metagross is the first one to fall due to the rings outbound coming out from the Hooper, and Exist are on the back foot here, Tano. Mammothswine has to get out of there quick, sweet.
Overlord with a great amount of damage here, going to start the rip on the Kyogre. Bright Future Meteor Storm's going to be used to try and zone out Overlord. Feint was used, and it was enough to stop 2 of that damage coming on through. Now the rip continues as they find the KO onto the side of Crustle. Who's going to take this, though? In the pit goes Tommy, looking for the secure. It's going to be Lucario that does it for Reject as they look to take this game. They need to score points, though. They find the KOs. Tommy looks to fall, holding strong, though. Overlord hunting them down. They've got the range. In fact, they're just going to go score instead here, buddy. Can they stop Tommy? Because right now, Reject have all the opportunity to take this set.
Wait, Blaziken actually had a buff from Kyogre, so it managed to get 100 into that core. Now there's less than 45 points. Metagross is here to defend. Mamoswine is here to defend as well. 15 seconds left to go on this map, and I don't think Exist are going to have a chance to get more points in it. This just might be Reject's game, because it should be. They secured the main objective. That means you win, Tano. And Blaziken is not even going to get a sniff of that home goal. Wow, and look at the excitement from Reject right now. The pop-offs are incredible. They're looking at the crowd. They're doing very, very well. They're very happy because they're going to the finals.
Yeah, listen, excitement in the stadium. You can hear it coming through. Reject over the moon with that performance. Exist, they deserve a humongous pat on the back, buddy. Brilliant play from that squad. Again, it was like game 1. They did so well throughout the entirety of the game, but Reject played that final objective so beautifully.
I mean, they cut off the Mamoswine, first of all. Got to give a lot of props to that crosser. Those rock tombs were absolutely on point. Metagross went searching for Overlord because they knew that Cinderace was going to be a massive problem. And that, I mean, we knew that was going to happen. And I mean, it was between the Lucario and the Cinderace, and we saw Overlord hold on to that Blazing Bicycle Kick until that Kyogre's health bar was barely visible. But I believe it was a power-up punch from good old regular Lucario that managed to get the secure.
Back in Season 1 of Pokemon Unite, with OG Lucario Power-Up Punch being the secure that takes your wishes and your dreams away in this game. Exist have been so impressive, and of course, based on how qualifying goes, because Reject already qualified for Worlds, Exist have qualified, chat. It's just the fact that they were competing here for more money and more bragging rights as Reject to move on through to be our first team in the grand final.
Look, I mean, look, Tano, our Japanese colleagues, it's getting so hot under the collar right now. He's taking off. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, maybe we need to do a little bit of that. I'm gonna, you know, it's been a long morning. I'm gonna stretch it out, but I also do want to say, Tano, that you know, well, let's stress it out. Let's stretch it out. You know, off to the left, and then right. And then it's morning yoga time here at Unity Clash. But I also do want to say, I like the vest and shirt combination. I think I might have to, you know, let's lose the jackets and let's get some nice Pokemon themed vests. How do you feel about that?
I'm with you, buddy. Pokemon themed waistcoats. That sounds brilliant.
Wait, is that what you call it here? You call it a waistcoat in the UK?
Yeah.
What do we call it?
What would you call it?
We call it a vest.
No, a vest here in the UK is just like a tank top.
Yeah, no, I no, I don't mean that. I meant like a proper, like, you know, a vest.
You learn every day, buddy. You learn every day. Waistcoat.
Yes, I'm learning the Queen's English whilst I'm in the UK. As we've got a lovely interview coming through from, I believe this is Haruto. I believe this is Haruto that's going to be doing the interview. We'll get this interview translated as well. I think we're going to go into some highlights. I have to check with production whether we take a break.
Push.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the replays as well. Man, I wish I kind of you know, it'd be great if they had live like English translation for this so we could actually see it, because I don't think that there's nothing like actually hearing it from the player's voice. I mean, we can do our best interpretation of it when we role play it backwards, but you know, there's nothing like it. But I mean, that is not the facial expression of someone who just popped off with an incredible secure victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's how serious they take this game, buddy. They're already qualified, but they want to go all the way to the final and take it all, take all that prize money, all those bragging rights. Right now, it is looking like we are going to end up with another Fennel Reject final. But can C2 be the ones that stop that from happening?
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I want to see C2 in the finals. I want to see C2 in the finals. They're a team that I guess maybe it's just I hadn't heard of them before now because I mean, we're not as involved in the Japanese side. I think as much as we'd like to be, we would love to be a little bit more involved and have a chance to watch these games and get to know these players as well as we know the EU side. I mean, I just have to point out our lovely co-caster in the waistcoat he looks so relaxed right now. It looks like he's about to kick back, have a drink, and sit there and enjoy some great Unite. But let's get into some highlights.
Some great Unite is indeed on store. They're just talking about the level 14 Metagross that you can see on the field, but it's that level 13 Overlord Cinderace that's a problem. The amount of damage that you can drop as a Cinderace at those levels is pretty much off the charts. As I said, it's up there with the quickest damaging Pokemon with attack speed in the game at those later levels, alongside Dragapult here. So right now, it's just great patience from Exist, waiting for that first engagement from Reject.
Yeah, and look, the Mamoswine does try to go in because the Lucario does get a little bit confident here. The Mamoswine's waiting for it. It gets caught in the thunder of the Miraidon, but look at the trick come through as well as the... I believe it's the... Oh my god. The Phantom Force that comes through that pushes the Mamoswine away. Overlord also being caught here. Not visible just yet, but comes out of the bush with the Blaze Kick right here. But look at that. Again, the beautiful Rock Tomb has cordoned off the Mamoswine, but he can just jump over. And now this is where it all starts, because I think he gets a lovely Zen Headbutt and puts up the Beyblade Arena, but unfortunately doesn't catch anyone in it.
That's the game changer there. That is where Exist lose that fight. They put up the Compute and Crush Stadium. Nobody was in it. So you have to pull it down instantly, and Rejects are already getting their revenge. Look at the damage they've dropped onto Metagross here. The Green Illusion Dive was popped out from Satake, and that was it. It was, you've lost your highest level Pokemon in that fight. It's such a shame. They were so close to getting 2 or 3 of them in that stadium.
I think it's a real struggle if you're Metagross to try and lock on to Cinderace, because it's got such good escape tools. It's got the Blaze Kick. It just has the ability to escape. So losing Metagross there is not bad. However, Exist fight back very, very well. They don't drop a single Pokemon. Look at the rest of their team. Fully up, fully ready to go. However, with the Hooper Unbound very much in there. And they managed to just shred down this Crustle coming up right now. Alcremie doing everything to keep their team alive in this one. Look at where Miraidon is as well here, Tana. It was inside the Kyogre pit for a short minute to put down, I believe, that Bright Future Meteor Storm. So 1-1 now. And Mamoswine, I mean, look at what Mamoswine is. The Blazing Bicycle Kick goes through, and the Overheat wasn't actually pressed. It was actually late on that one.
I mean, either way, they were securing that. It wasn't the Flaming Bicycle Kick, it was the Lucario. And I love the fact that the casters here highlighted Overlord was half HP at one moment in that fight. They allowed Overlord to go home, dropped the Rings Unbound from Hooper so they could instantly get back in that fight, back to full HP. That is brilliant team synergy from Reject. I would love to have heard those comms in that fight, because we mentioned this team, they fight so incredibly well in those final 2-minute marks. And we just witnessed how that works for them with the calls. I'm going home. I need HP. Drop that Rings Unbound. Let me come back into this fight. The zoning out with the Rock Tomb from Crustle that we saw. Throw that Rock Tomb. Now Metagross is isolated. Get them to use that Unite move. Boom. We take the KO.
All right. I think we've seen the highlights, guys. Now we're going to take ourselves a quick little break. We're going to be back with the interview from Haruto as well. That once we get that translated, big shout outs once again to Earthall for translating that. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We're going to be back with our final quarterfinals. Reject are going to be taking on the winner of C2 and Fennel. Don't go anywhere.
狙うは爆風です。前入ってきた反転構成連続切りから海洋が一気にラストヒット勝負だ。仕掛けてます。ラストヒットリジェクトが勝機を手にしました。
相手らっしゃい相手らっしゃい。あ、待って、やばい。取った。
PJCS 連覇に向けてここで一つ重要な1勝を挙げることになりそうです。ゲームセット。
大丈夫、チンしてる。大丈夫。来ない。ナイス。やばねえ。待って、やば。持ってんな。
最終スコア455対349。勝ったのはリジェクト。
GSA の非常に高いの。うわー、出ていく。
そうですね、
完璧だ。
覚悟は中に入ってきました。イグジスト、この佐竹の海流を一つ KO することができた。
これはもしかしたら入っていく。
ミドルゴールイグジスト、金メダル込んでいく。エメラルドダブルビートから2連続 KO。ハルトのマッシュビューンから中央エリア海洋が一気に襲いかかっていくリジェクトですが、
ただ
腕を取ってますね。イグジストの人数がレジェンドピンが多いですね。ラストヒットかなり苦しいというところです。
強い。
ラストヒットを取り切りました。
ガブローだよ。
マッシュ決定。ゼロ。ナイス。マッシュ。レッツゴー。ナイスゲー。
最終スコア233対687。勝者イグジスト。
スバンの通常攻撃をとにかく当てていく。
ハルト中に入った。これ上 KO です。後ろからフルフォースブラスト。孤立させたのは最強ちゃんのマンムーです。リジェクト反転ののろしが上がったか。
ハルト選手のグローパンチボーンラッシュで相手を妨害一気に重ねていきながら KO する。
岩石封じバシャーも孤立。後ろの掛け声前に出られません。リジェクト前に出られるか。海洋がの体力は半分を切った。
グローパンチとしてユナイトワーズを狙っているぞ。
そうですね、両チームレジェンドピットに入っていきそうです。
どっちが取る。
これ取り切ろう。取り切ろう。
イグジストには点数が残っていない。リジェクト粘った。2連覇に向けて決勝進出。
わかんない。ナイス。
ポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2026ポケモンユナイト部門再開してまいります。ここからの実況を務めさせていただきます水上優と申します。そして解説は
解説チョモスです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。いやー、チョモスさんご一緒といいっすね。
なんかやっぱ笑顔になっちゃうね、見てると。
そうなんかその試合中みたいなところだとやっぱ僕たちもこう試合追ってるからあんまり意識できないんですけど、改めてああいうハイライトの形で見るとこの下に映ってる選手たちの表情みたいなところも、結構すごくこう見応えあるなって思うし、見てる方もねどっちが勝つかでそれどころじゃない部分もあるとは思うんだけど、ぜひ表情も見てほしい。ラスキー取った時のピューイ選手のこのグッとこう試合中の手がねガッツポーズみたいなのも
結構人によってその全然もう次のこと考えて無表情な人もいるし、ものすごい喜びをね顔に出してくれる人もいるし、
そうですね。だからまあその辺も含めて楽しんでいただければと思います。それでは、次なる戦いに向かう選手たちの準備が整ったようですので入場をしていただきたいと思います。ステージの岸さんお願いします。
はい、先にリジェクトがグランドファイナル行きを決めました。あと一席どちらの手に渡るでしょうか。それでは選手の入場です。まずはこのチームの入場です。フェンネル、 対するはこちらのチームです。C2 セカンドラウンド 8B フェンネル VS C2。
先にグランドファイナルへ駆け上がったリジェクトを追いかけてどちらかのチームが優勝を争う権利をつかみます。 C2vs フェンネル、いよいよ試合開始になります。まずジョンさん、はい、僕のね今通りにあるのがちょっと一つ試合前のチャンスメーカー選手の、インタビューのところがあって、その何でしょう、追いかけて、ずっと追いかけてきて、もし勝ったとしてもその追いついたとは言わないけど一回背中にタッチしておきたいなみたいな、リスペクトの溢れ方やばいなと思って。い
やーそうですよね。だしなんかすごくリアルというかね、やっぱり
Back, we've got our next semi-final to be bringing you. It's Fennel on the screen once again versus C2. Me and Lobo both enjoyed that team a heck of a huge amount.
Yeah, we do. And look, as they're getting the team set up for the next game, we do have a translated interview from Haruto from Reject to give you guys. Tano, this time around, I'm going to do the questions and you're going to embody the soul and the essence and the spirit of Haruto when you give me these answers, okay? All right, let's get this done. So question 1, you've advanced to the grand finals. How do you feel right now?
I feel incredibly happy.
It's just straight to the point. Oh, okay. I like this one. Okay. Rapid Spin Blastoise looked too effective in game 1, right?
Yeah, I'll pick Blastoise whenever possible. It's my best comfort pick, and it did a great job as I wanted it to there.
Yeah, nice. I like that. The Rapid Spin Blastoise was also something that you and I were talking about. I'd love to get a little bit more information on that one as well. But question 3 as well. Game 3 was so tight with the opponent's Metagross kind of over-leveled. How was it to deal with?
We were actually panicked as our top laners got destroyed. Knowing that winning team fights would be impossible, we just grabbed the win con, which was to last hit the secure on that Kyogre.
I really like that kind of response, Tana. What do you like? When we've heard interviews before, we never really see players admit that they've been destroyed before.
Yeah, but what I like is that there's no blame. It's just, you know, okay, that happened. We were panicked. Our top laner got destroyed. We knew we couldn't win the team fight, so we had to go for the win con, which was getting that last secure. Like, I love the fact that there's no blaming or anything there. They're just acknowledging this is what happened. This is how the team adapted. That was our solution. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And our final question, the last comments towards, last comment. Well, I guess, how do you feel about going back-to-back champs? What are the possibilities?
We'll do our best for that. Cheer us up is what it says here. They are looking very much forward to trying to be back-to-back champs here. They obviously are hopeful that they can do that. They'd be very happy to do so.
Yeah, can you imagine? Back-to-back champ is always incredible. They booked their spots to Worlds. They want to get there as well. But getting back-to-back championship spot means you get the most money and you get the most bragging rights.
You do, yeah. And, you know, you can decide, chat, which one you think's more important, money. But right now, we're waiting to see if C2 Fennel. C2 are looking to cause an upset here. People are expecting Fennel to end up in that grand final. But these teams have already qualified for Worlds. C2 are looking to cause that upset. They're the ones that want that money. They're the ones that want that bragging rights.
Yeah, and look, now we're having a look at the coaches. So this is Inoji, the coach of Fennel, I believe. Given some last-minute advice when it comes to drafting. Maybe not really looking at the draft right now, Tana, but just kind of giving a little bit more advice of like breathe, make sure you understand. Like, look, these are the things to consider when we look at the draft. And I know that we all want to see C2's incredible coach, the absolute beautiful star that they are. I believe. Pre Angel. Hang on. C2. My camera's flipped, okay?
I know. I just saw it on the photo, right? Behind them all, like on the big screen. I see them doing this, and I'm trying to work out what it is.
I think it's the hearts. Like the hearts?
I don't know. Well, it doesn't look like that. It looks like they've got like more of a finger thing going on.
It's like mouse. I thought this was mouse ears.
I know. We'll find out when it comes back on the screen. But of course, C2 is.
I love this. I like a lot of fans. I like this as well. This one goes really well. I really like the Fennel jerseys here as well. They kind of look like, almost like F1-ish with the checkered flags and the black and red. It looks really nice.
Oh, okay. Wait, we're just getting some correction here from our amazing Earthhole, who's looking at the broadcast. Just trying to read it, bro. So Pre Angel is on the right side. Yeah, that's where C2 is, right? That's the coach that everybody's loving.
Yeah. And then
oh, so the person we thought was the coach is Inoji the sub.
The sub. Okay, so Inoji is the sub for Fennel, correct? Yeah, Inoji is the sub for Fennel. So right now we're going through.
C2.
Inoji is the sub and coach for C2. My God, we need subtitles on this stream. But I mean, we're seeing the C2
there is
right now.
There it is in the photo. In the photo, that's what they're doing.
Oh, that.
You see what I mean?
That.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. They're gonna hate us if we go to Japan.
I love it. I love all the signs they do, mate. I think it's really fun.
But they look very relaxed. Do C2? So C2's who we're looking at right now. Their sub and coach Inoji is behind them, like we said before. So I mean, how do you expect this game to play out, Tano? Fennel, very strong, very well known. C2, not really known to us, but probably known to Fennel. Now we're going to go through the captain's meeting in the middle. I love this aspect. I've said it many times. Look, they're stretching before they do the coin toss. Now, left or right?
Left. I'm going left this time.
Left? Okay. Left. Let's... I also just saw one of the Fennel players who was just like this. Come at me. Come at me, bro. And I absolutely love it. So we've got the referee. I assume that's the referee. So left or right? So if the viewers watching, Tano's picked left, so that's going to be on your right side, and right will be on your left side.
Oh, bro, I'm so good at this game.
Tano got it again. He's 2 for 2. Wait, so when you picked it before, did the team you pick one? I love the zoom in for the fist bump. I think we should have that in every single game whatsoever. Just great sportsmanship being shown by these Japanese teams. It's all about respect. It's all about sportsmanship. You do your competitiveness on the field. You don't do it off the field.
Yeah. Leave it all on the field, buddy. That's how everybody should approach esports. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm 2 for 2. I am the coin pick guy right now. C2 trying to defeat Fennel. You asked me what this game is going to be like. It is going to be aggression from the get-go, buddy. Both of these teams play aggressive, and that's what I'm expecting to see here. I'm intrigued to see what these bans are going to be, what the first picks are going to be. It is all-star draft, and we've been seeing people go for a lot of those meta picks in game 1.
All right, I got 2 questions for you, and you have to answer. So, first of all, how many games are we seeing? Is it going to be 2-0 or is it going to be 2-1?
Ooh, 2-0.
2-0? Okay. The next... Shavam, our production, has said 2-1 in my ear as well. And then, okay, so this question is going to go to you as well. I'm getting history right now. Okay, so the history that I've just been given is these guys met previously in Qualifier 1, and Fennel did take the set 2-1. So now my question to both Shivam and to Spartan Tanner, my esteemed co-counsel, who's winning it?
Oh.
So Shivam did not hesitate at all. It just went with, yeah, C2. Tano?
I think that's because Shivam is a huge fan of the coach of C2. But I think Fennel are going to do it. I think it's going to be a crazy game. I think it's going to come down to some insane secures. I think it'll be a 2-0 victory to Fennel. But I don't think that's going to do justice.
Is that because you're a big fan of the coach of Fennel?
Hey, I'm with you. I'm a huge fan of C2. I think seeing them here today, I have loved the way that they've played. I just think Fennel are so locked in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to say, you know, it's one of those where I just think they're not going to be able to break them this time.
Cool. So I'm not going to answer the question because I asked the question. So let's move on. We're going into draft. Mew, Machamp here. We've got RK, Mashio, B1, Pi1. I'm going to go P1. Mame on the purple side for Fennel. We got Chancemaker, best name ever. And then 3 names that I'm not even going to try to pronounce. And Haya Tobiha as well for C2. Mewtwo Y being banned out, Zacian being banned out, Serena being banned out, Hitano.
Yeah, no surprises with those picks. So we do have the names that we were given by our amazing Earthfall. So I think Chanmei, Cabikilla, Kokoada, Arumina, Hayatobi, and Inoji there on the side of C2.
All right, Mr. Smart Guy. Which one's which?
I mean, come on. You know what? I'm just going to go with confidence. We have Chancemaker. Next up, we have Chanmei. And then we have Cabikilla, Kokoada, and then Arumini, and then Hayatobi. That is, I'm calling it, bro. That is what it is.
You know what? There's a saying that we love that's like, say it with your chest.
Yeah.
Say it with your chest. And Tano just did all of that.
P.
It's pronounced as P. For next to I'm going to say Ake for that one. But so we got Articuno being picked up. I mean, we've seen that Fennel really like this Articuno. We've got Hooper being picked up as well. Moltres, Espeon, Psyduck going to be picked up in those first 3 slots for C2. Arke is going to go with the Mimikyu. I'm going to be corrected by that in just a second. I know it. Miraidon over Zapdos, though, Tano.
That's what I found so interesting here today, buddy. We've seen no Zapdos. We've seen Articuno pretty much every single game. Moltres we saw in that first set. We're finally seeing it again here. Zapdos hasn't even been entertained by any team as they go more for the Mewtwo Y or the Miraidon for that range here and the Espeon paired with it. So it's so fascinating. Zapdos isn't even a afterthought here in this region.
Yeah, I just want to make it very clear that production has told me that I was right the way I said Ake. So, point one for me.
I think they mean Aki. Aki?
No. I'm just no. We've got Mega Lucario being picked up as well. We're going to move on. Just slide past that. We got Mamoswine, Chancemaker going to try and create as many chances, bring up some opportunities. But Mega Charizard X into Fennel's comp is not something I'm looking forward to. It's going to get shredded down by that Miraidon and going to be frozen in place by that Articuno.
I would love if we were able to interview anybody from this region. I would love to know why they put so much importance on this Mega Charizard X.
Yes, I would love that too.
It's been banned out a couple of times. We've seen it played a couple of times over Mewtwo, over the Charizard Y, sorry. And I just haven't felt like it's been that impactful in the games that we've seen compared to like what we deal with here in the Western region, Lobo. Like the Charizard Y we see in the West region quite a bit does feel impactful. But never Charizard X. I mean, maybe the odd tournament we see it come through, especially if it's all-star draft. So, I don't know. Are you ready?
Ready? Go! Yeah, we got it that time. Let's see if we can ask Earth all about that. Maybe they might know. Okay, so we've just got more information on how to pronounce. Hey, I was right, by the way. Just letting you all know that. We got Mimikyu in the central lane, Moltres in the central lane for the side of C2. Lucario going to go top side. That is a Mega Lucario alongside a Articuno. That is going to be a problem already for a very, and I don't like to sound like a Debbie Downer here, Tana, but for a very underwhelming Mega Charizard X.
Yeah, listen, this might be the game where we change our opinion on that matter, buddy. That's the thing with this Japanese region. We do have a level 5 Moltres coming into the top lane, ready with those resets, already weak on the side of Articuno. Aki is here with this Mimikyu at level 5 as well. And it looks like they're going to clash for these Natus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to go for the Mimikyu here because we have seen Anahei on this Mimikyu before. It hasn't got access. It is Shadow Claw going to come through, which is going to shred that Moltres alongside that Trick. But Miraidon and the Swinub are here as well. Oh my god, the Psyshock absolutely obliterating the health bar of that Miraidon, having to force it to go back and get those Citrus Berries.
Yeah, okay, already losing a lot of HP on the side of Fennel here. No points scored just yet in the opening moments of this game. Still waiting for that all-important KO opener here as well as they just wait for more experience. Looking for that level 5 for Articuno. Get some assistance from that Hooper. And they're already getting set up for this Regidrago about to spawn on in.
Yeah, we're looking for the K opener. We're looking for the score opener as well, as Lucario just gets pummeled by water by this very relaxed looking Psyduck. Charmeleon online. This Espeon for C2 has been absolutely beautiful, but I mean, that beauty is about to be shredded by that enhanced charge beam. Mimikyu, level 7, has access to Shadow Sneak. Probably going to be Trick Room, which I think is what we saw from Fennel before. Moltres just going to shred down this Regidrago. That's going to be global experience. It is Trick Room in the bottom side, like we saw. And Anahei on this Trick Room Mimikyu, Dano, last time we saw it was absolutely demonic.
What is also interesting from these teams here, they send the Moltres into the central area instead of the Charizard X. You know, a Pokemon that you are desperate to get to that Charizard level. We're about to get it here. No, they're not going to get that taken away from them. But if they hit level 7 with this KO, they will be here. But you would expect them to send that central as we do in the West because it is so important to hit those levels for that.
Yeah, but it seems like we've seen it so far, and I totally understand your point. It's got its level 7 already. It seems like, you know, when we saw it with the Razor Leaf Decidueye earlier, hitting these level spikes is not as important as positional sense for these Japanese players. They're maintaining position in that top lane. They're contesting every single bit of farm. Mimikyu level 8 3/4 almost has access to that play with me. Charizard almost at level 8 as well. Psyduck is going to put some pressure on the Regieleki top side, but the rest of C2 have decided to not even go for it.
Yeah, okay, so that's going to be taken by Fennel. That will be easily defended by C2 as they try and alleviate that pressure down here, but the enhanced charge beam is going to make all the difference as Blizzard comes through from Articuno as well. Eject button has to be used as they try and zone out Chancemaker here. They have the opportunity to find the damage onto Regice, but has to retreat knowing that Mimikyu was going to cut off their approach. Fennel are going to take both objectives here. That is massive for this team.
Have you ever seen, you know, we talk about strifing a lot in the shooter games that we play. Have you ever seen a Miraidon strife? Because that's what they did to defend that pad on the bottom side. Trick Room is just not going to care about the Flux Zone this time around. Moltres is going to go after the little tricky Pikachu clone. However, Trick Room breaks the ankles away from the Moltres. And now this Miraidon is looking like the big problem for C2 right now, because on their team, Tana, they don't have a lot of dive. The damage going to be taken by this Miraidon is going to be absolutely minimal. And topside, we have a Mega Lucario.
We do. Will it make a difference? Seismic Slam's going to be used here. And there's the Charizard X looking for the first KO. Able to find it around the close combat coming out from that Mega Lucario. And they'll find the Mimikyu as well. 80 points can be dunked here. Not if Hooper has a word to say about it. And now Articuno is on this pad. Ice Wing Whiteout will be used. And that freezes the pad. All C2 can do is retreat.
That's going to be the most positive use of a Mega Charizard X I've seen in a little while. It got the KO on the Lucario. It got the KO on the Mimikyu. And suddenly, it's boosted up all the way to level 10 and a little bit. Almost going to hit that level 11. It's actually out-experienced the Mimikyu, but this is not what you want to do if you're this Charizard, but that is exactly what you want to do if you're that Mammothswine. Mammoth Mash going to be looked out as well. Ice-type on Ice-type. The flames are heating up from this Moltres and Charizard, and C2 have found a way to fight their way back in this. They still got a donut store on the board. Mimikyu has been in that bush for quite some time here, Chano, and they're going to pull out the play with me. No Charizard Unite to help them just yet, but the full power Psy, they're frozen, they're alive, now they're back to Nurse Job.
That's a shame as well, because we saw a bit of a snapback coming out from that Mimikyu as they try and use those Shadow Claws on that Charizard, but they do find the KO anyway. We'll have a pause here. I think we may have seen somebody get DC'd, so we'll pause it at the moment. You can see the casters were just on the edge of their seats for that fight to break through there, buddy.
I mean, we experience it a lot as casters. We sit down a lot, so sometimes you just got to get up, stretch your legs, get out of your seats, because I mean, it's a tough job. We sit here for a long time in the comfort of our own homes, you know, with drinks at hand and snacks on the table. It's a stressful job being a caster. So sometimes you need a break and you just need to stand up and give yourself a nice little walkabout. So big thank you to the players for allowing us that opportunity.
I mean, the difficulty is when those pauses happen, you are in the zone as a player, buddy, and you saw the reaction from Fennel, from C2. Articuno plush on the field. That looks adorable, man, and they are playing it so well.
Yeah, they're playing it very well. I jest when it comes to the breaks and the pauses, because as a player, it's not the best thing to do, because when you're in that zone and you now have to pause, you kind of get broken out of it. And of course, when you're on stage, you have these cameras on you, Tano. So, I mean, these guys don't look stressed at all. I believe that's C2 that we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Very relaxed, very chill, because the minute you start letting the stress get to you, that's when you start making those misplays. Now, unfortunately, I believe it might have been the Mega Charizard X on that side that had the disconnect, because we did see that snapback come through. So let's hope all goes well and they can get back into this game.
Fingers crossed, hopefully quickly as well, because, you know, we've been here for a while, and I want to make sure we can get all the games in as much as we can before we have to move on. We've got more Pokemon Unite action for the rest of today as well, so excited for that later on, buddy, with more tournaments taking place. Look at all the crowd here saying hello to the camera, the excitement, people stood up. It's so hype, buddy, as we have a nosy at some of these plushies. There's your Mimikyu plushie coming in. And Magikarp! That is a Pidgeotto, bro!
No, that's a Pidgeot. That's a Pidgeot, right?
That's a Pidgeot, yeah. It's a Pidgeot.
A Pidgeot.
No, it is Pidgeotto. It's Pidgeotto.
Is it Pidgeotto? Okay. Well, yeah, those two look very similar anyway. Worst regional bird, just FYI. Yeah, I said what I said.
Absolutely not, bro.
Oh, I said what I said. Spearow is better. Spearow is better than Pidgeot.
What?
I said what I said. I said what I said. Spearow is the better designed bird out of the two.
That is the worst take I have ever heard on Pokemon, bro. Spearow over Pidgeot? Nah.
100%. 100%.
Nah.
I will stand on that statement. Okay, you know what? We're at a pause, so you know we can talk about this. Let's talk about this. You want to come at me for this take? Let's do this right now. Pidgeot is just a giant bird. Ain't nothing unique or Pokemon about Pidgeot. It's a bird with a mohawk. Okay, it's a bird with a mohawk.
What do you want?
It is. Fearow at least looks Pokemon-esque. It's got unique features. It's cool. It's menacing.
What's a unique feature, bro? It just looks like a same type of bird.
What bird does it look like? What bird does it look like? What bird does it look like?
It looks like a vulture, bro. It just
exactly
looks like
vultures
a vulture.
are cooler. Vultures are cooler than pigeons. So we're gonna put that on hold for right now. We'll get back to it in just a minute as we get back to this game. C2 are on the board with 40 points. Charizard is here, gonna try and get this Mimikyu. Doesn't have access to that. It does have access to that. It's gonna use it now. Mega Charizard going after the Mimikyu does manage to pick up a KO. And finally, Tana, we are seeing the reason why this Japan region likes this Mega Charizard.
Yeah, I'm liking it here, but it's worked effectively for C2, but they've got to get more from it as well. There's an Ice Wing Wideout going to be used. There's the Enhanced Charge Beam that they're not even able to shut the distance down on. Fennel, again, pairing up great synergy in their Pokemon selections here. We have a Mega Lucario down in this bottom pad. The Aura Cannon has been used, trying to see if they can do enough, but no! Psyshock shuts them down with Moltres being in the face of it.
Yeah, 100%, but this Charge Beam is just going to shred down this Mammoth, so it's going to have to Earthquake out. Side Beam just out of range right now. So 174 to 40. C2 just a little bit behind right now as they turn their attention to a Regidrago that is marching up and down in that central lane. Psyduck is here, Moltres is here, Charizard is here as well. These levels not looking too bad right now, Tano, as Charizard has taken the highest level on the board.
Yeah, so really making a statement as we were questioning Regidrago here. Looks like it was going to be stolen by Hooper, but Charizard does manage to find that final hit. But again, we've talked about it. It's points, bro. The only way you can win a Pokemon Unite game is by scoring more than the opposition. Right now, only 40 points on the board for C2. So they know they have to win this team fight if they want to win this game.
Yeah, 100%. As we count down closer and closer to the end of this team fight, 22 seconds right now. Only level 13 Mimikyu on the side of Fennel. Only two level 13s on the side of C2. They've really managed to catch up on the side of levels here, Tana, but with 10 seconds left to go, they have to find some good positioning. 2 tier 1s up for the side of Fennel. Only 1 tier 1 up for the side of C2. Let's see how they position. They position close together, but that is enough for this Charge Beam to rip right through their side.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to get enough for them here on the side of Fennel. They're already dropping damage onto the Kyogre. Charizard X looking for that Articuno matchup. They've got to take down this Enhanced Charge Beam. Of course, Bright Fusion Meteor Storm is going to be popped now. Seismic Slam coming on through, and it makes the difference. Mamoswine finds the KO onto Articuno. There's the Aura Cannon. Can they find the Charizard X with it, though? Close Combat comes out, and yes, they do. Revenge is there. Sweet onto the side of the Kyogre, though, with the Mimikyu. Looking for the Shadow Claws. The rip continued on Kyogre, and Fennel do it. They take Kyogre with that Mega Lucario, and they're already in the lead here, Lobo. It's easy, Hundo Burgers.
Oh, that was a good start to that fight, but it just went the wrong way for C2. Mamoswine get absolutely shredded by that Enhanced Charge. When we saw the Seismic Slam come out, it was to actually protect the Espeon, I believe it was, that got caught in that play with me. But then the Charizard just ran towards the Miraidon, got caught by the Aura Cannon and the close combats, and of course, in that pup, that Lucario is not being CC'd, so those Fire Punches and Flare Blitz are doing absolutely nothing to that. We saw glimpses, Tana, of why this Mega Charizard X has been used so often, but nothing that is that outstanding just yet.
No, 100%. I mean, it was great to see how effective it was in this game, and you know, it is a full all-star draft, so we won't see it for the rest of this set. We'll have to wait for another set to see if that is still a strong, viable Pokemon. We're looking for a bounce back here from C2, but it is just going to be about scoring what you can when you can, because points-wise, way too much. Fennel have outlasted this. They are going to take game one with a brilliant team fight once again.
Yeah, I agree. Fennel's ability to team fight right now, Tana, probably is just kind of unmatched with all the other teams that we've seen. I mean, Reject's team fights were so very, very good as well, like what we witnessed, but it seems like Fennel is just on another level. It's target selection here in Japan. When it comes to this, their target selection is just so on point. It's so good. We saw, what I really liked was the Mega Charizard, I mean, any Charizard Unite move, that Seismic Slam, can cancel out any other Unite move. So whether it's a play with me, or whether it's even a Slow Beam, can cancel that out if you manage to ult the Mimikyu or the Slowbro in that example there. So it was used to actually protect a teammate, more like a defensive ult that you would use, and then it can go on the offensive, because I don't know if it managed to KO the Mimikyu. It just managed to Trick Room its way on out of there. So, I mean, C2 had some positives, but it was the Miraidon in that instance, just not enough dive for me on C2, because there was no way to attack that backline.
Yeah, it was a difficult backline to get onto, to be honest. The Miraidon, I'd love to see the damage taken stats on the side of Michio there as well.
They don't
we have a look.
Sorry, they don't really show the stats, but I don't think we've seen a stat page yet, have we?
No, I don't think they do. We definitely haven't. They just go straight into these highlights, and then, of course, they do the interviews. Maybe it's just something that they do live. But right now, they have this 2-minute mark, just looking to see the zoning on the side of Fennel. C2, they're the ones that have to make the approach, mate. They're so far behind here. It's down to them to capitalize on it as they dive straight onto the side of this Miraidon here.
Yeah, but see how far, Mammoth Swine is so far away from its team. There's no traditional healer on the side of C2. They actually missed the Miraidon with its Ice Fang trying to get it out there. I think that's a little bit more aggressive than C2 really needed to be. I think patience was a little bit more needed in that fight. They have to pop the Mammoth Mash. They don't actually hit anybody here with the Mammoth Mash. It's a survival ult at best.
Yeah,
they get the they get the Articuno, but the Articuno was already taking damage from the Mega Charizard X Unite move.
Yeah, and it's a good KO to pick up, but they were already taking damage, as you called. They do manage to half off the Espeon here, but if they can't find that KO, we see the Bright Future Meteor Storm coming down. They're able to get themselves out of it on that Espeon side of things with their eject button. But again, they need assistance on this Charizard X to this Mega Lucario. If they had any extra damage here, I actually think they find this KO.
Yeah, I think if they had... look, this is where I think the healing is needed. They get stunned up as well and just KO'd by the Lucario. The Lucario holds on to this Aura Cannon Unite move for a long time. And this is also incredible resource management coming out from the side of Fennel as well. Lucario is the last Pokemon to use its Unite move, considering how powerful it is. They still have Moltres Unite move, and you and I have a lot of conversations about how effective we think Moltres Unite move is. But unfortunately, I mean, for CC, I think it's just good resource management, good target management selection by Fennel.
It is, yeah. Again, an impressive fight from Fennel in those final few moments. They were already in the lead as well, and that means that they are currently 1-up. Now, when both of these two teams clash, chat, multiple times, it ends up being a 2-1 victory to one of them, Fennel being the recent ones that took that victory. So can C2 bounce back? This is all-star draft, the first time that we're seeing this kind of action live here, and it has been adopted by a lot of Pokemon Unite this year. And I can't wait to see how they adjust in this second game, because that means all these Pokemon that are so strong that we see, that Charizard X they put so much importance on, no longer can be played. Moltres is out, Psyduck gone, Espeon, Articuno. The Mimikyu has been played a huge amount here today as well, Lobo. That's not going to be playable in the next one either. So it's about adjustments here from C2 if they want to take this to a third game.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, a lot of the time when Mimikyu was very, very powerful, sometimes it's very, very hard to see why Pokemon are so well picked in these games. Sometimes, a lot of the time, you know, I saw people telling me Mimikyu's so powerful, Mimikyu this, Mimikyu that. This was after I got my gold badge on it. But however, anytime I see it in these competitive 5-stack rankings, you know, maybe it's the fact that people are so wary of it, it doesn't seem to perform as well as its reputation. But right now, Japan are playing this very, very well. And they seem to have swapped the moves. So anytime we see Trick Room, we're seeing Shadow Claw. Anytime we see Shadow Sneak, we are seeing the Play Rough combination, which is the exact opposite of the two moves that they give us in the game. So we're going to go straight into game 2. We can't get back into our bird conversation just yet. We will, Tana. That's on the back burner. However, they're going to start off with a Machamp ban.
Oh, is that a Whimsicott plush as well there that I can see? There's Lucario.
Oh, that's so.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
That's so cute. So again, Lucario is my most hated Pokemon, but I recently gifted my nephews their first Pokemon plushie, and I'm very, very happy with the way it went. Look at the Rowlet.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see like Pokemon still being loved by so many people, and especially like a generational thing. Like you've got parents there with children that are loving Pokemon. It's so adorable, chat. This is why we love this franchise. But looking at these picks, Zapdos is going to be banned out finally for the first time here today. From what we can see, Mewtwo Y, Mew, as well as that Machamp, Zacian, and Buzzwole from C2.
See, we did see that Fennel were hovering over Zapdos in that game 1, but they decided for the Miraidon instead. However, now they're choosing to ban it out. That does a lot of damage. It doesn't. I think Zapdos outputs the same amount of damage as Miraidon, but it just does it in different ways. The burst damage early on Zapdos is so very, very strong. Now, we're going to see the Blue Shifu, Mime, and Serena come out from C2. We saw this comp come out, I think it was game 1 of a previous match that we watched, but we got Blastoise, we got Blissey, we're gonna see a Dodrio. I'm so excited for this.
It's about time. It does get banned out a lot of these games. Dodrio has been a leading Pokemon here for Japan. Inteleon finally on the field as C2 are going to grab that ranged attack here. And again, we've got a situation where Fennel doesn't really have any ranged attack, but I mean, you could argue that Tri-Attack on the side of that Dodrio has some range to it. But it looks like it is going to be another all-rounder here.
Oh, sorry. I got
it's OG,
there.
bro. It's OG.
It's OG, Lucario. That was a very quick switch at the end by Fennel. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I think they have the new system in the game, don't they? Where it's all-star draft on tournament.
Oh
mode,
yeah,
so like you can't pick a Pokemon that has been played. Thank God they brought that in. Let's say that for sure.
So gonna put you on the spot, Tano, like I love to do, because I love to put you in awkward positions, especially after we fight about the best designed Pokemon here. On paper, where's it going?
C2 on paper. They've got the ranged, they have the Water Bear, and they're going to pair that with a Mime. And we've already seen how dominant Serena is in this region. And I honestly think Alchemy is such an underrated support. I think the support that you can give with the Recover as well as the Unite move is so good. But if you take away the paper and you look at the players and you look at the Pokemon in this region, it's a Dodrio, it's a Blastoise, Fennel. I just feel like have that little edge over C2 with the Pokemon that they picked.
If you take away the paper, this is why we cast. Well, no, I 100% agree with you. I think Fennel have the experience, and we saw it in the C2 interview that all they want to do is catch up. So, in C2's mind, Fennel is pinnacle or the nation. They're at the top of the mountain right now, and that's where C2 want to be. And slowly,
oh, this is tough. This is so tough.
What do we say, Tano? There's 3 things in life that are certain: death, taxes, and a Kung-Fu getting invaded.
Yeah, this is so difficult as we look for the KO opener already taken by V1 here. And that is really difficult for C2. They know that invade was going to come through. They've got Combusken online on the side of Fennel, and you're not far off having Dodrio here either looking for those stats.
No, and again, when you're in this situation right now, you kind of feel like you're being a little bit strangled here, Tana, because you're in a chokehold, you're being invaded. Their central laner hasn't had anything bothering them. Dodrio is such a problem, and now it is just going to prove so hard to deal with this triple-headed menace.
So we have a little bit of insight as well that we'll talk to you about in a minute here, chat. So the Mime is going to go down here. Fennel are opening the gates with absolute poise here. They are so aggressive. They've found some great levels on the side of their Pokemon. They've got stacks in as well. And now Dodrio is at a level where it's going to be an absolute nuisance to C2 as they're still desperate for a Shifu to take to the field.
Oh, they're trying. They tried desperately to get a KO on that Dodrio. And I think this is why, I mean, we have wanted to see Dodrio for so long being played, and I mean, a Pokemon like Mime that is so hard to deal with, a Dodrio, a competent Dodrio player has no problem whatsoever. They're looking for the buff. The Urshifu was ready and there. I think Urshifu, no, Dodrio got the buff, and the tri-attack, oh, but this is why we love the Blue Bear. It is a pseudo speedster. It picks up the KO. It gets its own back.
Just missing out on grabbing that blue buff away, but I think if they had, I don't think Blue Bear would have been able to get there with the cooldowns, but nevertheless, Blissey will fall as well. So C2, they have a moment here to get themselves back in this game. Level 7 on the side of this Surgeon Striker. Shifu has to get away from that Blaziken. Drizzile is sent back to Nurse Joy. Shifu is sent back to Nurse Joy. Fennel shut the door straight away.
I mean, they didn't even look through the peephole at that door. They didn't even open it right now. I mean, it was creaked open and they, like you said, slammed it. I mean, I think C2 got a little bit overconfident there, picking up the KO on the Dodrio and getting some momentum right now. They're still 90 points behind. They have to be wary. They have to be careful, but they can't be afraid of Fennel right now. They're rolling and they're not going to be stopped when they get into this kind of form.
Okay, Regice will be a good buff for them to take here. Oh, that was getting very close as Fennel tried to push in to steal that one away. But no, C2 have got some experience. Now they can score some points, getting themselves back in this game. But again, Regieleki is pushing that bottom T2 pad. Points are raining on in. They're ever so close to opening up that home pad once again, which could give them the win condition.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon gets pushed, and Blastoise turned a losing battle into an almost winning one with that spin. Mr. Mime is not going to care. The Surging Fist, the Flowing Fist, sorry, are going to go on to the Dodrio, but Dodrio is just going to triple right on out of there, and Alcremie is... Oh my god! Alcremie gets the KO on the Dodrio.
You could hear the cheer from the stadium as well. They were so close. That snipe shot lands with perfection, and it was just a basic to take down that Dodrio, which is so fascinating because it has been a big problem here for C2 in this game early on. 208 points to 72 right now. C2 need to do more to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, but they're starting to come away with some victories in these fights here, Tana. The Quinley Ascendant's going to go onto the Blasters. Can they finish it off? They can before it gets healed up by the Blissey. Serena, we haven't seen Stomp in a long time, Tana. It has been a triple axle kind of move set for the rest of the West out here. But with Serena, with no Queenly Majesty, but it's just being healed by these fluffy creams coming out from this Alcremie.
I tell you, underrated support on the side of this Alcremie, but that Aura Cannon is going to blast them back to Nurse Joy with the assistance of Dodrio coming through. Huge defense there from Fennel. Of course, you won't have a Mega Lucario after using that Unite move, but you do have a great amount of extra damage you can drop off the back of it. Right now, again, C2 looking to take these team fights, looking for the levels. They're keeping themselves in it on that side of things. You don't win a game of Pokemon Unite without scoring. Can they find Lucario here? No, they can't. Bro, these E-Speeds are off the charts.
These E-Speeds are so good. The Hydro Spin's going to go through on the Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime don't really care about that as C2 turn their attention to this Regirock. They're going to secure it. That's a look at the wall. Look at the wall from Mr. Mime. But also in the backside, look at Dodrio. This Regieleki is going to march on into home. So C2 have to pay some attention to it now. Serena and Mr. Mime are going to try and defend this tier 1 on the top side. The Showtime's going to come out from the Mr. Mime alongside the Bliss assistants. Mr. Mime is going to go down, and C2 have just capitulated because they have offense and surges coming from both ends at their home pad and on their tier 1. But Serena, the queen, is standing tall.
Yeah, that was a great defense. Serena Alcremie being such a brilliant duo here for C2 as they stomp their way onto this pink blob, getting back to their pad. Great oppression in this top lane, but the difficulty is there's another Aura Cannon coming through, looking for the secure. Snipe shots as well. They can't find Lucario, bro, and that is a big issue for them. There's the Flowing Fist onto the Blissey. Still can't find the KO. The eggs come through. The Spin Voice is going to do enough to defend their Blissey, and that is a huge shame for C2. You were looking for that KO.
Yeah, give the Blissey the crown. The Queen couldn't get the KO, but there's the tri-attack coming through. Gets caught right into the Queenly Ascendant and finished off with the power of a snipe shot and the stomp as well. And C2 have cut the score lead in half almost right now. 16 possibly going to go in. Nope, 37 is going to go in first, accompanied by a 40. And whatever scores that C2 just got back, Fennel just said, nah, we'll take them right back. Here's your receipt. Thank you very much. No returns allowed on a weekend. 10 seconds to go. Regilecki's going to spawn down bottom, and I think C2 need this one.
They do, and I like that Fennel know that. They know that C2 have to show for that Regilecki because their home pad is exposed, so they're going to take the opportunity to grab this top Reggie, which will be a massive buff for them to take in that final fight. What's it going to be? It's a Reggie Rock. That's going to be pretty big for that Blastoise and that Blaziken actually in the middle of that final fight. Great advantage from Fennel to play that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is going to march down to tier 2. Now, do C2 want to take this fight straight away? Serena is here. They're actually going to let the Regilecki walk onto Pat. If they waited a little bit longer, Tano, they could have got the double cap coming through. Now they've made this a 109-point game. No Unite moves used. However, Serena has found the Blastoise, and they could look to pounce onto this Blastoise. Blaziken does deep reposition as well. Blastoise could be taken out here early. Eject Hydro Typhoon. The snipe shots are going to hit. The Azul Spy Vision is going to come out as well. However, the triple trample into the Kyogre pit alongside the Blitz Assistance. It is 2-3 on the scores. Secures the Kyogre. And Fennel proved to be the final objective, Goats.
Bro, what did we predict coming into this one? You were both like 2-1 to whoever. 2-0 Fennel was my prediction coming into this one, bro. They got 1:27 left. Well, right now, they're looking for that 1,000 Island dressing, bro. They have got so many scores on the side of Fennel. Maybe a bit too unreachable for C2 here.
I mean, 541 points are needed right now. The Mr. Mime has 4. I mean, the Mr. Mime has the most amount of EOS energy on the side of C2. Total combined energy between C2 is 3,339 plus 4, 13. I think that's enough to win this one, to sway the scores here, Connor.
I mean, they're close to getting that 1,000 Island dressing, buddy, as they do get some points in on the side of C2. 45 seconds left, though. Will they do enough? Blaziken is going to close out this one with more points raining on in. Will they be coming back? No, they're going to look to pick up more here as they do try to break that 1,000 mark. Right now, C2 just desperately trying to get some points in. It's not going to be enough, bro. Fennel are going to take this with a 2-0 victory. We have a Fennel reject final here in the qualifiers for the Japan Championships.
I mean, the two teams that are already qualified through World Championships, through the Asia Champions League, are going to face off for the grand final. I mean, I think they're going to get their 1,000 Island dressing here. I think it's the first 1,000 Island dressing we've seen. We might have seen another one earlier on in the night. No, I think we were close, but Fennel, a dominant performance, and it just goes to show you when we talked about C2's mentality, the respect they had for Fennel was commendable. But I mean, if this is the team that you're chasing, if this is the team that's your goal, that's not a bad goal to have.
Nah, it's really not. And to be honest, you know, I think they'll probably look at C2 and think, you gave us a fight. You definitely made us have to work for that one. And the Serena was so good, buddy. I really enjoyed that from C2, and I think Fennel will have to consider that as they go over and give them their respects. It's a shame, but Fennel are such a strong team, and everybody knows why they are the ones with a target on their back.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, going into this as well, I think Fennel have some confidence. I mean, Reject have some confidence as well going into these grand finals. But before we get to see the grand finals, we're going to have to fight our way for our 3rd place match. Between all of that, we did just get an incredible raid as well. So big shout outs. Tano, you try and pronounce that name because I'm not even going to try.
I'm going to say Zylkira. Thank you so much for the raid on in here. And hello to everybody that has just come on in with that incredible raid. We have been doing a lot of fun here for the Japan Championships. This is the World Qualifiers that is going on here in this one. And we already have our World's qualified teams, by the way. We'll talk you through it. It is going to be Fennel. It is going to be Reject. And then I believe we also have C2 exist, and then it's going to be Zeta Division that are going to qualify for Worlds from this.
Zeta Division was the surprise of this this tournament, Tana. They got knocked out in the earlier rounds. A strong team being knocked out as well. So, I mean, very, very surprising, but also at the same time, not surprising considering how good these two teams are right now. Now, before we look at the highlights, let's go back to this conversation.
Here we go.
I'm joking. Everyone is entitled to their wrong opinions about the design of Pokemon. And of course, Tano is so very wrong with this one. But it's okay. We agree on more things than I think we disagree on, Tano. It's okay.
I mean, man literally wrote in chat, my favorite bird is Honchkrow, and now I think that's the best bird Pokemon design. Honchkrow.
Say the Pokemon properly. Put some respect on my favorite bird Pokemon.
It doesn't change the fact that you're wrong. But anyway, we have this interview.
Okay. First of all, whoa. First of all, Honchkrow is an infinitely better designed Pokemon than Pidgeot. Get out of here. It's a mob boss crow Pokemon. You can't. That is so much better than a giant pigeon with a mohawk. Get out of here.
Bro, I'm not saying it's better than Pidgeot. I agree with you. I like the design of Honchkrow. It's not the best bird design in the game.
It is. Give me a better bird design Pokemon. Go on.
I'll find one, bro, but it simply isn't.
You can't even think of one. Give me a better designed bird Pokemon.
I mean, for a start, I much prefer Talonflame. Personally, that's just personal to me.
So basic.
All right. I give you it. Galarian Zapdos.
That's not fair because we had this conversation the other night. Well, you also, can I point out, you would not have even thought of Galarian Zapdos if I hadn't shown you that video. True or not?
Star Raptor from Danny here as well.
Look,
okay. Listen,
I can't. That's not fair. I can't argue with Danny. It's literally impossible to argue with that. I can't. She's the queen. What do you want me to do? Argue with the queen? Can't do it.
Listen, I do. Corviknight is another one, bro. Corviknight.
Look. I'm a massive Corviknight stan. I think it's incredible. It's not a better designed Pokemon than Honchkrow. I'm sorry, it's not.
Debatable.
It's not.
I think that is a conversation you could have because it is a really well-designed bird. Honchkrow is also a well-designed bird. So let's leave it there because we could debate this until the end of time. Let's have a look at these replays here. I feel Shabam in my ear going, just continue on the game. Let's have a look because again, another great game from C2. They really tried to keep themselves in that one, and as we mentioned, I think the Serena is so impressive from C2.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Serena was definitely aided by the Alcremie. We saw the really nice positioning of those recovers, which I really think should be called Decorate because it's actually decorating the field. But I think they swapped those moves around. Again, my own opinion. But it was the Serena that was doing it. How do you feel about the Inteleon? Because I felt the Marshio's Dodrio here was immense.
The thing is, the snapshots were landing, buddy, but you need that extra bit of damage as well to be able to find the final KO. Like, the snapshots were not missing at all, to be honest, but if you can't find that extra bit of damage as well, which you're relying on your Water Bear and Serena to do, you're not going to be able to find the KOs, buddy. So, as we see here, that's going to land. It was going to land on the Blaziken, unfortunately, just out of the range in that bush. But I think we're just isolating here the box that's getting ready with this overheat, waiting for them to get into that range. It's kind of baiting with the Blastoise that Fennel were doing here.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% here. Now, I mean, we talk about matchups all the time, Tano. I mean, Urshifu versus Blaziken in this one. It's a very close comp because they have very quick moves. The surging strikes versus the fiery fists of Blaziken. It feels like Blaziken just gets the upper hand because of the amount of healing that it has with its not only empowered Unite move, but I mean, what a beautiful eject Hydro Typhoon.
Yeah, perfect to find the KO on Serena, which we already said was such an oppressive force from C2. Taking that Serena out of this fight just gives everything over to Fennel as they come on in with that triple trample.
From off the screen. From
Yeah.
off the screen.
Yeah.
Like,
And
I want to say, sorry, perfectly from off the screen to the middle of that Kyogre pit.
yeah, and all their secure now from Fennel is in there. But you see Inteleon coming in with his Azure Spy Vision, looking to see if they can get a hit. But the water spin, the spin toys from Blastoise is in, ready to go. They stun the Urshifu, and then they drop the damage. There's the Fluffy Queen Supreme from Alchemy. There's not a lot more you can do there as a support on the side of C2.
Yeah.
You've got to just use that Unite move. Hope you can keep your Pokemon alive in that pit. Give them the secure. But look at the position of Fennel. They have 4 Pokemon around that Kyogre ready to secure.
But look at who they've got though. So what happened here was Triple Trample went in, it stunned everybody up. Hydro Spin went in, it stunned everybody up. The Inteleon is facing the wrong way. With the Azure Spy Vision up, it's facing the wrong way. It's not going to be able to get a basic off. And I mean, Full Heal is in there, Power Up Punch is in there, Overheat is in there. I mean, Blissey Eggs is in there as well.
It's clean.
It's very clean. So I think we're going to go to another break right now. We'll have an interview, I believe, again with Fennel, but we're going to go into our 3rd place matchup, which is going to be between C2 and Ingest, which I think this is going to be Exist! Sorry! Shivam just yelled at my ear so loud.
I was waiting for it. The second you said it, I was like, Shabam's coming. Lobo physically cannot say exist.
It's like you and Moratorium.
It is.
We have been up for 5 hours. I have not slept yet, okay? It's not fair that I get yelled at I'm getting yelled at by everyone here. You know what? We're going to a break. Grab yourself a drink. I will be back. I don't know if I will. Goodbye.
グランドファイナル進出をかけたユナイトバトルが始まります。ユナイトバトルレディーゴー。しっかりゴール守りきっていますね、エンネル。そのフーパがまず先にたどり着いてのね、止める展開もお見事でしたが、ダッシュボタンからチャンスメーカーがチャンスを作る。まずはルカリオを KO してドッスンプレスにフリーザーを浮かび上がらせたところ、氷の牙でフリーザーに対して冷気で立ち向かっていきました。素晴らしい連続 KO。
メガルかない。カバーできる、カバーできる。グに入ってる。ナイス。おたる。おたばりあって。フーパーミッド、フーパーミッド。届いた、届いた、届いた。前目にしたでいいよ。熱い、熱い、熱い。上触ってそのままだいぶ行こう。お互いまだ小競り合いというところ、チャンスメーカー飛び込んでいきましたが、チャージビームの妨害耐性もありますので、ここは氷の牙は断念。スクラッシャー、口火を切っていくのは C2 ココアッタ選手です。まずはマンムーがフリーザーを KO して5対4の状況で、ルカリオもメガ進化、メガリザードンとメガルカリオのメガ進化同士の戦いを制していたのはメガルカリオ。海洋がの体力多くは残っていませんが、ガキ選手のこのミミッキュのシャドウクローが C2 に伸びた。
リザオッケーオッケー。リザ落ちたよ。エイフィめっちゃロー、エイフィめっちゃロー、エイフィ見て。エイフィやれ。やってもトロトロトロトロ。こだ全やる。よっしゃー。おらー。ナイス。これ今日無限にリソースもらう日なんです。それな。ナイス。わー。最高。
836対280、ゲーム1勝者フェンネル試合です。飛び込んでいくバリアを越えての水流連打、アクアブレイクはしっかりかわしている。裏ではドードリオがジメレオンを捉えて、そのまま3人でウーラオスに一気に攻撃を集中させていきました。
こうなるとちょっとね、メッソン側でこのいっぱい飛び込んでくるドードリオ、バシャーもカメックスをさばききるのはもう無理ですから、
飛び込んでいくのがマシオのドードリオ。飛び切りから狙い撃ち、
やってた。
インテミットいるよ。甘やなきそうよ。えぐいそれ。インテエグすぎだろ。そこ。
ドリア出てるドリア出てるドリア出てる。ナイスナイスナイスナイス。
マジかよ。
スピード取られるオーバーヒートの一撃、ブレイズキックでさらに連れてかれますが、ここあった選手、ホイップのサポート待って辛くも耐えている。ハイドロ台風が3匹のポケモンを打ち上げている中、アマージョをその水流で押し流したこの B のカメックス、海洋画の体力は半分を切っている。そしてラストヒット、ドリオ
一回引くよ。
ダメトレはめっちゃ勝ってる。
えぐい。ナイス。トロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロトロ。取れるよ取れるよ。
せーの。
ナイス。
近づいてきた王者の背中、今度こそその背中に手が届くかと思ったその瞬間、フェンネルが突きつけたメッセージ、よくここまでたどり着いたなと。しかしまだまだまだまだ俺たちの力はそこを見せていないぞと、リジェクトが待つグランドファイナルへの進出権 2-0 フェンネルが手にしました。
お待たせしました。3位決定戦まもなくスタートしてまいりますが、もうここからは選手は準備した状態でスタートしてまいります。ぜひ残り2試合、皆さんにとって最高の空間、選手にとっても最高の空間、そして配信をご覧の皆さんも最高の試合をお届けできるというところで、たくさんの多くの歓声をぜひ選手に届けてください。皆さん準備よろしいでしょうか。ありがとうございます。それでは3位決定戦 EXIST vs C2 の一戦スタートです。
先ほど岸さんにもありましたが、ここからは3位決定戦イグジスト VSC2 の一戦をお届けします。まずはステージ上の選手たちに今一度大きな拍手を、配信をご覧の皆さんも大きな拍手をお願いいたします。そして滝島さん、このタイミングですが私からどうしてもお願いしたいこともありまして、決勝戦が楽しみでリジェクトを見に来た、フェンネルを見に来た、その他のチームを見に来たという人たちも多いかもしれませんが、3位決定戦に進んできたイグジスト C2、 この両チームは何度も直前であのステージを逃してきたチーム、そして世界の舞台を逃してきたチームです。10名の選手たちは今一世一代の舞台に座っています。だからこそ大きな拍手と頑張れでもいい、初めて見たでもいいです、一言でも選手たちに声を上げてください。楽しむ準備はできてますか？見届けていただけますか？ありがとうございます。コメント欄の皆さんも突然失礼しました。実況篠原です。解説は
滝島です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。3位決定戦であれどすでにサンフランシスコ進出を決めた2チームですから、どちらが勝つのか、そして5年かかった4年かかったこの舞台を楽しむのはどちらか見届けていきましょう。さあトーナメント表の確認です。さあご覧の通りです。セカンドラウンドを終えまして、リジェクトイグジストはリジェクトの勝利、フェンネル C2 はフェンネルの勝利、よってアジアチャンピオンズリーグの再来、運命的なグランドファイナルを迎えました。
この2チームがまたしても決勝戦に勝ち上がってきましたね。今回も BO5 ということで
3-0 で勝ちますなんて豆選手はね言ってましたが、
いやそうですよね。ただ前回だと 3-2 という形、本当になんとかフェンネルは優勝したもののリジェクトもそこに食らいついていましたから
ですね。
本当に楽しみな一戦です。
そしてそのフェンネルをこの試合展開、試合結果、ゲーム数こそ 2-0 ではありましたが、展開的にはレベルリードとか苦しめる場面もありました C2。
そうですね、本当にその個人技の部分に関してはフェンネルに引きを取らないような戦い方ができていたと思います。そんな C2 も WCS に向かっていく、そんな強豪チームですからね。この後のサードマッチも間違いなく楽しい試合になることはありますね。
そしてそれに当たるのがイグジスト、リジェクト戦でもかなりの強さを見せましたから、
このチームはですね10分間の戦いも面白いんですけども、その前のドラフト、ここが一番見せてくれるので、今回もこの C2 に対してどんなポケモン選択をしてくれるのか今からワクワクですね。
さあということで改めてステージ上の大きなモニターにはリザーブコーチの6人目まで含めて12名の選手たちの姿が映し出されています。今回のこの PJCS、 少しでもこの選手たちの戦っている勇姿、姿というのを皆さんに覚えてもらいたいというところで、演出を少しでも選手たちの顔、名前と一緒にお届けしていますけれども、この6人が揃わなければこの舞台は叶わなかった。この3位決定戦すらも叶わなかった可能性があります。一度の敗北を大舞台で経験しました。それでももう一度座り続ける。
It's the third place match that we're bringing you here. It's C2. It's Exist. And both of these teams have qualified, but they want that extra bit of moolah that they can take from third place.
I swear to God, the conversations we have in between games are just so ridiculous. However, we've got an interview for you guys as well. So before we get into this next game, which is going to be the third place match, like Tano said, it's going to be C squared C2 versus Tano. What's their name again?
Exist.
Thank you very much
for
that.
Like
I'm not even going to say it. Anytime I say that,
say Ig.
This is going to be exactly like when I had to teach you how to say moratorium. Okay?
Exactly. But that's a really long word. Look how quick we're going to do this, right? Say Ig. Zist. Exist.
I was intentionally gonna mess it up just then, but that's okay. By the way, XPs, thank you so much for the raid. You're an absolute goat. Welcome on in, trainers, to the Japan Championships. We're gonna decide who qualifies for Worlds. Actually, we've already decided who qualifies for Worlds. This is our third place matchup between. Sorry.
Left hand.
Oh, are you going left? Are you going left?
Oh, it was right.
I got it wrong. He got it wrong. It's going to be between C squared or C2 and Exist right now. Exist are in the white, obviously, because you can see it on their shirt. And C2 are in the black on your right side. And I love this. The fist bump, the captains coming together at the start of the game. We'll get the interview, I think, a little bit later, Tana, because we want to get straight into this game. We might have a little bit of time, unless you think we can get through it as quickly as possible.
I think we might be able to do it now, buddy, as they get ready for draft.
Okay.
Kick off. So
I'll take the questions. I'll take the questions. You take the answers.
Okay.
So this was the interview with Fennel, as well. Was it Haruto?
It was Mame, I think.
It was Mame. So we got a recap from Mame. Thank you so much. So the first question was, you got a lot of fans cheering in the arena. How did you feel about this win?
I'm glad and relieved at the win, as I hadn't been in a good shape play-wise recently.
Very nice reflective response from Mame as well. And I love the fact that we're able to get these translated interviews as well. So again, big shout out to Earthall. So second question, your performance makes us, the spectators, feel easy now. Back in the Asian Champions League, you told us the Fearless draft exhausted your brain. How does today's full Fearless feel?
It does absorb my or our brain power, but it's definitely fun. They enjoy it so much.
I mean, that's exactly what the rest of the world should be thinking. And I think the rest of the world is slowly coming around to this full Fearless and all-star draft mentality. Question 3 and our last one. Before we get into the game really quickly, surely you got to use a lot of Pokemon and your brain. You're facing Reject again in the grand final, which is a best of 5 with a 1-game advantage as well. By the way, how do you predict it will go?
Well, back in the Asia Championship League, they got us 2-2, even though we had a 1-game advantage. We're going to win best of 5, straight 3-0 this time.
Oh, absolutely incredible. So big shout outs to Mame as well for that interview. Big shout outs to Earthall as well for translating them. They have been giving us a lot of information about the Japanese players, the names, absolutely everything. So it's been an absolute pleasure to work this kind of way, especially with this Japanese broadcast, because we didn't get to do much of that last time. We were kind of just casting it. But we're going straight into the draft now, Tano. Mew. Did we? It was last year. Oh, yes! Yes, she was!
She was.
I'm just gonna be quiet for the next 3 games. Tana, you're up.
Hey, listen, Lobo has casted a lot of Pokemon Unite from last year, so I can understand not being able to remember that. As we kick off this game, here's the bands chat. Mew, Mewtwo, Y, Espeon, Serena, Blastoise, Zacian from Exist. They know what C2 have been doing with all of those Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. Blastoise. I mean, the Espeon's a really interesting ban right now. I think it's a very deserved ban alongside that that Mew and Mewtwo are going to be banned as well. So, I mean, Zacian is such a common ban right now. We saw one Zacian come through as well, and it absolutely dominated play. There's our lovely coach from C2 that we absolutely adore. We're going to go with Moltres, Snorlax, Machamp finally being allowed out here, Tana.
Wow, okay, that's so interesting. Of course, it is a third place match. It is still full all-star draft. Let's see, Moltres, Snorlax, Machamp is such a brilliant comp to have straight out of the gates here, buddy. But Chancemaker is back on this Articuno, and they were so incredibly good on this Pokemon.
Chancemaker's Articuno is, I mean, we don't like Articuno. I think you and I, that's not an outrageous statement to say. We love watching people play it. We don't like it being played against us. But this combination of Articuno and Typhlosion seems to really be popping off here in this this Japan region. I like the Mimikyu as well. Last time we saw C2 play Mimikyu, it was a Shadow Sneak player off Mimikyu coming out. We've got Tommy back on the Leafeon. Still not 100% sure on that Leafeon Tana. Let's see if they can do just a little bit more on it. I feel like, again, target selection is going to be key. However, nothing on C2's roster right now really gets fully deleted by that Emerald 2-step. I mean, Inteleon, probably.
What? I love this. Thank you so much for getting me the photo, Shivam. So I was talking about the piece of paper that they had that has the Pokemon on it, and it looks like what it is a tier list on confidence of the Pokemon for their team. They've got like S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, and how comfortable they are on that Pokemon. Looks like Charizard Y is all the way down in that D tier. By the way, that might be quite an interesting one. Yeah, it looks like it. But it's so interesting. Like, these coaches have this, like, entire tier list printed out on what their team want to take into these games. It's absolutely crazy. I've never seen anything like that in Pokemon Unite. I love it.
But have you also noticed, Tana, that they're crossing off? So they're kind of the coaches are kind of giving themselves a live all-star draft, which the players get in-game. However, we did mention this, so for all the new raiders and all the new viewers coming in, of course, we're all waking up here right now in the UK. So the coaches are actually got headsets on and talking to the players throughout the draft and throughout the game, which is very, very cool. We haven't seen that done yet over here in the West at any of these lands. Cyndaquil going to take that central lane. Leafeon going to take a central lane for the side, for the purple side. I mean, Leafeon jungle, always fun.
It is, and we missed the ready, set, go, so let's do it now, buddy, to make sure that we do include it. Ready, set, go! And it is Moltres in the bottom lane, nearly getting KO'd. Back to the pad they go, though. Up in this top side, looking for it on the side of this Machop, this Mimikyu. It's all a rush for level 5 up here. Will Buzzwole find it? Will Mimikyu find it? We do have that Flame Wheel ready to go already down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of things that you and I have to keep in count when it comes to casting. We have to keep the Unite moves. We have to keep the Zartus, the timing, all the thing. But now you and Shivam have got me worried about me saying team names right now. So I'm so incredibly worried about getting this wrong again and getting yelled in my ear. But Leafeon going to be sent back to Nurse Joy this time round with that Flame Wheel. This is why Quilava picking up a nice KO streak of 2. Hooper takes out the Machop and Mimikyu takes out the Buzzwole. That's a KO each for the top side and for C2.
I'm just so surprised at how much Japan is allowing this Typhlosion through, because every time they do, the team against it struggles against it, buddy. They don't quite have the answer for it, so it's interesting that nobody is bothered about banning it still, and they have the advantage. Level 7, Typhlosion is online, taking the lead in these levels.
Mimikyu has decided to go with Shadow Claw, which I like against the Buzzwole and a Machop. Moltres actually sends its cohort, the legendary bird of ice, back to Nurse Joy. Leafeon Tommy, level 6 right now, searching for that Emerald 2-step. However, they're going to have to contend with this Typhlosion right now, which is also searching for that explosive Heat Haze. Hooper gets caught by a submission.
Yeah, they're just going straight back to Nurse Joy. Nothing you can do there. That is a Moltres trying to defend against that Typhlosion, but they can't. Submission will connect. They don't yet have that explosive Heat Haze ready to go. Not that they need it. Breaking the ankles, Lobo. They have the shielding from Flame Wheel, and they knew that Heavy Slam was coming their way.
Oh, that looked so good. The breaking of the ankles didn't even need the Flame Wheel to break the ankles of that Snorlax. Now, Trick Room is going to be set by this Mimikyu. I'm actually loving this moveset right now. Chase down the Buzzwole, but don't chase a Buzzwole too far because you're going to feel those fiery fists coming right at you. Now, Donut Store for purple side with a Registeel coming up as well. I'm not saying it.
You nearly had it, buddy.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
What we can say is that Typhlosion just got absolutely destroyed and sent back to that Pokemon Center. Mimikyu in the arms of Buzzwole as well. Capio doesn't yet have that Ultra Swole Slam, not too far from it. Will Hooper be able to find that secure? Wisely, they decide to go back to their pad here, knowing that the rest of Exist were up there, ready to throw it down. Moltres can't do anything down here. The secure for Regieleki is going to be uncontested, as C2 are going to be able to take it.
Look, I mean, look, now that they've got points on the board, they can start marching towards an objective. Exist have to find a way to make their presence known in this game, Tana. But Regidrago looks like it's going to be taken by a level 9 Mimikyu. This Mimikyu has just had a chance to scale, and scale. And when you get a Mimikyu rolling, it is very, very hard to stop it. Typhlosion going to go in here with the eruption. The Trick Room is going to be set as well. Moltres cannot stop this because Articuno is there. It is at full health and is going to stop you from getting anywhere near those high damage deals.
Yeah, pad exposed here. They can score points, open up that extra area of experience for Exist, but you at least give yourself a huge overcap down there in that T1 pad. Now grab the central area from C2. Looks like they want to go and see if they can defend this top side of things, but they won't have chance to, as Buzzwole will get themselves a nice overcap in that one as well here, buddy. Right now, Exist have been on the back foot, but they've managed to cut down this score lead, and they've even managed to catch up with these levels.
Tana doing me an absolute favor by saying Exist 5 times in the space of... This is why we love working together behind the desk. Now, Exist have a chance to get back in it. They cut that score lead down to just about 75 on this board. Moltres is going to get caught out by the Mimikyu as well, but Mimikyu actually going to find their way across the board here. A really well done to get away from the pressure that was being put on inside that top lane. Emerald two-step does get stopped by the play with me, and Leafeon is going to suffer for it. I mean, Typhlosion didn't even need to do anything. You said, bye-bye. I'm going to go do something else on the map. Buzzwole getting a 40 in, but it's going to get pounced on by 3 members of C2. Now, can they get out of here with the Ultra Swell Slam? They managed to pick up a KO on their way out, and this Buzzwole survived by the skin of that mosquito-like sucker.
I mean, bro, using the Mimikyu as a bludgeoning tool onto the side of that Inteleon, and then you find an easy KO. Exist have well and truly got themselves back into this game, but Typhlosion is not going to be one that you want to 1v1, bro. There's the explosive Heat Haze. To be honest, you're not going to complain about having that Unite move used just to take down one Buzzwole. The champ is going hunting here. Can't find the KOs as the Trick Hooper is going to come through smartly for C2 here, and they have to get themselves back into their own central area.
Yeah, look, Tana, this seems to have been one of the most action-packed games, and that's saying a lot. There has not been a break in the action. There's been scoring. Look at where Snorlax is going right now to score another 40, as Mimikyu tries to score a 50 when it's got 3 members of Exist raining down onto him as well. Now, on the other side, C2 are going to try and make a play for this tier 2 down. However, they've seen it. They've seen it on the map. Machamp going to go for submission. Can't grab the Articuno. They're going to try and grab the Typhlosion instead. Brings Unbound. Avengers assemble! Come through as the eruption goes through as well. Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax as well. Does send everybody up. Articuno is the first to fall. Moltres is fantastic on the defense. Mimikyu trying to do something here to take away anything, but Leafeon goes after the Inteleon, gets sniped in the face with a snipe shot. And Exist have done a beautiful job defending that pack.
We finally see an impactful Leafeon here today, buddy. Tommy really finding a way to get on that back line and bring punishment on the back of that Leafeon. And you know what? The second C2 lost that Articuno, once Chancemaker was taken down, that is a humongous amount of frontline that C2 loses, and they have to start retreating at that moment. Leafeon then just hunts down Typhlosion, and you have to back on up if you are C2. So right now, buddy, we've got 30 seconds before we say hello to the first Kyogre of this third place match. And looking at the points, 6 points separate these two teams.
Yeah, the scoring has been insane coming out from the side of Exist. They've done a brilliant job. Let's see Regiroulette, what they're going to roll for this one. It is going to be a Regirock, and that is a fantastic Regi for the side of Exist to roll. Moltres gets bulkier, Snorlax gets bulkier, so does that Buzzwole, and so does that Machamp. Now, 5 seconds left to go. Level 13s on the side of Exist, a level 14 on the side for C2. Are they just going to go for the rip, or are they going to go for the team fight? Patience has been the name of the game, but so far in this game, it has been more chaotic than any of the other games that we've watched so far. Let's see where this pops up, because Mimikyu is searching with those snipe shots.
They won't know as well who is in the lead here. That Ice Wing Wideout is going to be used there. The play with me to try and shut down the Moltres, and it works. They were so weak. They find it with an extra boost of Shadow Clawners. We have a block coming out from the Snorlax in the middle of the pit. Power Nap will be enough to pull their team into this and see if they can zone them out. Chancemaker looking to hunt down Tommy here as well. Wings are let loose. Can Snorlax do enough in the middle of this pit here? They're going to try and zone them out with a block, but they couldn't. They managed to get back onto that Kyogre, and that's all the difference they needed. C2 find the KOs, and they look like they can score easy hundo burgers here, mate.
Where did the Inteleon come from? It was Snipe Shot, but there were 7 bodies in the way of that Kyogre. How? How are you able to get that with all that? I can't wait to see the highlights on that, because once again, it was down to target selection. That has to be the phrase of the stream, of the day, of the tournament. The target selection is just so, oh my God. They just froze 5 people. Articuno just froze 5 people.
Hey, listen, Chancemaker is the GOAT. Bro makes the chances here for C2 to go and take the win. And yeah, I mean, listen, there's 23 seconds left. You're going to have to break down this ice wall on the pad. You're probably going to be able to score yourself a hundo burger. You're trying to stop this 49 going in. Look at them prepared for that, blocking it out of the way with the Moltres. There's not enough points on the field here for them to be able to win this one, Lobo. C2 is going to take game 1.
I mean, C2, once again, a strong performance. I mean, off the back of Chancemaker and that Articuno. Chancemaker's, I mean, we say it like it's a Articuno kind of one trick right now, but every single Pokemon that they've played, they've managed to get some kind of, you know, they make space for their team. They make chances for their team. It's in the name. I'm so curious to know, you know, a lot of the times we see the team captains come forward and do the handshake at the start. I'm very curious if the team captains are the shot callers here, or if it's actually somebody else on the roster that's calling some of those shots.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. I mean, do they do it differently from what we do in the West? Typically in the West, it's usually your player that can see most of the map. Typically the support player takes a lot of that, or your top laner. But here, I'd love to know who takes that approach and where they go with it as we wait for these highlights to come back on in, buddy. But this is the 3rd place match, chat. That's how competitive this Japan Championships has been.
And I mean, we got to say it again. All 4 teams, the 2 teams that are going to fight in the grand final and the 2 teams that are fighting out for this 3rd spot, they are all qualified for Worlds. So we are sending, I mean, I say we, Japan are sending 4... we, Tana, we. You and I are personally sending 4 teams to Worlds. We are sending, we're seeing Zeta Vision in that 5th slot. We are sending Fennel. We are sending Reject. We are sending Exist, and we are sending C2 as well. Those are the 5 teams that are going to be representing Japan. And I mean, what a strong contingent of teams that we've got going to Worlds. I mean, as an EU fan, I can't wait to see our EU teams match up against these Japan teams, and it's going to be a fun contest.
Yeah, it really is. I can't wait for Worlds. I think it's going to be such an impressive showing from all the regions. Here, as we have a look at the highlights, they highlighted there the Mimikyu finding the KO on the Moltres. That is game-changing for this fight. The Articuno Unite was used. Chancemaker wasn't able to find anybody in it, unfortunately. That is a bit impactful for C2. But this Mimikyu has been a brilliant answer for C2 as they're able to find clean KOs. This pad has got the ice wall on it, so it's not like they can go for any backcaps here with it being such a close game. And a good effort from the Snorlax, to be fair, Lobo, but they just weren't able to do enough. The zoning wasn't enough. Typhlosion does get in there.
The snipe shot was... I want to say it was almost, it felt like a 360 no-scope because he got out of the way of the Snorlax straight away and then fired. Look at that. It's fired right now. He threads the needle.
It's like the seas parted for that snipe shot to come through, bro. Under the heavy slam. I'm pretty sure that is under the heavy slam.
Us and our Japanese co-casters are on the same wavelength right now. But I also wanted to point out as well, a little bit of macro that we saw was after after Chancemaker went running after Tommy on that Leafeon, Chancemaker stood there and just decided to recall to the Hooper Rings Unbound and went and tried to do some damage to the Snorlax, which was being a hindrance to the rest of their team. Smart play. They could have kept chasing the Leafeon, but they knew exactly what they needed to do. Target selection, decision-making. It's been on point for this team. And the very interesting thing for me right now, a little bit of a difference that I'm watching between the West and the East right now, the target selection is picked from the very start of the game. You see the same players going after the same Pokemon every single time. Usually in the West, I mean, it's kind of a little bit more of, I want to say, a free-for-all. You're kind of just finding KOs wherever you go, but Mimikyu's KOing the other all-rounders. It's KOing whatever it needs to do first before it takes out anything else.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, buddy. I've also just noticed that caster just keeps on taking off extra pieces of clothing as we go back to them. Like, they took the tie off. They've now taken the waistcoat off. Like, it must be really hot in that arena. But with the crowd there, the amount of bodies that they have in that stadium, it really doesn't surprise me, man.
I wanted to say that because I noticed that as well when they switched back to him. I'm like, he had, I'm pretty sure before we started casting this, because we started casting this to the quarterfinals, he must have had a jacket at some point.
He did. Yeah, I think he did. So jacket, tie, waistcoat.
So the jacket came off, the tie came off, the sleeves went up to like above here, and then the waistcoat has now come off. So it's heating up over there in Japan for these for these championships. Mew, Mewtwo, Y, Espeon. It's the same bands as round one, but I think Blissey has entered ban jail as well. So Blissey is out of ban jail. It's going to be allowed to be played. I wonder if they pick it up. But once again, for everyone new in chat, Mega Charizard X has been a staple in Japan. And I really, really want to know why.
Yeah, I do think you have a decent amount of stuns on the Charizard X, and I think that might be the approach that they take with it. Like, you know, the stuns are so impactful in Pokemon Unite. I think that's why it's had a lot more importance than the Charizard Y, but we'll have to keep an eye on it because we've only seen it be impactful once in the amount of games that we've seen it in. So it does feel like Japan has an answer to that Pokemon at the very least, whereas the Typhlosion, I ain't seen anybody have an answer to that Pokemon despite every round it's been used in.
And the thing is, I think how many games we watched today? We watched 2 quarterfinals, we watched 2 semifinals, and now we're watching the third place round. So that's, 6 matches altogether? Typhlosion has been picked in every single first round. Yes. Every single first round it has been picked. And obviously, that is just the way it's going to go because it is so strong right now. It got a buff to Eruption, which honestly, it didn't need. But at this point right now, it's got to be one of the highest win rate Pokemon in competitive Pokemon Unite right now, even though it's only recently been allowed in tournament play. But let's get back to this draft because Chancemaker is on a Mamoswine.
Yeah, okay. Mamoswine coming out to play. They've got that Miraidon here as well. They love the ranged attack that they can get from that. And the Dragonite is online for C2 once again. Are they going to go for the Speedster-esque of the Cypher here? Looks like that might be the approach as they lock that in because it will be Water Bear coming at them from Exist. Although it looking like Rocky Helmet is there as well. That could actually be a Scizor.
If that's a Scizor, I'm going to be very, very surprised. Rocky Helmet, maybe there's a swap incoming. We still have 32 seconds coming through. But what I'm more concerned about right now is the last time Exist went up against the Miraidon, they had no way of diving onto that Miraidon. Now, Water Bear can get you there, but you got to get through Chancemaker.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it might not happen often. So there's no real dive to really deal with that Miraidon. And the funnier thing is, Tano, we're seeing Miraidon picked up over Zapdos right now here in the East.
Yeah, they don't seem to care about Zapdos at all here at all. You know, we've seen it have one ban for the whole of today.
Yeah.
It wasn't banned, it wasn't played. Like every ranged attacker has been picked up before it, which is so interesting. I understand why you would go Miraidon over Zapdos because it does have that enhanced charge beam, which has great range. But here we go, buddy. Ready, set, go!
No, we were a little bit off on the time.
There's no set. That's why.
There's no set. It's just go. I was like, why are we saying set?
I thought they said it earlier, bro.
It's all right. We'll get it eventually. It's something new. Everything needs practice. But again, there's 3 things in life that are for sure. Tana, would you like to tell us what they are?
Yeah, so death, taxes, and an invade on a Kung-Fu in Pokemon Unite. Not usually from a Blissey or a Chansey, I will say, but we've been seeing that a lot today from these support Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, poor Kung-Fu, just, you know, maybe we should just have a rule that says, you know, when a Kung-Fu's in a central lane, you just don't invade. Just be nice to the little thing. Let it evolve, and then you can bully it. But, you know, when it's evolved, it's not going to let you bully it. But here we have Dragonair is going to come in and do some bullying of their own. They're not able to get... Oh my God. A KO on... Oh, my God. Milcery, the pre-evolution of Alchemy. Thank you very much.
I gotta say, oh, here we go. Oh, they get a Citrus Berry, but unfortunately that leak does a little bit too much damage coming in from Exist, and they needed that, buddy, because it was gonna be a problem if they got that Dragonite online any earlier than you expect. It is Scizor here on the side of C2. Will that be enough to be able to defend this pad? Because they are up against that Galarian Farfetch'd, and it is ready. So Fetched with the damage. It's gonna be enough here to at least allow them to get some points in.
I think this has to be the first Scizor that you and I have probably seen in a long time. In, I think, all of the games that we've casted competitively this season, whether it was the official or, you know, even the last chance qualifiers that we had over here in EU. It's been a hot minute since we've seen a Scizor played at all. But right now, it is quite bulky. It is quite hard to get rid of. And they've got a Blissey, I don't want to say pocket, because it's going to be healing the entire team. But that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, especially if they're providing that to the Dragonite and Scizor. That's a lot of damage and really difficult to catch. It takes a lot to down the Scizor because of the Bullet Punch. It takes a lot to catch the Dragonite to be able to find that KO. So I actually like this comp that C2 has pulled out, and they're kind of utilizing it by being so aggressive early on. They're not far off Dragonite already online.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tommy's just going to try and ward off this Blissey, maybe try and secure it with an Egg Bomb. However, the recovers are going to be good, fall straight into an Ice Fang, but without a follow-up, Chancemaker actually decides they're in a unfavorable situation there, so just decides to tackle their way on out. Scizor has found, an Urshifu and a Sirfetch'd. They're holding on with a hope and a dream and an HP, but, I mean, with that trio right there, that's hard enough.
Yeah, it is. Both of those all-rounders do a ridiculous amount of damage, and the thing is, they damage you more than you can heal from the Bullet Punch, with how long it takes to get that ready to go in the animation. Right now, though, bottom lane, Regieleki being damaged here by C2. They have Brilliant Secure. Miraidon's going to do the rip. There's a Secure from the Hyper Beam. Psyduck fancied it, bro. Got a little bit tasty with a Bubble Beam, but weren't able to connect quick enough.
Man had a headache. He had to get back to his pad and get some medicine for that headache. But they're just going to rip this one down here. I mean, no Unite move yet for Charizard, but it could be very effective when it comes in to play with this Scizor. However, a Scizor does have the ability to 1v1 a Mega Charizard X, especially with the amount that it heals. So Fetch is just going to get out of Hyper Beam range. 138 to 34 as we're just nearing the 6.5 minute mark. And that scoreline for 6.5 minutes is kind of crazy, Tom.
It is. Both of these teams are really going at it. Lunging League Nova Blast is going to be used there so early on. Felt like they were going to jump over that pad, but wisely goes to get points to score. In the meantime, Scizor is sent back to Nurse Joy. The flowing fists of a Shifu in the face of this Blissey. And that's more points scored in this T2 pad as they get ever so close to breaking it. 3 points left.
Exist on, you know, they're on third, fourth, or fifth gear right now, but it just seems like C2 have had a hard time really getting their engines revving. I don't know why I went with the car reference there. Cars have nothing to do with Pokemon Unite, but it seems like they're a little bit slow on the take. They've lost their entire top lane before 5 minutes. Something seems to have really affected the way they're doing, because the amount of damage and the gap that is starting to open up between these two teams is starting to look a little bit worrying here, Tana.
It is. We're not used to seeing C2 this far behind in this game. Let's see if they can catch back up, though, buddy. There's a Hyper Beam. Chancemaker looks like they were going to go down, but such a big HP pool. Heals coming through from the Blissey. Exist are going to back on up to their pad here and play off that for this bottom objective. Tommy looking to go damage dealing, and boy, do they. Pillorswine back to the Pokemon Center. They do have the secure of the Hyper Beam, but Psyduck tries to pull them out of position. Straight into a lunging leak Nova Blast. Goodbye to that, and they're going to find the KO on the Dragonite here as they push them against the wall. Draco Impact wasn't enough to save them in that position as Exist dominate this bottom lane.
A beautiful flank with the lunging leak Nova Blast. They managed to get the Regieleki. They've taken out the entire top side of C2. Now they're going to work on the bottom side. Could we be left with just a single pad here for C2 with not a single pad destroyed yet for Exist? I mean, this is just an absolute turnaround from game one. Tana, Exist have woken up. I mean, and C2 have they're kind of just absorbing the damage. Like just the way it feels like they're playing, it feels like they've given up, but we know that's not how they play.
No, and, you know, everybody knows the saying, buddy. When there's a Kyogre, the game is not over. So there's every opportunity here for C2 to get back into it. The difficulty of having your T1 pads up, whilst you can play off them, and it gives you some great healing, it does mean backcaps are incredibly easy to come through. C2 know all they got to do, find experience, win these team fights, get yourself back in this game.
Yeah, but the Scyther is picking some fights here that I'm not too sure about. It's going to go in with the Unite move, the Red Illusion Dive, I believe it's called. I could be wrong. Oh, no, the Red Illusion Dive. There we go. The Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to come in. They're going to try and find the KO on the Urshifu, the Blue Shifu. And with the combination, Morino just gets absolutely deleted. Seismic Slime was used. Unite move on the side for Mega Charizard. Does get deleted by the Hyper Beam. Scizor is still fighting, but it is not enough. The damage reduction from Psyduck and the Alcremate healing is just so strong on the side of Exist.
Yeah, this support line from Exist is absolutely incredible. The healing, the displacements we're seeing from the Psyduck, as well as dropping the Bubble Beam on. Of course, you know when that happens, every burst of damage does more. And this is how Exist are managing to really dominate this game. We have a level 14 here from Tommy. And every time you have that Bubble Beam connecting onto the opposition, buddy, what are you going to have? You've got Surging Strikes coming out from that Urshifu. It is free hits just like that. Bing, bang, boom. Good job done.
I mean, now there's even more problems here. I think C2 are just going to let this walk in. With 25 seconds left to go, we got a level 14 Urshifu, like you mentioned. A level 13 Sirfetch'd. No Unite move on the side of Charizard. Chancemaker has taken a very aggressive position here to try and defend from this pad. That's going to go in. Sirfetch'd is going to get a... Ooh, I mean, they were looking for the 50, but with 7 seconds, 6 seconds left to go, 327 to 87, Tano, it's all to play for. When there's a Kyogre, the game isn't over, and this is C2's chance. Are we going to a game 3, or is C2 going to come back? Mamoswine does get pulled, but they're looking to be a little bit more patient right now. They found the Sirfetch'd.
Oh, can the Ice Fan connect? Yes, it does, buddy, but it's in the wrong direction. Capio's able to get themselves out of that position right now, and C2 are so far behind. The ball is in their court. They're the ones that have to do something here, and Tommy is looking to go hunting. Seismic Slam is going to land as they look for the KOs. There's the full power Sai. Bobby Cream Supreme paired with it as well as they find the KO on Blissey. No Bliss assistance is able to come through here. Dragonite will fall with Draco Impact used, and now it's down to Scizor with his Red Illusion Dive to find some KOs to keep their team in this. Looking for the Charizard X, and they find it. Miraidon here as well with the assistance. Chancemaker right in the middle of this pit, but with a minute left, Lobo, do they have enough to make a rip?
Yeah,
I mean, the rest of the team is coming back in. Chancemaker's the only one out. So Fetch has been found. They find the Miraidon. The Miraidon is trying to rip down the Kyogre, but Scizor finds another KO on the Alcremie. So Fetch cannot find the KO on the Miraidon. It's dangerously low, but Tano, this could go around the way. Look at the secure, the potential they've got inside the middle pit. Hyper Beam gonna go! C2! Pick up the secure!
Will they score enough, though? Safetch is going for the score on that home pad. Will be stopped, though, by the opposition. Hundo Burger's raining on in. They've got 25 seconds, buddy. They need a little bit more here. There's a Hundo Burger going into that T2. They've had to go back and defend. If they can't score here, they will not do enough to win. There's a 60 dunk. There's literally 2 points between these teams right now, bro. Can they get there? They need more. 10 seconds left. Scizor. It's all down to what Scizor can do. Can they get the 7 in? They need this. They've picked up more. They got it in. It's this to go. Oh my God, C2 are going to take it. No. They do it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is a third place game for the Japan Championships. Look at the cheers coming through. Take a bow, C2. What a way to bounce back, Lobo. Every time, every year this happens, something like that comes out of the Japan Championships.
We thought we were going to a game 3. What happened? Dragonite came back. The only person that was not available for C2 was Chancemaker. Scizor, largely ineffective, with no insult, no ill will intended at all, locked the heck in. Managed to pick up 3 KOs, one on the Safetch, one on the Alcremie as well. What a... And then Dragonite comes back for a beautiful secure.
I am so glad that that happened now at 11 a.m. UK time and not at 6 a.m. UK time when we were just starting to cast this, bro, because that was so loud, that was so electric, and it was a brilliant bounce back from C2. I feel our caster compatriots here. I feel the stress that they felt, bro. That was insane.
What? The Scizor was 1v4ing. Managed to secure a Claydol, an Indeedee for 7 points. That's all they needed, 7 points. A Lunging Leak Nova Blast was used. A Blissey was chucking eggs like it didn't care.
You have an egg, you have an egg, you have an egg.
The Blissey was Gordon Ramsay making scrambled eggs in Thea Sky Ruins. But they needed... Oh my goodness.
Hey, listen, the recognition from C2 to be like, we have to go back and defend, and to trust your Scizor, because that is it. You had no opportunity. You had to go back and defend that home base, defend that T2 pad.
And it was Cocoada Scizor. Well done. Even the casters are like, I gotta listen to this interview. Absolutely brilliant. So guys, I mean, we're gonna watch the highlights as well after this interview. I know Tano has to leave. Of course, how does he leave after that one? Because we still have Battle versus Reject next.
I know, honestly, I messaged in the chat here, I was like, Nightera might have to come in for this game 3, because I was certain that was going to a game 3, buddy. But out of nowhere, C2 are like, no, we are taking this here, we're taking this now, we're getting that 3rd place prize money. Exist have no opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, once again, shout out to Arthur, who's going to translate this interview for us, the questions and the answers as well. I can't wait to hear this interview, because, I mean, for us on our seats that watching that, can you imagine the Scizor that is just like, I need to move, I need to move, I need to move, I need to score now.
Thank God you have the buff, buddy, when you try and get that 12 dunk in. They only needed 2 points to tie the game, and they had 5 in their back pocket. Like, you know, it's double scoring as well. They accidentally went and picked up more as they went to. I mean, they were probably looking at the fact that it was so close. They needed it a couple more, and they were able to get a 24 dunk in with 3 people from Exist trying to stop them from doing that, mate. It was on the edge of my seat kind of stuff, bro.
I don't think our casting colleague has sat down since the end of the game.
I don't blame him.
The distinct, I love the distinct difference between the 2 casters on screen. One has solely stripped throughout the entire broadcast, and the other one has just like, I'm gonna absorb this heat right now.
We're on about keychains, bro. After that, we're on about keychains right now.
There's no time for product placement.
Okay, chat. We are going to head to a quick break as we bring you the grand final. We'll have that interview as well, translated thanks to the amazing Earthall here. We're going to head to a quick break. Grand final will be here. Fennel, it's going to be rejects. You're not going to want to miss it. That's it for me. Lobo will still be here. You know, we'll see you then. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We're going to be right back.
カタカナグローパンチです。カタカナでした。ごめんなさい。カタカナグローパンチでした。僕がわがまま言ってカタカナにしてもらいました。カタカナにしてもらった。わかりました。今テロップでも出してますけれども、カタカナグローパンチで応募よろしくお願いします。さあということで僕の早口からも伝わったと思いますけれども、最終決勝戦を皆さんに事前にお知らせしていただくこともあり、できるだけ一緒に楽しみたいという気持ちですんで、この後ハイライトを挟んですぐに決勝戦参ります。ここまでご覧いただきありがとうございます。やりきりましたね。一緒に楽しみましょう。楽しかったです。実況ここまで篠原でした。解説は秋島でした。ありがとうございました。
3位決定戦 EXIST vs C2 の一戦スタートです。
さあこれからの未来へつながる3位決定戦キストバンプから試合スタートです。に語り継がれる3位決定戦です。レディーゴー。トリックをつけていきながら強気に攻めていきますね。そうですね。おーっと富ですが取り切った。いや神キラー持ち前の勝負強さ、いや攻撃性発揮しましたね。そうですね。あそこでいける判断なかなかできないと思うんですけども、上はあと3個です。打てるよスキルをね。やったリフレッシュ。打つよ。ナイスカビ君ナイスカビ君。上行ってるよ上行ってるよ。ちっちゃいの結構取る。マシボタンないマシボタンないマシボタンない。ナイスよりナイスより。手前手前手前やばいやばいやばい。取ってんの偉すぎ。容易に倒すことはできるでしょう。そうですね。噴火のファイヤー。パワーが高すぎる。そうですね。爆風の炎がファイヤーを捉えました。いやー2連続 KO。 いやそして避けていく。いやそうですね。うますぎるぞ。河村をうまく使っていきながらワンキャッチを狙っていければ、ああうまいですね。ダブルビートに一緒に合わせた。これでリーピアの動きが止まります。やってから瞬時にユナイトと合わせてますからね。そうですね。1対3できることではありません。囲まれました。いやうまいぞ。ウルトラマルクマスクラ合わせた。後ろから最強者1対3の盤面ひっくり返しました。バックフンいるここ。繋がれば勝てるんだそれ。やったいけこれ。ナイス。下にイグジスト側も集団戦勝てますよ。まだ大きな集団戦にはなっていない。どちらもいなし合っているという状態ですが、最後から体力がアルミニインテレオ狙い撃ち。アルミニインテレオンこのスナイパーがしっかりと目を光らせていました。相手取り切りだわ。ナイスナイスナイスナイスよ取ったマジで。いやマジアルミナイスマジで。危ねえ危ねえマジでナイス。まずは初戦勝ち切ったのは285対635。勝者 C2。パブサイド EXIST。10年生ポケモン周りで戦いたい気持ちはあるんですが、前に出てしまうとこのようにKOされてしまう。角度を変えてミライドンアルミニを持っていった。その流れに早飛びのハピネスも巻き込まれます。破壊光線を打とうとしていた海竜までウーラオスが持っていった。いやミライトボタンないから結構海竜キャッチしてる。キャリーキャッチしてる。海竜とミライトボタンね。えぐいそれ。 消したウルト消してる
ナイス。
ハルミーのウラオスが総流の武闘ユナイト技を切ってアルミニの未来ドンを持っていった。さあどうだ。そして破壊光線合わせようとしていますがトミーがマンブーまで持っていきます。
トミー選手が止まりませんね。
止まります。レジェンドピットにエグジストを寄せつけない。 C2 粘るか。海洋がラストヒット持っていく。
手続きもう触っといて。これもう変わらせない。
オッケー2枚待っていくよ。見て合わせる。取った。
5入るかこれ入るか変わるぞ。入ったゲームセット。
頑張れ。
入れ俺。あっつ。これは勝ってんじゃん。これは確実に勝ったっしょ。
どういや勝ってるっしょさすがに。
頼むマジで。
ナイス。
2026年日本最強を決める戦いが間もなく始まります。皆さんの歓声と拍手が選手の背中を押していきます。皆さんグランドファイナル
Welcome back, trainers, uniters of all ages. I am joined by the absolutely wonderful, the Ignitic, the absolutely incredible Night Terror. Spontano had to leave us, but we are here for the grand finals, and we are just about to listen to this absolutely incredible opening ceremony. Check out all the plushies, check out all the signs. Night Terror. Japan does Pokemon Unite on an epic level.
It's amazing here, and I've even heard from some information that we have from our source that we are actually at one of the 4 stages of PJCS here. And I'm, of course, coming in from Japan here. I just came down from the site, and I'm back in my hotel. So this is going to be an amazing one, to say the least. But look at the grand opening here. We're looking at one of the most amazing matches. Lobo, it could be us on that stage here, but today, no, we're going to breathe in the atmosphere, take that all in.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we can get the volume turned up for this, because this is awesome. I mean, I don't even think we need to talk over this. Just take it in, everybody. This entrance. Yes, and let's just take it in. I'm going to stop talking. Siobhan, turn the music up. All right. So, for those of you who have not seen it before, we get a coin toss. They choose the left or right hand. Nitera, left or right?
I'm calling right. I'm calling right.
Okay, calling right. That is going to be the left hand that they've chosen. They've gotten left. And this
right
is going to be
was
determined.
the wrong one. That's why I got it.
It was all right. It was all right. I remember every single map is going to be on Kyogre. Look at all the teams there. And this is what we absolutely love. Tano and I love this. It's the respect that is shown here in Japan. These are players. And I love the zoom in on the fist bump and the fake hurt of the fist bump. And these are the captains that are saying, let's go team. I love the respect that esports is given in Japan. It just feels different.
I agree. It's a very different playing field here because I think one of Japan's biggest things I like culture is the amount of respect they give to each other, right? You can even see from the way they bump fists, you can even see from the way that they kind of bow and respect each of the teams going into this. There's a lot of respect entailing. Even the entrance feels so grand here, right? There's a reason for that. But now, respect on the playing field, will we see that, or we're gonna see some hungry, sneaky invades taking long? That's what I want to see.
I mean, we've been seeing invades event. Every single game has had an invade so far. Sometimes it's been a double invade. So, you know, the respect is all off. When you're facing each other, you face each other, you bow, you respect, you fist bump. But when you get into the game, once the bans are done, the respect is out the window. Everything is on the table. So let's see how the bans are going to go for this. Now, this is a best of 5 game right now because this is our grand finals. Both of these teams are qualified for Worlds already, I believe, through the ACL, the Asia Champions League. So right now, this is for bragging rights. This is for prize money. This is just for everything right now, Nitera.
I mean, when it's for everything, I mean, you kind of need to put your morals aside. But that's the thing about Japan. It's not about that they're losing morals. In fact, I want to challenge you, Lobo, to think about it this way, that they're actually respecting each other by invading each other, right? You want to get an inch up on them, and you want to give your 100% in. That is why there's invades left and right. Now think about it from that perspective, and everything changes from the start of today all the way to right now.
That is the exact opposite the way we think about it here in the West. When you get invade, it is the most disrespectful thing you can possibly do. It's just to annoy the other team as much as possible.
It's a beautiful thing, to say the least here. But we'll have to come down into it to see what the pickups are, to see whether it's viable strategy to even go for an invade first. And Lobo, I think you've got a good grasp on how Japan has been going about. Because I heard from production that U2X has been storming the front here in Japan, and I want to hear your thoughts on anything else.
Not Mewtwo X, Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X has been banned out, it has been picked up, and this is in a situation where Mega Charizard Y is available. So we're seeing Mega Charizard X a lot. Tano and I didn't really understand it a little bit, but it feels more like it's akin to the brawly style nature that Japan really like to go for. We know Japan really like their speedsters. I mean, the reason Dodrio ever came to the West is because we saw Japan playing it first. And they are some of the most incredible Dodrio players I've ever seen have been right here in this region. But we've been seeing Serena. We've been seeing Water Bear Urshifu. We've been seeing Mimikyu. And now we're seeing Charizard X, which just fits into that kind of brawly, all-roundery style. You know, it fits in with Buzzswole as well. For me, I'm finding a hard way to place it right now. But before we get on, Nitera, these players are going to set up. We had a wonderful interview with Kokoada from C2 right now, and we've had it translated for us by our incredible Arthur as well. So I'm gonna you can see it in our live production chat. So I'm gonna read out the question. You're gonna read out the answer as well, and then we're just gonna get through these really quickly whilst we wait for the game to start up.
All right, sure. Hi, I'm Kokoada.
So, what an incredible... The question 1. What an incredible final clutch shot, like a buzzer beater. How did it feel?
That was an insane brain dopamine rush.
I mean, Incredible. It had to have been. Question 2. You had to do both infighting and scoring. How did you find the right timing? We're talking about the final goal that Scizor scored, those 24 points.
Well, scoring 7 points wouldn't be hard. I had to wait for 3 opponents to finish their attack. We didn't know the time, the score, so very panicked. But I was very glad the score complete. Hey, so.
Note that his Scizor picked 5 more points around the goal and scored 12 in double time. It was 2. So and question 3, the ultimate reversal. You finished 3rd now. Last comments on Worlds and to the fans, please.
Oh, fans. Lobo, are you a fan?
Big fan. Big fan.
Okay. We will improve ourselves going towards Worlds so that we can win and triumph. We want your cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love that. A lot of respect, a lot of reflecting in these interview questions, which is really, really nice to see. So Fennel and Reject, they're going to be set up right now. Now, we mentioned as well, all of the gear that they're using right now, these players, the phones and the Switch 2s are all provided. So they're not using their own Switch 2s, they're not using their own phones, they're all provided. They do have access to their own controllers, however. So this is Reject as well on your screen right now. I absolutely love Sakate. Is it Sakate? I hope I didn't butcher his name. But the pose with the point behind his jacket. So Reject looking very strong. Satake. I said it right, didn't I? I'm talking to voices in my head at this point. It's been a long time.
Get it.
It's been a long stream. But again, I'm so excited for this game. Now, Terry, give me your thoughts on both of these two teams.
Thanks. Going into it, Rejects. They're looking a little bit on the edge here. I mean, you can see it's been a long day for them. They are trying to figure out, okay, what's the best play? What can I make it out here? Reject has got a long way into the series here to make it up there. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if they wanted to just pick a man-to-man fight against Fennel. But Fennel, on the other hand here, they've kind of looked a lot more stable in terms of how they've picked their competition throughout the day. And Lobo, now remind me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Fennel has a little bit more affinity when it comes to playing a more campy gameplay here. So I feel like both of these teams, they have an edge over each other. If Fennel wants to play the long game here, they've got the range advantage. If they want to play slower, I think that's the one advantage they need to keep up. But Rejects, when you jump onto Fennel here, I think this is a tale as old as time.
I mean, yeah, look, both of these players, both of these teams, as we've seen them, they have the ability to play fast and aggressive, like you said, with those early invades to really get position in the game early. But then towards the mid to late game, they start to really put a stranglehold on their opponents. Now it's going to be interesting to see how they manage to do it to each other. They know each other's gameplay style. They know how it's going to work. And I'm so interested to see what comps we're going to get coming out of here, because so far, I mean, the most popular Pokemon we've seen, Nitera, Typhlosion, has been taken game 1 in every single game. It's been played by both Fennel and Reject. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Typhlosion gets banned or if one team is going to allow it. We've also seen Articuno, we've seen Moltres come out, Serena and Buzzswole, also incredibly popular Pokemon over here in Japan.
I think the greatest respect is just letting the Typhlosion go, and then we'll just play it out. Right? There's no greater defeat earned by just beating the Typhlosion down and showing you that we didn't need Typhlosion. But if you want to pick it up, go ahead. I think even Setsuna agrees to the statement right here, and of course he's just nodding his head. Thank you so much for letting us know. Right? He's in our comms, he's in our ears.
I love this as well. So we talked about this before. Haruta, I believe, is the coach. Again, I don't know which team. I need to be told by our production which team Haruta is the coach for, but it's the coach of Reject as well. Again, I can't see his jersey, Shivam. It doesn't show his...
That's how you want to go about it.
Talking to voices in my head. So we've got the coaches that are in the ears of these players. Fennel right now that we're having a look at. We're just waiting for these players to get started. It's always so tense when you get in here, Nitera, but a lot of these players look very calm, look very relaxed. They've been playing Unite all day. We've been casting it for about 5, almost 6, going on 6 hours now, and we started at the quarterfinal. So these guys are ready to go. Reject on your left, Fennel on your right. I'm super keen to get into this one.
I mean, editor's note here, I've been casting for 5 minutes, but sure, yeah, 5 hours is good. I'll take it, yeah,
hey,
but as we go into grand finals here...
Yeah.
I mean, Noble, go ahead, why not? We've got time.
I was going to say, you're here for the most important game of the day.
That is true. That is true. Now, going to grand finals, though, the most important game, like you said here, there is a most important rule as well here. We're going into a best of 5, which means teams, you need to win 3 games, and not in a row, but you just need to win them 3 before your opponent gets 3, right? So Reject has a little bit of a tough climb here after the whole day's worth of work. They are met with one final task, winning 1 more game of Pokemon Unite. And I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see 1 more game. If that means I get to sit here with you.
I'm always excited to see 1 more game. We always have fun time behind the desk. But what's the most important thing? I mean, you said the most important thing. It is a best of 5, so they've got to win 3 right now. So that winning the first game does provide you with momentum, but it can also give the other team a chance to lock in. I think right now one of the most intriguing factors is this is full all-star draft. And if you don't know what all-star draft is, it's another word for full fearless. So once you play a Pokemon, you cannot play it again. We're going to go into the draft phases right now here in Nitera. Hui, Haruto, Overlord, Pavone, and Satake on Reject. Ake, Maisho, B1, oh my god, Mashio, B1, P, and Mame, P, I said P on the side. Oh, B, P, and Mame on the side of Fennel. I am being corrected so many times today, but we're going to start off with the Articuno Zacian Mimikyu Machamp ban.
Last I checked, Machamp is a very strong Pokemon into the field here, so this is probably one of the greatest picks you can lock them out of. And of course, when you pick legendaries on your bans here, it kind of means that you're trying to even the playing field here, but there's still a lot more working for them. Now, of course, as we started off, do note that Rejects will be the first one picking up their mons here, and again, we are not going to see the ban on Typhlosion, so Lobo, I think it's time to bring it out here. Rejects going in their first pick on Comfey. What a lie that was for everyone.
I mean, Comfey is interesting pick. I mean, well, they haven't gone. Pui has gone with the Serena. Very, very popular pick, which means Typhlosion is still on the gate. However, sometimes we don't see Typhlosion till about the 3rd or 4th pick here in Nitera as well. Machamp has been banned out almost every single game. We've seen it once. Articuno and Moltres have been used consistently throughout this entire tournament. Overlord is hovering over that side, because Haruto is hovering over. I mean, you always just gotta wait, otherwise you get baited. A Dodrio coming out from Reject in game 1 could be massive. Haruto's going to pick up the ever-popular Psyshock Espeon. Have not seen a single stored power been played today.
Right. I guess the question is whether that's the right call. At the end of the day, stored power, it's nice damage they're going to get, it's guaranteed. But I always love the fact that you could technically get an extra CC onto Espeon here with a slightly different moveset. Just a little bit of extra skill needed, but I think that's beautiful moving in. We lock into Boss Wars 1. We're looking to see if we can solidify the team with all Creamy here, just to see if we can make a nice all-round team. But I wouldn't be so shocked to say that this, well, this is all she wrote here, because right now the team looks really solid. This one support could make or break the team. But on the other side here, it's going to come down to whether they can pick a mod that really comes in with a support or just finish off and round it out with damage here. But of course, make me proud, PUI, make me proud. Lobo.
I mean,
Lobo.
No. Look. I've respected the Mega Lucario. I haven't said a single thing about Lucario this entire stream. I said it's not my favorite Pokemon. I said it's my least liked Pokemon. I haven't said anything derogatory towards Lucario this stream. I've been very kind. I've actually been more questioning the Mega Charizard X pick, because right now there's a lot of kind of punchy diving going on the side of Fennel, whereas they also have that on the side of Reject with the Serena, with the Buzzwole. However, the Dodrio gives it an extra dimension for the side of Reject. And honestly, I've been loving the Alcremie support plays that have been coming out from Japan this afternoon, or this morning for me. But I asked Tano this, Nitera, on paper, on paper,
Right.
which team looks the best to you and looks like it'd take out the comp?
If I had to be really honest, like, I really want to say Fennel, but the thing is that you were talking about how it's a very divey team, right? And the one thing that Alcremie excels in is giving sustained healing in an area, right? Fluffy Cream Supreme is popped here. If everyone dives, no matter how much extra stats you have, you're just gonna get healed up by Alcremie. So, if it comes down to one final fight, I think Fennel just doesn't have it in there. Reject so good here. But of course, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Ghatlue is in the field. I have favorites. I have bias. I love something. You know.
I absolutely. We just missed it. I love it when the commentators scream, "Ready, go!" Tano and I tried it earlier. Dodrio's going to go into the central lane for the side of Reject, who are going. Wait, Reject are on your purple side. My apologies. Fennel are on your orange side. The Mega Charizard X is going to take the central lane for Fennel. Reject are going to take the Dodrio into that central lane, which makes sense heading on into this early game.
I mean, early start here, there's a little bit more EXP on the top side for Fennel. Let's see if they can do and repeat the same here. And, nope, not this time. Bottom side, it's gonna go to Reject. But right now, it's looking a little stable. Not much else to say here. We're gonna see who gets the first level 5 spike here into the central area. And I do believe it's going to be Charmeleon, who's going up already, puffing his way in a great position as well. PY all alone here does see a little slow play here, but I don't think he's gonna be able to cut off.
No, absolutely. Charmeleon's going to wait to go in as we've got central laners in different lanes. We've already had the K opener. I mean, is the little Dwebble going to be caught, but does get executed by Mashio on that Mew. Espeon is looking for it, but Charmeleon can stun it with the Fire Punch. They have a lock on, and that's going to be another KO for the Charmeleon. Finally, we're seeing, it was only towards the later stages of today, Nitero, where we were starting to see a little bit more influence and pressure being used by the Charmeleon. And as I say that, Overlord picks up a quick KO on its opposing central laner.
That's the problem, right? Going into this year, though, we get a tri-attack following up for a nice KO onto the Hooper. And right now, it's all she wrote. With the two bruisers here on the top side, just waiting for an opportunity to get a fight here. It's going to be the rest of the team of Reject to see if they can get an invade going, but I think they're going to pull back here. They didn't get Mashio here, but it's all good as he's healed up and ready to get another fight going. 8 minutes on the clock here. We are going to be seeing the Registrar go in 10 seconds.
Oh, wow. I mean, they get the tri-attack off of the Lucario. Lucario managing to power punch their way into the Citrus Berry. Pops a beautiful eject across the wall, and Overlord is going hunting. They go back in for the stun, into the booster to try and stun up. Can Lucario pick up the KO? But no, Overlord's level advantage just gave it that little bit of edge that it needed in that fight. Overlord is pressuring every single person on the side of Fennel. Mew is getting pressured. Charmeleon is getting pressured. They're looking to take this Regidrago. Side shock Espeon with the side beam manages to secure, but with 4 members of Fennel right now, I mean, that is just going to be a nice, juicy KO that, I mean, Reject can't do anything about.
Right, and they're coming into it here. Let's see if they can turn this around. Serena coming in here as he pulls back. A nice little few hits, but I think they have to kind of just posture themselves up for one objective. Now the question is, which one are they going for here? We are going to see PY in a bad position to lock himself out, but just not enough to turn the tide here and has to back away, which do means that Reject, they're in a great position to go up top here for the Reggie in the attic and then the Reggie in the basement here. Let's see if Fennel can make some plays.
I mean, Overlord's so smart, waiting for the cooldowns of Lucario to go through. They're just going to rip this Regice down to incredibly. Can they get a steal? Nope, Mew is going to be the one that secures that. Alcremie gets stuck inside the Rock Tomb as well. 74 to 76. 76 to 76. Very, very close. This is exactly what I expected in the grand final. We're still in the early stages of this game. Satake in the top line. They're going to go for this top, this all-rounder. Respect the 1v1s, but, Overlord doesn't have to respect anything if he doesn't want to. Lucario's going to start the Regieleki first. The coaching from the Mew. It's going to pull it closer. Going to try and secure with Electro Ball. Reject didn't even go for that objective at all, Nitero.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting to say the least here, but this is a good play, right? They trying to just give out the pad here, they try to take a fight, turn this around, they are trying to make some headways, but Fennel's already up to the Megas, which means it's gonna be a tough fight going into it. They have the damage flowing through, and Fennel just collapsing on them one at a time here. It's gonna be the Mosquito next after the Hoopa, and there it is. That's the almost, I would say, a pseudo ace for them. They're trying to clean up here, but it's not looking too good either.
No, I mean, Alcremie being the only one to survive there. They did go in with the triple trample from that Dodrio, but double Unite move coming through from this Charizard as well to make sure that they took that. So they take the lead, do Fennel 165 to 83. They've taken, actually, the levels are looking fairly even after that fight here, Nitera, with lots of 3 level 9s, level 8, and a level 11 Charizard. No level 11s yet on the side of Reject. We're closing in on the halfway point, and these brawls, they've gone both ways. Overlord's getting the advantage in these 1v1s, but in the first team fight of the game, Fennel came out on top.
Right, and that's kind of the issue I'm seeing here. As they continue to carry along, they're getting picked up. Like that, Fennel finds a little bit of footing going into this, but is this going to be another way for them to turn this around? Serena wants to see if he can stop the onslaught here as Fennel comes in for it again. The hyperspace hold to pull them away here. What a beautiful pull to give them an extra 20 points here and a setup into the Regice here. And I love how they utilize that. They're like, okay, we're gonna go all in. Here's the bait. By the way, we're going out of here. That is amazing coming from them.
That was absolutely insane coming out from Fennel. I mean, it was a bait into the Serena to get them to engage onto that top pad. Beautiful pulling of the Hooper Unite to pull them into the bottom side. And again, Fennel are looking very strong, very comfortable in this game number 1. Best of 5 still to come. Dodrio probably doesn't want to fight a crossover by himself. There's a Mega Lucario here as well. It's going to try and stun the Dodrio. Steals the Citrus Berry. Close combat. It's going to do a bit of damage to Serena. There's the 3 stacks going to go in from the Dodrio. Mega Lucario is on board with the Aura Cannon. Queenly Ascendant does go onto Lucario. Psychic Solaire follows as well. Side Shock manages to send the Mega Lucario back to Nurse Joy. Cross has to put up a Rock Tomb. And it seems like Reject didn't like what Fennel just did. They've come back here to try and get some points and get some more positioning into this match.
Right. So, in all, I mean, it's just a great opportunity to keep up the pace here as they have the numbers, they have the stats to really try and walk something back up here. Fennel, once again, needs to see if they can get this Regidrago here, but they have kind of sustained a little damage. Charizard flying in here to see if he can get a little bit more out of it with his Mega Evolution, turns it around, gets an extra stun on with the Hooper, but not enough. It looks like Fennel has a lot of opportunity to turn this into a beatdown and almost an ace here, if not for Overlord's escape with Sata here as well, trying to find an opportunity, find a way in. Looks like they've got themselves the Regidrago and they have to relent here. Fennel trying back to get it in, and this time it looks like the point lead is slowly catching even higher than what it is. 201 to 283 here. I don't think that it can stop this for long.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly why I think they're choosing this Mega Charizard X, because we do have a lot of species that are used, especially, I believe in Japan, they do really like their species. So the lock-on effect of the Flare Blitz and the Fire Punch coming out from Charizard does mean that they can keep track, they can catch these species from running away. They can't, I mean, they have stopped Dodrio from doing what it can do. It had a very good early game. A Regirock is going to be taken here. It's only going to be available for the first, about 30 seconds. No, it's going to be there for a full minute of the fight after 2 minutes. 30 seconds left to go. Levels looking nice. Scoreline looking not too bad. It's all going to come down to this first objective, which is a Kyogre. But so far, no one's showing any attention to that Regieleki on that top side.
I mean, is there really a need to? The point leads are just so tight right now. I mean, 100 points is very easy to score in this day and age. It's going to come down to this one Rayquaza fight, and I'd rather be ready for it if anything else. As they go in for it, a little bit of sneaky weaky, but it's going to come down to this. Rayquaza is going to spawn. Ready, go!
Ready, go. Where there's a Kyogre, the game is never over. Serena's going to start hitting it now. Boswell going to get caught off. Does pull up. Goes into the Seismic Slam as well. Mew is the first one to get taken out. Quinley Ascendant onto the Mega Charizard. Overlord's going to come in with the Tri-Attack. Going to find the KO on the Mega Charizard X. Serena does find the KO as well. Hooper does go about. Who's going to secure it? It is going to be Mega Lucario that gets the secure for Fennel. And they are looking like they want to take this game 1 and hopefully 3 games in a row.
And right now, it's just looking so convincing for them here. They have 359 points after that dunk. And it's going to be another one going in just a bit. With a little help of Lucario coming in, I don't think you can really stop the Espeon. It's going to be a tough one, but let's see it. That's the 100 dunk coming in for it. And it looks like they're going to back away with the extra 50 points. No reason for them to force this. They have the point lead. They just need to defend.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do right now with a minute left on the clock, especially with a team like a Reject, you don't want to give those buffs away. You don't want to give those Kyogre buffs back to them because that makes it so much easier for them to score. Now, on the other side of Fennel, they do have Hooper Unite. They have Mew Unite. Let's have a look and see if they can get a Hooper Unite and try and teleport them all the way back to the main go. There's the Muted Order's going to go through. Are they going to give up this tier 1? Nope. Mew's going to try and save it. There's the Aura Cannon. Mega Lucario is going to come out. They're going to try and stop the boss with a power-up punch. Doesn't mean anything to crowd control here. Our Kremi is trying to heal them all up. Muted Order does find Overlord, but look what they've done, Nitera. There's the Hooper Unite to the central lane of Reject, and they're just gonna score more points in. This 50 going in from Buzzwole is not gonna matter in the grand scheme of things. Another 50 and another 100 is gonna go through. It's not gonna be stopped either from that Espeon. So 453 to 700. Lucario scores another 24, and that is gonna be game number 1 for Fennel in this best of 5.
Yep, starting off strong here. Fennel getting himself up a game here. It is going to be a long set for them, and this is a great start to it. 10 minutes on the clock, run down, 759 points, leading into a win here. We'll take a look at the stats in just a bit, but what a great start it is going into round number 1. Fennel, amazing job to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, they don't show us the stats.
Unfortunately, they don't.
They don't show us the stats the
Maybe
entire...
they will because I'm here.
Well, maybe, yeah, I know. Maybe your presence could, kind of, psychic kind of way there. I mean, just because they played Mega Lucario did get the secure on the Kyogre, so maybe they'll show us that specifically just so that we can see the Mega Lucario stats. But a really nice game played by both these teams. As we go into the replays, look here. I mean, Lucario with the power-up punch right now, I mean, the casters tend to draw over this to see what they go, but it's going to power up punch into that bush where the Dodrio is. And Espeon is going to throw a Psyshock into this bush. It's going to do nothing to the Lucario except do a little bit of damage to it. The stun does not matter. It just gets out, tries to heal a little bit back. We go to combat, and we get a very, very patiently played end game coming up right now. I mean, Nitera is talking to someone, so I will continue. They're trying to isolate the Buzzwole here as well. So a lot of nice breakdown coming in from this final fight. We're still waiting to see. We've got Serena in the main Kyogre pit as well as we try and slow this down. But look at where the Buzzwole is. The Buzzwole does manage to get picked up. The Buzzwole manages to pick up the Mew here. It does get a quick KO into the Mega Charizard Y, which gets instantly united by the Mega Charizard. And now the Mega Charizard here just is trying to kite their way around, because look at all 4 members of Reject right now. They're all lined up and they're all trying to attack this Mega Charizard, which does find a way to survive. As we continue on, we do have the Hooper portal being used. I don't think it was used by Charizard, but he does have an extra shield right there. Charizard is down. Right. So Lucario, Psyshock does go in. However, it was the close combat of the Lucario. Look at where the Psyshock is right now on the screen. They're circling that there are still 5 members of Reject alive at this point in time versus 3 members of Fennel. This should have gone to the side of Reject, but in an instant close combat manages to pick up a KO streak of 3 for this one. Our Kremi does get taken down as well, and that is everybody but Espeon eliminated in that one. So, I mean, your favorite Pokemon, Nitera, Mega Lucario, securing the Kyogre, KO streak of 4, essentially, and putting that game on its back for Fennel.
I never doubted Lucario. Didn't need to see where the bolts were flying to. You know, all I'm hearing is that your analysis is trying to say that you didn't think Mega Lucario could get it, and I'm just saying.
I never said. I literally just said that Mega Lucario got it. I gave every single bit of props to Mega Lucario in my very unbiased role as a play-by-play caster.
Right, okay, and I agree. I choose to reject. Full stop. But Fennel was able to funnel it down into Lucario to take themselves out the ogre here, and of course, looking themselves out with a strong lead. With, I mean, honestly, Mame MVP against Fennel in this match. If it not for the first portal and the second portal, which are the two main portals that you saw. One going to the one path, and of course the last one at the very end. I think this game would have been a lot more closer in terms of the numbers here, but again, tempo was so in favor of Fennel for the whole game. It's kind of hard to see how Reject had a foothold here, but it's only game one.
I mean, I think that I thought Reject really had a strong opening, especially with the Dodrio, especially with the early pressure that they put on. But Fennel were just able to absorb it throughout that entire game. The Lucario was winning versus the Serena. The Charmeleon picking up important KOs and getting an early Charizard Unite earlier than anyone else on that board, which really allowed it to scale. We saw it get a 3 KO streak in the top path. Sorry, not a 3 KO streak. We saw 3 KOs happen in that top path, which really started opening the floodgates for Fennel. Look at the beautiful crowd like right now. Guys, find your favorite plushies. We've seen a Pawmot, we've seen a Pikachu, we've seen a Zeraora. I believe that is a Sableye as well. Find your favorite plushies and tell us what they are in the chat. Thank you so much. But, Nitera, Game 2 incoming, ban phase on deck. All 10 Pokemon we see above not allowed to be used.
Right. I mean, that's just how it goes, right? When you have an all-star cast, I mean, you gotta give everyone a chance. So as we go around into it here, let's take a look at who is going to be banned once again. Zacian coming to the field, Mimikyu. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Articuno, the Moltres. We have Blastoise back again. And of course, there's one last one. There's Machamp that's waiting to be banned here. We'll see whether that's going to be locked out. But if not, I think those 6 bans will be staying throughout the entire day here. No, we're seeing Mega Mewtwo. Why locked out this time? And is it me or they missed the ban?
I think they missed a ban. It looks like they missed a ban. Maybe was that intentional that they choose not to ban something off? That feels interesting to me because Typhlosion also not selected here. Blissey is going to be selected first pick. I mean, Anahei is going to pick up a Snorlax, which we have seen some very, very good Snorlax gameplay so far today. Haruto was hovering over the Pawmot. Now, Pawmot is something I want to see played. I don't know how much the East like the Pawmot Nitera. Maybe you could tell me a little bit more if they actually enjoy Pawmot over there, because it's starting to make waves over in the West.
Probably not.
Huh? Probably not?
Probs not. Probs not. Yeah. It's not a paw yes, it's a paw not.
all right. Overlord is picking up. Because I like Pawmot. I've been playing a lot of Pawmot, and it has been being used quite a bit over in the West. But I guess its usage is not so much. Okay, it's a paw maybe. It's a paw maybe. All right, maybe we'll see it play. But Overlord's going to pick up the Mr. Mime, which we have also seen. Anahei is going to go with the Articuno, and P, I believe that's the way I'm supposed to say it, P is going to pick up a Talonflame. This is going to be the first Talonflame we've seen. No. I thought they were going to do it, Nitera. I thought they were going to give us Zoroark Comfey.
No. We're a little past that. We're maybe 4 seasons late. Last pick, though. I'm really hoping to see if it's Speedster. Then my suspicions will be confirmed on whether I should be afraid of the team or not. And, yeah, 2 for 2, baby! Woohoo!
Nitera is eating right now. He's eating. He's seen Lucario twice in 2 games, which is more than he ever sees in when he comes over and casts EU with us. That's okay. Anahei's going to actually switch to the Talonflame. So essentially, this is going to be most likely E-Speed Lucario. So
I don't think so.
E-Speed you do think so?
I don't think so, actually. Look,
you think this is going to be Power Up Punch?
I think it might be Power Up Punch. It might also be close combat in all things considered. Okay, the problem is this entire team complements them. Very I want to note as well, I mean, just the back way, the entire crowd there, that's just for Unite. That's an insane amount.
Yeah, so we've just been told the entire crowd that you guys just watched, that entire crowd is just there for Pokemon Unite, which is insane. There are people standing, there are people sitting. This is such an intense game right now. It's the only game being played because I believe there are multiple stages. Everything else is done. So Unite is the last one. The last one. Ready, go!
Go!
as we go through. So I'm actually really curious. You think this is going to be a close combat, Lucario? Tell me why, Netero.
Now, the thing is, when you look at their comp, you have a very dive composition. Power Up Punch actually allows you to go into the fray here and dish your damage. E-Speed, however, a lot of CC on their end, or ways to at least get out of the fight. So Reject is in a great spot if they're unable to be speedy enough. Whereas on Fennel's side, they're kind of running a pseudo dive comp. But look at this bird. What a brave soul running into the fray here and actually almost begin. Did he pick themselves up for one, I believe?
I mean, we did see Overlord Cinderace be played earlier on in the broadcast. It was absolutely demonic to see that Pokemon go. I mean, we saw a Fletchinder invade, which is now being turned into a Snorlax invade coming through as well. I mean, Satake just bullied that little Fletchinder out of its own central laner after securing, I mean, one of the Bunnelbees of all things, Nitera. 18-11, so a fairly high-scoring game coming up early stages. Gible picks up a KO on Lucario, does get the evolution to the Gabite, and Reject don't seem to be playing around anymore. They want to get this done. Wait a minute. Mame's on a jungle Snorlax! Sorry, Central Lane Snorlax that's playing Flail.
I'm not afraid. Mame has shown quite interesting plays here. I mean, one of the more common picks I've seen Mame on is the Mamoswine here. But today, it looks like we're going to be running it down here. No Pulverizing Pancake, maybe, the Z move of Snorlax.
I mean, a Flaillax in Central Lane. We have seen how good this Pokemon is, because when it gets to that level 11, it does get lifesteal. It gets so much sustain coming through at those later levels. Overlord is actually going to help themselves to a blue buff, but they're going to run in to a Leafeon here. But this Leafeon is going to be triple targeted. The safeguard into the power is going to come through. It's going to be stunned. The X attack does come through, but Overlord picks up a KO. So far, I mean, the Flailllax has been the most interesting thing we've seen so far. The Night Slash going to come through from the Zoroark. The boost is going to clear up the Regidrago. What are we witnessing? This is absolute chaos so far, Nitera.
Well, that's the thing, like I said, right? You want to be able to stick onto your opponent here. Heavy Slam only does it once. Flail able to run it down back into that here. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Yawn coming in here to just kind of see if you can hit 2 for 1. If not, this is going to be interesting how they want to dive in and create massive havoc into the back lines here. Starting it off strong though, Snorlax with the bulk, trying to push his way in, but it looks like Overlord is hoarding his footing here, almost getting into the Leafeon, and that's a great start. Mame still having full HP here, winning an opportunity as he waits it out.
Yeah, but he does get pushed by the Mr. Mime. This Central Lane Snorlax is something I have never seen in all of my days casting. But they're just going to rip down this Regieleki. It's going to walk towards Tier 2. Mr. Mime tried to come in and get a steal on that. Garchomp, fully evolved right now online. Snorlax gets pushed into the wall. It's going to try. Overlord's going to do it. It's block coming out from the Overlord. So no Yawn this time around. Emerald 2-Step does get hit. Zoroark does get eliminated off the board. Snorlax is still alive due to the safeguards. The flails are not going to work as it's still alive. As it is still alive, Nitera, with all the chaos that's going on. Snorlax picking up the KOs. Livid Outrage going to come out from the Garchomp as well, as now Snorlax looks to just back off Overlord on this Cinderace. Articuno is going to take the KO instead.
And already, I think you can start seeing how Mame is trying to play this out here, right? Flail runs into the backline, and he blocks to push all of the backline away, which is an amazing strategy to say the least here, and I think that he's onto something. But of course, when it comes to the fight here, I don't really think he has much to work with. But look at that. They started off strong here. He's unable to take a KO. He needs 2 engagements, maybe a third one for Zora if he wants to get Mame down, and he's still on it.
Mame's going to go for the KO. Does avoid the Zoroark boosted with the Power Nap. He's going to go through. I do believe we also saw an E-Speed Lucario as well, Nitera. I need to double confirm that. As we got Lucario with a blue buff. I mean, Mr. Mime is going to score 30, so that's going to be a 28 overcap. Articuno is going to push on to this base here as a Blaze Kick from Overlord does reposition themselves against the Snorlax. But look at the protection coming from this Articuno. Does use the Ice Wing wide out as well, as Snorlax is trying to get a few more points. Articuno is going to go down for it as well. The block is going to keep Snorlax sustained, but the damage from Reject just seems too much for Fennel right now because they are winning a majority of these team fights.
right there. A great start moving into it. Reject, just trying to see if we can take out Overlord early here. We have confirmation as well. It is going to be E-Speed Lucario. I was absolutely lying to everyone. I am so sorry. I have not played this game before. But look at that. They're posturing up here. Oh, thank you.
What?
But they're posturing up for the Reggie here, looking to see if they get a few more EXP for themselves. The Reggie Rock is going to spawn here, but in response, they want to grab more points here, and Fennel is in a great position to see if they can take the Reggie Lucky to push forward.
I mean, look at how quickly an Articuno just gets bursted down. 41. I mean, an overcap of 40 is going to get. Talonflame is online. We haven't seen what Talonflame it is. I believe it is going to be Fly Talonflame that's going to come through. Leafeon does get caught on a wall, picks up a citrus berry, and gets on out of there. 233 to 185 with a Snorlax central lane. Fennel have managed to keep themselves in it. They're looking at the Garchomp right now, trying to pick it up, but instead they're going to go for the Talonflame 40, but it's not going to be enough. The Snorlax was going to try, but there was the rest of Reject to come in and help out. Talonflame is going to get caught here, and unfortunately, Nitera, I just haven't seen the usage of the Talonflame as much as I thought I would.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, Talonflame is just kind of like a very fast bomber character, right? Flies in, dishes damage, gets out. And right now, that's the issue with it. Because you have this entire dive competition, and you kind of want to burst things down. On the other side, they're either a little bit too bulky, or just a little bit too slippery, which makes a very big issue here, which is how can you turn this around? So starting it off here, we're going to see whether they can take a great pick. They're posturing up at the bottom half of the map here. Look at the Leafeon, look at the Articuno who's waiting. They're also on the other side of Rejects looking to do the same here, waiting to see if anyone will take the bait into the pad.
I feel sorry for the observers that have to keep track of this because everyone is just protecting pads at this point. Garchomp looking like it's about to be jumped on. The block's going to come through. Are they going to get the 40? No, the scoop comes through, but they do get the 32 coming in from the Articuno. So that brings this to a less than 15-point game between these two teams. That's exactly what Fennel wanted to do right now as we pass the 3-minute mark. Final stretch. Fennel won the first game. Reject don't want to lose the second game, but Mame has pulled out the central lane Snorlax all of a sudden. Articuno has found Zoroark and Blissey in that middle area right now. Regieleki down here could be good. Regirock probably a little better for a very bulky composition already for Reject.
And they're starting it off here. There is the Regirock there. They want to Reject 3 Reggies on their hands here, but on the bottom side, we're going to see Fennel pick themselves up for the Regieleki. And it's going to be a tough fight all the same here, because it's going to be a challenge between whether you can take down the level 14 Garchomp now, which, mind you, Fennel doesn't have a level 14 yet. They are kind of pacing the levels here, not too much, but it looks still doable as of now.
I mean, that Regieleki has walked in. They could go for this. Leafeon is waiting for that final counter to go through. Now, if they see this, they have Garchomp, they have Cinderace, which can go for the rip. Now, Reject have seen it. They're going to go for the rip on the Kyogre because Leafeon is not there. Talonflame still is hiding in the bush. They're hoping for the secure. Snorlax is here. The block has come through. Are they going to have enough time to pull out the power nap? Talonflame takes to the sky, does get caught, has to retreat into the central area, finds the Citrus Bear. Emerald 2-step! No, it doesn't work because the Bliss Assistant comes off as well. Power Nap going to come out from the Snorlax as well as the rest of Reject are going to be pushed out. Talonflame takes to the sky. Can they secure this? Who's going to secure that? I think it was Reject that managed to secure it. It was the Zoroark that got the final hit on the Kyogre. 233 to 317. They have to score now, but only Mame is back to secure this. They have to get rid of this ice, which for a Cinderace and a Garchomp is not that hard to get rid of.
Thankfully so. But right now, it's whether they can finish it up here. They are 333 points to 337. It's very close, but Fennel still has the lead. They need to take a good fight here. Starting out strong here, they do pick themselves out against the Leafeon, and they're going to turn it back into the Talonflame as well. Now, it's going to be 4 players, 3 here. Let's see if they can turn this back. Reject wanting to reject the scoreline. Once you can find an opportunity in, it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, Fennel were in the lead. Now they're going to get it back. Lucario is going to go back and score. Snorlax is going to try and do something, but Garchomp has retreated as well. Mame goes down. Articuno is going to try and defend this. Garchomp is back. Can Lucario get this in before it goes through? Yes, the 100 goes through. 147, 148. 487 coming through for Reject. There's 50 points between this, but the buffs were enough for Reject to take a game number 2. They've got 527 versus 463. 14 seconds left to go. on the clock as Zorok's just going to keep on scoring.
It looked so close there because at the very end you could see Lucario trying to push for points on his own.
Yeah.
It looked like a very long and drawn out fight, and unfortunately for them, just did not clean up here. And there we go. This is your scoreline here. Reject versus Fennel. It is going to be in the favor of Rejects here with 683 to 463. That's a 1-1 point. And Lobo, I think we're in for a long one here. Best of 5. I think we're going to game number 5 very soon.
Oh, could you imagine if we went to game number 5?
No, I couldn't.
That's
I want to
go. However, remember, guys, this is full fearless. So now 20 Pokemon have been banned, plus the 6 that are going to get banned originally. So if we go to a full game 5, which I have only ever casted one other grand final that went to a full game 5, and that was here at Unity Clash. So it's going to be interesting to see how many Pokemon we're going to get banned out and what kind of comps that we're going to eat with right now. So, I mean, the Snorlax in Central Lane. Talk to me about it, Nitero.
I think this is just an interesting thing. We have seen it before very early into the game's lifespan here, where the problem with Snorlax is how he's standard, right? He's bulky, right, Lobo? You walk in, you kind of take hits, and you can dish the damage with the right build, or you can just continue to be bulky, but you level out so fast that, you know, you can't be taken out. This is an interesting thing to say the least here, but you can even see how as they're going through the replays here, they're noting out these 3 Pokemon, right? The Cinder Ace acts as your, your attacker. You can look at a Garchomp, acts as like a Vanguard, and of course the support with Blissey. So you kind of have this tree dynamic down here starting this off, which is a very good thing to point out. Garchomp is showing up first, and the rest of the team kind of needs to wait it out because Talonflame still hidden. They don't want to put together. They do it to this 2-man formation with an assassin at the backline. So that's great.
Yeah, look, it just, based on Reject's comp right now, the Garchomp was a big problem. They let the Garchomp scale just a little bit too much in that early game. The Talonflame invade just didn't work. I mean, Zorok pushing out a Fletchinder, which has great secure early on with acrobatics. I mean, that failing was not that great, but there was a moment here right now. Snorlax does survive, goes back towards the Articuno. Right now, here, exactly where our Japanese casters are going to try and pause it. Snorlax does get out. We can see the Ice Wing whiteout on the bottom tier 2 as well. Talonflame tries to go in here to find a pickup on the Zorok and on Overlord on that Cinderace. Takes to the sky, goes back into the enemy team's central lane, picks up a Citrus Berry, and now here we have a Leafeon with X Attack active with 2 very squishy Pokemon in that Cinderace and Zorok right there, ready to be Emerald 2-step. They go in, try to go for the Emerald 2-step, but what happens here is look at the health of the Zorok on Satake right now. They get
you see it.
Bliss assistance instantly.
There's just no health. Like, and it just pops. It's a balloon.
Leafeon, there's no other word for it. Leafeon just popped. And right now, I mean, the Snorlax coming out with the power. It's just, I don't think the Snorlax could do much against the Cinderace and Garchomp. Garchomp has too much rip potential, and Cinderace just has too faster attack speed for Flail to really do that much to it. And with the Blaze Kick and repositioning, I think Overlord wins that 1v1 every single day.
Yeah, but that's the problem with the composition when you run Dive, and then you see like, oh, there's a Garchomp, you can sit still and heal, you have a Mime who will wall you, so your team can't really get close to the Garchomp early on, and then there's of course the C here. So there's so many things that are going for them in this side of Rejects here, that you kind of feel and wonder whether Fennels made the right call to run this, right? It felt like this was a throwaway game, where like, alright, we're gonna sack some decent mons here, we're gonna look like we're gonna try and win, make a believable enough team that we could win. But our ideal here is to get rid of mons that we don't really want to deal with, right? It kind of feels like the game plan.
I actually really like that, though. I didn't think about that towards the start. With one game in hand, I mean, Fennel just went, let me take as many kind of... no, not ridiculous, because that sounds too mean. Let me take some odd choices off the board. They take Talonflame off the board. They take Leafeon off the board. They take Snorlax, Articuno off the board. Mr. Mime as well. All Pokemon that we've seen Reject play before. And Reject have now taken Cinderace, they've taken Garchomp, and they've taken Blissey off the board for themselves. So, was this a little bit of mind trickery coming out from Fennel, or did Mame just say, hey, I want to play Central Lane. I want to play Central Lane Flail Snorlax?
think the former, because at the end of the day, we also need to remember that in round 1, 2 of the legendary birds were banned, one of them being Articuno here, and Fennel decided to pick it up to lock them out as well. So that's one thing we have to note as well. Lucario was picked twice on the same team here, which means it could be a cover pick to see if they can try and get a win out of it, but if not, the rest of them were dive mons here. And Reject, once again, I really like to say that they're more of a team that likes to go into your face here. It might be Bruisery, it might be Divey, but Fennel looks to be the one with a little bit more control of the range of their attacks here. So getting rid of dive Pokemon for Fennel, I think this is a great call by them. Let's see if it's going to code through the same, because now we have Firebird onto the fray, Moltres being banned out, Azumarill following suit, with Comfey and Machamp as the other 2 bans. Now, of course, 1 ban each left. Let's see if they can follow it up.
Azumarill being banned is very interesting here. I don't think we've seen an Azu all day, but I think we've only gone to 1 Game 3 situation so far in this tournament since the quarterfinals. So, I mean, it's not going to be Azu that's going to be banned. They were just hovering over Azu. Urshifu Blastoise is going to be banned. So, that really in-your-face kind of comp you were talking about from Reject has kind of been taken away from them with their own bans, especially when Machamp is a Pokemon that likes to get in your face as well. So, Reject have to try something else here. Might as well bring out the legendary bird they haven't used.
Okay, I can see that. And right now, I guess as they started off here, we are going to see Reject play a little bit of a, I want to say like a spike pick, right? Picking up Mamoswine out of there, Mami's not going to pick it up here. Haruto finally access to the Mimikyu here. The side of Fennel has not finally banned. But on the other side, this means Fennel has been unlocked here. We are seeing Zacian come back into the fray. Slowbro being hovered, and I like the idea that's going into this here. And it looks like we're finally locking into Dhelmise. No one hook with Umbreon.
I really like the comp from the side of Fennel. You can see kind of what they're expecting to kind of anchor shot into whatever is mean look and just allow Zacian to just shred them down. I mean, but also Pavone on that Mamoswine. I said this earlier, I think Mamoswine is the best defender in the game. I think it is just so strong right now. It has so much crowd control, but now you're pairing it with a Suicune and you're giving Reject 2 of the strongest all-rounders right now in Mimikyu and Blaziken.
And there's the final hover here coming in. It's going to be Mega Charizard Y. Let's see if they can wrap this team up. I like the idea here. We had the King of Secure in there, but I don't see the range. That's kind of the concern I have here for Reject here. But again, I've always said they're more bruisery. Satake is going to go into Venusaur, and I even feel like it might not even be a Solar Beam here, because, I mean, look at that. It's a Rocky Helm coming into it early on, but no, never mind. It's going to be a Energy M into a Choice Specs, and of course, the Smooth. So, Solar Beam is on the table. But 1 pick, and that's all she wrote. Right? Dhelmise looking so prominent here, Lobo.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing in the EU, Dhelmise has been playing as kind of like a pseudo-defender in that front line with the amount of shields that it gets. As well as Overlord is kind of the only range. You are right here. I mean, you can count P as a little bit of range on that Suicune, but it just has so much crowd control. First time we are seeing Mega Charizard Y here in this tournament that we have broadcasted. Have a look at the plushies again. We got Dragonite coming through. I love the digital screens coming out from the crowd as well. The signs, these fans absolutely adore these players. So really excited to see how this game goes through. 1-1 Nitera. I mean, a potential 3 more games to go.
Potential is one way to say it here as we go into it. Ready?
Go!
Go!
Oh, I forgot.
Figure it out.
Out again. We're going to get Mimikyu into the central lane for the side of the Reject. It's going to be Zacian inside the central lane for Fennel. Now, Zacian is a very, very popular Pokemon over here. It's fallen off a little bit in the West, especially. I mean, what I see with EU, but what I don't see when it comes to EU is a Mewtwo invade.
A Mewtwo invade is going to be quite dangerous here because, I mean, strong Pokemon bulked up stats early on. Let's see if it's going to carry on the process here. Going out, starting it strong though. It's going to be the side of Rejects trying to push their way in top side.
I mean, Piloswine is a Pokemon that we usually see played in the bottom path as well. So it going into top path and leaving Suicune with Overlord on that little Bulbasaur as well. 13 unanswered points yet. For Reject. Zacian's going to go in for the Natus in the middle. I mean, it looks like Satake also wants to go for these as well. I wonder who's going to win this central lane battle. We've got Umbreon here as well to help out. Looking for possibly the mean look, but it does get pushed back by the Mewtwo. So now we've got a push into this lane here. There's the foul. I believe that was a foul play or the snarl coming through from the Umbreon to distract the Mimikyu. And now Fennel are looking to push this aggressiveness in this top path, leaving Delmies all by themselves in the bottom path.
Right, and it's gonna be tough for them to fall on into this here. They kind of lost themselves in Umbreon on the process as well. You know, a little bonus pickup for the KO after everything, but let's see if they can carry on. It's gonna be a lot of tempo wasted. Mame needs to try and pick up the pace by getting an invade onto them once again, but it's a level 4 Pokemon against Mimikyu, who's looking a little bit more dangerous at level 6.
I mean, this also now, the two middle stage fire starter Pokemon are going to battle out, and Charmeleon is going to win that one. Mewtwo does go into that top side. It is a Mewtwo X as well that's going to come through, so a lot more Bruisery, Brawly coming through. Satake is going to start with this Regidrago, as Zacian is going to go through as well, but they decide to focus this weekend. You get rid of that crowd control, then you have nothing to actually stop you. Umbreon's going to go through as well. Nice little distraction, pops up the X speed to give themselves a little way to go. Who got that? It was the Zacian through all that, and that was beautiful distraction coming through from Umbreon.
Right, and of course, as they carry on this onslaught here, it is going to be, I wouldn't say not fruitful here, because, I mean, look at the positioning that they have, right? Fennel now hovering around the bot side here. They're going to be able to pick themselves out a few more Altarias to get a few more levels in, but if they do this very poorly, it's going to be one engage, dive in, and I guess Reject has to say, get sent back home, right? Once again, it started off here. It looks like they're getting engaged with Mame here. I do see the Piloswine trying to come in and re-engage with them, but this means they're giving the objective up for free, which right now Reject is both on the objectives, right? Two of the objectives. Basically, it's all alone, taking one down, and of course on the other side here, it looks like we have a Venusaur trying this best here. That's the first one coming in here. The EXP is flowing through. Let's see if they can take it. There we go. Delmice onto the Regieleki, and as they get the hook in to pull him back, it's not gonna connect, but looks like the damage has been dealt here. They force a fight going into it, and Rejects are gonna be punished for their hubris.
I'm utterly speechless. How long has it been since we've seen a Petal Dance Venusaur? And it is working a treat right now for the side of Reject. They absolutely cleaned up that fight. The Mega Charizard Y was used. It was... No, it wasn't. Was it used? Yes, it was. It wasn't used. No, the Mega Charizard just went down. Yeah, it just went down. My apologies. It did not go used. I was so surprised by seeing the Petal Dance Venusaur, which you made very clear that Reject is a team that likes to brawl. They like to be in your face. So we thought this was going to be a Solar Beam, but absolutely no chance. And this Suicune is doing brilliantly, getting these freezes on the Delmay. So, I mean, once they get this Mamoswine online, which is very, very close to being... That's going to be a heavy front line that you have to kind of contend with that Venusaur that could just heal itself up.
Right, and this is exactly what I mean as we go into it here. We are finally seeing how Reject kind of plays along with this, and of course, Fennel is just building a case style on them. But the Delmice is not doing a good case, because every single time you pull them in, they're like, I guess I'll fight. Maybe gets invested here, they're going to take it on. They do lose onto the Mega Charizard, but with the true absolute cold there, is going to lock them in place, and they take another great fight. Reject again, just going to damage out, and finally, it's a 4 KO. With that being said, with Charizard finally respawning, technically that was an ace.
I mean, I absolutely love seeing the faces of the players. Like, this is what you get to do when you get to see the face cams right now. The face cams of these players, when they won that fight, when they were behind, we saw the Blaziken go down to the Infinite Cyber for the Mewtwo, but Charizard here on the bottom side. Mamoswine is looking for something right now, as Fennel are going to try and push this tier 1. They don't have that many points in hand. Overlord's going to try and defend this by themselves, but they got an Umbreon here right now. Charizard has no access to that Unite move. However, I mean, Overlord does have access to that Verdant Anger. Doesn't need to use it right now, because they could use it to try and secure this Regieleki, but it was the Mewtwo X that got the secure first. Fennel are 100 points exactly right now behind Reject, and Overlord is cooking on this Petal Dance Venusaur, combined with the freezes and the stuns on this Suicune. They are looking mighty comfy so far, but Fennel going to try and start making it uncomfortable for them as they head towards this tier 1 on the top side.
And my question to them is this really a good call here? Fennel is slowly losing their gripping here. I thought Reject had a great response as they are able to take in the Regirock and of course the Regice, which, I mean, EXP is flowing, right? You can't letting the Blaziken run free to just pick it on himself with no contention here. But it looks like they're slowly making their way up, but when you look at the levels, Reject is still ahead here. Regirock fight is going to be a little bit tough here. We have only Mami to really try and stop them at the moment. We do have the Delmice coming in, the not connecting one skin here, and this is going to be a tough call when Venusaur is just on you. He's able to run it down here, but no damage done to the Delmice, all things considered.
I mean, even when Delmice was trying to use that anchor shot, it is, I mean, there goes the Seaweed Snare, going to lock on to the Mimikyu. It's going to be countered by the Play With Me. Mamoswine is going to wait. Seaweed Snare is not going to be enough. And the rest of Reject just pounce on the Delmice. I don't know if that was a distraction. I don't know if that was a different tactic, but Reject so quick on the jump, trying to save every single one of their members. We hit the final stretch. It was 3 minutes. Unites were fine, and to just completely take this Telmice out of the game, that's a level 14 Satake on a Mimikyu, level 13 Overlord on a Petal Dance Venusaur. This is game 3 of our Pokemon Japan Championships. Fennel versus Reject, and we got another skirmish going off. Overlord's going to try and survive this, but gets anchor shotted in, but the Giga Drain keeps him sustained. Petal Dance is engaged. Blaziken's going to go and picks up a KO on the Delmice as well, and Reject win another fight as Fennel are set hot on the retreat, and now they are free to take this Regirock.
I love how they just started off here. We saw the hook, but look at the outcome, right? Completely demolishing Fennel here. They took a great fight, turning into a objective there, and I gotta give it to them. Reject, as the bruiser we call, you know, they didn't chicken out and went solo view. I gotta give them mad props.
No, absolutely now. Now, I'm already starting to stress out. There's 5 seconds left until Kyogre. Where there's a Kyogre, the game is never over. Mewtwo Y is going to try, Mewtwo X is going to try engage first. Finds the Side Strike going through as well. Mamoswine does try to find a place in as well. Charizard is hidden in that bush, looking for that Seismic Slam into the Mega Charizard Y. Puts up that Sun. Umbreon has been found. Hits the Citrus Berry as well. The Whirlpool does miss the Mewtwo Y. Now, once again, 1 minute 42 on the clock. I mean, they miss an Ice Fang. Mamoswine almost going to be caught out in the middle of no man's land. Delmice is slowly low. The Seismic Slam comes through. Mega Charizard Y has taken to the sky. Verdant Anger comes through from Overlord. This Petal Dance Venusaur will not be taken down. Umbreon gets sent back to Nurse Joy as well. 1 member down from either side of the team. It's a 4v4. Mamoswine dangerously low. Zacian trying to find their way through. Anchor shot misses onto a 1 HP Mamoswine, who ejects across the wall. Finds the execute, but no. Mewtwo X is there with the Side Strike.
What a beautiful eject button here to grab the Citrus Berry to turn this fight around. They're going to carry on Overlord, trying to see if he can chop it down here as they take a extended fight. Turns around, the anchor shot does not connect, but he's turning around the hook. Moonlight Press forward here as basically tries to make heady hitways here, going down onto the Delmice, turning around onto the Umbreon, and comes to the Kyogre, and this game might truly be over. But Charizard through the field. Let's see if we can pick it up here for 1. There's the pickup, there's the finish. Blaziken's going in, and here we go.
I mean, Charizard moved away from that. They went right back to defend. They're not going to get there for Blaziken right now. What a fight for the side of Reject. That fight went so many different ways, Nightera. Mamoswine surviving 7 different times. Umbreon came back. Can they get the KO? They do pick up a KO. It's 332 to 315. No, Blaziken gets another 10 in. I think that's going to be game number 2 for Reject. The Seaweed Snare does try to hook onto Haruto on it. The Blaziken, 46 left with the Mewtwo, just didn't have the time to make it. And look at the emotion on the side of the Reject players.
Oh, looks like they got it! Reject! Rejecting fate at the very end there, and they actually clench it up. Reject onto 2 points here, Fennel onto 1. Can you see the relief look on their faces when they decided, wow, we should have picked Solar Beam.
Oh my god. I mean, Overlord didn't get KO. Look at the stunned faces on the crowd. This is absolutely incredible stuff right now. We just had a raid come through. All of that. Revidas, thank you so much for raiding in as well. Welcome on in. We are at the grand finals of the Japan Championships, determining who is going to go to Worlds from Japan. We already have the 5 teams that are going to represent Japan on the world stage in San Francisco in America. Right now, this is for prize money. This is for bragging rights. And Reject, Nitera are at match point.
Right.
Woo!
It's going to be a very difficult time with Fennel here, who has, mind you, kind of very strong team. But we want to just talk about the strongest players. I feel Overlord and Mami are the ones to compete here. When it comes to attack and defense, the one that has the attrition usually wins, right? At some point with defense, you cannot do damage.
No.
It's the offenders who win, right? Reject has Overlord on their side here, and I mean, you pray to a god here, but I mean, you can pray to Overlord instead. Right, because right now that's just how it's looking. Reject looking so strong, so confident. Fennel, they need to find a way into this here, and I do believe maybe the second game is finally coming to full impact. We will see in this final draft for them here first to see whether it actually turns into favor, because Reject, I believe they've run out a lot of mods that I would say are favorable for them to win.
I mean, that's kind of the way it goes with All-Star Draft right now. When it gets into a Game 5, you're scraping, I mean, the barrel right now trying to find Pokemon. But I say this as well, Nitera, we have 95 plus Pokemon in Pokemon Unite right now. I mean, with the releases coming up, we're going to get, we should find out who our 100th Pokemon is. So if we talk about Game 1, 10 Pokemon out. We talk about Game 2, 10 Pokemon out. Talk about Game 3, 10 Pokemon out. So we're down to 30 Pokemon that are just out of play. We're going into game number 4 right now. 50, and if we get to a game number 5, that is 40 Pokemon banned up, plus the 6 original banned Pokemon that you already get. Now, let's be honest. Does every Pokemon get played equally? Absolutely not. With All-Star Draft, these players have to learn Pokemon that are just not going to be in their kit. So what do you do? That's a question. I'm asking you a question.
You do your best, man. You do your best, you know? Sometimes it's time to release Ghatlue from his prison and bring out Gorita, you know? What can I say? But in that case here, it looks like we're going to have to find a Japanese Ghatlue, and I don't think that exists at the moment. So it's going to be a tough one. But Mame has a lot of strokes here. He's gone down with a few only. We saw... Yeah, Mame is technically Japanese Ghatlue, right? We've lost the Snorlax, we've lost the Mammal Swine, we've lost... what else did we lose from Mame? Not important. We'll just see him play Greedon, and it's going to be funny.
The reason I'm laughing right now is because not only are we on Ghatlue's channel, they're streaming this live. I just had Shivam in my ear tell me that Mame is the Japanese Ghatlue, which I find is hilarious. So maybe we'll see the Greedon. We've seen a Central Lane Flarellax already. We've seen a Petal Dance Venusaur. We've seen Mega Charizard X. Yeah, look, in the previous draft, we did have Mame hover over T-Tar as well. However, what's really interesting to me, I mean, Nitera, you're quite used to this region. One of the players I don't know, you seem to know the players. One of the players that I'm very impressed with right now is Satake. I was told that he was 18 years old, which is absolutely incredible to be playing at this level and at that amount of skill level. What was it feel like being, 18 and playing on that stage?
Man, it's been a while.
It's been a while. So they gave me a stat, right, of Satake's birthday. Let's see if I can find it. It's so far up in our chats. But March 4, 2008 is when Satake was born. I was graduating high school right there as well. So I am officially Unk status. The Lucario plush from Nitera joining the fans there in the stadium. And I have to say, if you guys have never been to an IC, an international championship, or an in-person event, wave at them, Nitera, wave at them. it is an absolute blast. I got the chance to go to EUIC and sit in that front stage and cheer everybody on. Just listening to the crowd that we saw is so incredible. We are going game 3 right now. Fennel need to win the next one to send us to a game 5. Absolutely
we'll see a game
incredible.
5.
Sorry?
We will see a game 5 level. I had my time with Tano. Time for you to join me in a game 5. I don't get one. You get one.
I've already had a game 5. Tano and I got to cast the last game 5.
Me then, okay?
I need to have a game 5 with Nitera. The last time we saw a full all-star draft game 5, it was on this channel. Now we're about to see game 4. The commentators are absolutely popping off. The players look locked in or not bothered at all. I can never tell with some of these facial expressions, but look at all of the Pokemon that are banned off. Urshifu's not going to be allowed to be played straight off the bat.
It's 1. Urshifu down. It's not very impactful. Scyther being locked out is a little bit of a stretch. We've not seen it at all, but still a very strong Pokemon for the Japan region specific. We have Mewtwo Y, we have Blastoise. Again, Blastoise unfortunately is being shelved in face of its 2 other brothers here, Venusaur and Charizard. And Charizard got picked twice, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a normal Charizard into the field here. Moltres taking out the stage against Stuck Up.
A normal Charizard did get buffed as well, so that Seismic Slam and the damage it does just in its regular form. We did see a Scizor in our previous game as well. So, I mean, the thing is, with Scizor and Scyther not being different licenses, if you ban Scyther or Scizor, you're banning both of them out. So, Moltres also going to join the table here. Comfey looks to be picked by Reject first go. And now we've got 2 slots over here for Fennel. I can't wait to see what they're going to pick up.
Now, I'm going to be real with you. I really want to see a T-Tower on Mame now, because there are only a few Pokemon you kind of want to run Comfey with, right? You technically still have, I would say...
Mame's on the other team.
Galarian and Rapidash, maybe. You know, and I think you just kind of want something bulky instead to just keep them up and running. So let's see if that's the case. We have Zapdos into the field, Mega Gyarados following suit here, and now it's going to come to the other side here. Fennel looking to see if they can play a little bit long range. I want to see a Miraidon here. It's going to be very good. But we are going to lock into our mage specialist. Let's see if we get a Delphox into the field. Or the Typhlosion.
They are taking Typhlosion in game 4. In every single set that we've seen up until now, everybody, Typhlosion has been taken in game 1. Satake is going to pick up the grid, please! Okay, so Tano and I had a little bit of bet. We're like, 2 Pokemon we really want to see today. We want to see Metagross and we want to see Phalanx. We're not going to see the Phalanx. We are going to see the Pawmot, however. And Shivam, record this match for me from... Overlord's perspective, because all I want to see is how he plays Pawmot so that I can learn myself. Thank you very much. Pawmot is an interesting shout here. I do like Pawmot. It has great versatility. Its Unite move, the resets, it just sticks to you no matter what. It's very, very hard to get away from it. But you called the Galarian Rapidash. Nitera has his crystal ball, and it is proven trumps.
I think you need to take some notes right now while you have time. It's going to be a Razor Claw, Muscle Band, and Attack Weight onto the Pawmot here. Might be a good time to take some notes, but you are absolutely right. The Galarian Rapidash is one of the few Pokemon now that have some form of way to, you know, go fast, you know, and like take hits here and there. Yeah. But what's better than 1 sword when you have 3, right? So Fennel looking a little bit more aggressive this time here. Wants to take quick picks, chip them out, and then maybe send the Typhlosion to do a finisher here. And of course, with the slow bro here, you're gonna be locking out the Mega Gyarados here, so you can charge into the Zapdos. So I'm excited to see on the side of Fennel whether they can turn this around here. Reject looking a little bit weaker, but it's also primarily because Comfey is not really a 5th Pokemon. So it'll be tough to see how this one goes.
I have this conversation with Tano a lot. Not only do we not very much like Comfey as a Pokemon, but we think, you know, there's a lot. I feel there's a lot of negatives. Ready? Go! Comfey is a Pokemon that it I mean, I prefer the AoE healing over singular healing, which Confei does do, unless you have a Confei that has the chance to get off, stack up its leaves, as well as get up. We've got a Greninja in the central lane and a Char Cadet as well in the central lane for Fennel. This is game number 4, everybody. This is match point for Reject. If they win this, they win it all. If Fennel win this, they send us to a game 5. Pormont gonna go into the bottom lane as Overlord is already gonna put some pressure on it, but Cyndaquil and Slowpoke are gonna try and get some off. I mean, Overlord didn't have any points there, but still tried to stack anyway. Magikarp's effort meter is going to be in trouble as Mame tries to get the KO. I mean, early on, Fennel looking very aggressive.
And it's going to keep on the onslaught here. We're going to see if they can carry it on early. Looks like we have a level 5 Bitterblade coming soon, maybe? I don't know. It's going to come down to the wire here. But starting out strong, it looks like the Natsus are being picked up here. They have information with Comfy able to just give them a bit of vision. So they might want to just play a little bit slower on top side here because it's a poor fish. There's going to be sashimi if anything else.
I mean, I love the fact that they're going to pressure this top lane. It doesn't matter. Magikarp's still going to get that effort meter up as well. Comfey, Pormont, Zapdos, and Frogadier are now in this bottom part. Surf's going to go through from Slowbro. However, Cyndaquil looking to pick up a KO on Overlord. They managed to do it as well. Zapdos is dangerously low as well, but manages to get the ring of Comfey. There comes Mame with the Smart Strike coming in from the Galarian Rapidash. Kulava is online. The Flame Wheel is there. And Fennel are cleaning up in the early stages of this one. 56 points to 33 and a KO to boot.
And this is a great start moving into them, because as of now, it looks like the levels are kind of favoring the side of Fennel here. They might be able to take another fight moving into it, and the red jungler is just spawned here. They can technically push themselves up for it here, but look at that level 7 Zero Edge here. He's going to look for an opportunity to turn this around. If he turns this one back, does not pick it up for himself, giving it to Palmont here. And now it looks like this attack way, Palmont is kind of happy to hit the 26 points there.
I mean, Pormont still needs that level, I believe it's 7 to get access to that Volt Tackle. I should know that considering how much I played. There goes the Supercell Slam into it. Does get the stun on the Cerule Edge. I mean, Comfey just taking KOs away. Kulava cannot defend this, but it cannot be targeted inside that play. With Pormont going in again with the Supercell Slam. And the combination of the Sweet Kiss Comfey is going to make it impossible to get away from that Pormont once Overlord starts going. And I mean, all the pressure that Fennel had early on is just being ripped apart right now by Overlord and this Comfey. If they can pick up a KO right now, which they do, thanks to the Cerule Edge, Fennel answer back to what Overlord has just done to them in that bottom side.
Now, keep note, Lobo, that's not how you play Palmont here. You don't want to, like, get KO on this side of the map here. No. But jokes aside, as they go into this, it's going to be 2 objectives that they kind of need to fight for here. Taki is just trying to find opportunity to go in, and I'm not seeing them go for a good fight here. It's looking a little low. This Tag Potion could really make this a hit waste. That's the Revenant end here. Going Revenant in and there. That's good. And this is a great moment for them to push it for it.
I mean, the Revenant came through. They managed to take the objective. Greninja also managed to pick up a few KOs. 40 points goes into the top side. Overlord going to get 24 into that tier 2 as well. Get those attack weights on that Pormont. That is what you need. It's going to have access to its Unite move. Zip Zap Full Charge Spark as soon as possible. But now it's caught out in no man's land. It's going to be Cerule Edge versus the Pormont. The Pormont does get the advantage this time around. The Sweet Kiss coming out from the Comfey as Overlord just decides to speed on out of there after using the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark.
And I mean, as of right now here, let's look at the point lead here. It's 133 to 160, Fennel leading. In terms of levels here, we kind of caught up into the game here. This is a nice thing to see, because that means Reject is actually a lot closer to winning than we think. And it's going to come down to them to see if they can make something work here. The Flame to pull them out. Not a lot of damage sustained, thankfully, here, as Fennel kind of wants to play a little bit slower here and take one good fight. That's all they need.
Yeah, it is exactly what they need, but Haruto is incredibly ominous with that dragon, with that Gyarados just standing at the Triad Blitz is going to come through from Mane. They're just going to dodge out of there. The Flame Wheel is going to pick up a KO on the Pormont. Overlord is also going to go down courtesy of the Slowbro. Zapdos takes a nap and goes back to Nurse Joy as well. 3 KOs, quick succession for the side of Fennel. Both teams are getting such incredible KOs. Revenant Ren countered by the Water Burst Shuriken. Galarian Rapidash is going to be chasing down the Smart Strike. Doesn't manage to get the KO, but Greninja Greninja, dangerously low, picks up a KO on the Ghatlue Rapidash, and this Greninja is smoothing and grooming. Satake picks up a double.
Oh no, I hate to say it, but look at it, they're kind of cooking. But it's not really going their favor here as they take a long century just now. And I think it just kind of wasted a lot of time going to it. While there's no change to the points, you can definitely see how the levels are slowly being favored towards the side of rejects here as they can figure this out. Fennel though has the priority, does pick up onto the Regieleki, but again EXP flowing to the side of reject, which is what kind of won them the game last round. So I'm not sure if that's the right call.
Yeah, look, I just seem to see how they're going to do as Fennel are going to go down to the bottom path into that tier 1. The Zapdos has the ability to put such big damage onto a Pokemon, even like Typhlosion. However, they're just going to pick up those Citrus Berries. Behind them does come Satake on that Greninja. The Pawmot goes through with the Supercell Salam as well. Gets caught in the Triad Blitz. Just trapped there as the Typhlosion and Cerulean come back in. Cerulean picks up a KO on the Pawmot. The rest of Fennel are going to try and follow this all the way through. Cerulean picks up a double KO. Now, Comfort, sorry, that was the Surf Edge that picks up a double KO with the assistance of the Solo Bro. But 40 is going to go in by Haruto into that top path. 3 minutes 40 on the clock, and this game has been non-stop action once again. I'll get Nitera to go over the levels for you guys in just a second, but this is game number 4. Match point for Reject. Fennel need to take this game to send it to a game 5.
Right, and as you take a look at the levels now, I mean, it is definitely in favor of Fennel here, who has an average of 12 across the board here, but on the other side, Reject also coming in close, just picking up themselves one more shot level to match them, and it looks like at least they are kind of closing it up here. Finally, the last of levels here, going to 12 on the side of Fennel here, they are going to try and attempt to take a fight with just a little bit more of a lead. Starting off strong here, Paul's trying to go in, he's going to not take a lot of damage thanks to, of course, Comfort, but it looks like they're forcing them to back away. Now, as a group, I'm not really sure what the right call is there because Fennel had the numbers, but I'm just not convinced that they could win that fight here with the amount of aggression on the side of Reject.
No, absolutely. I agree with you 100%, Nitera. I mean, Greninja has access to its Unite move. Not the best time to probably use that Unite move, but look at where they're positioning right now. I mean, what Reggie are they going to roll inside that bottom path? Can I see it? It is the Regirock. That's going to give them a lot of buffs to their defense, but they're not going to go and score. They're going to wait for 20 more seconds, but the positioning they've got is absolutely fantastic. Haruto is ominously lurking and sleeping and hovering inside that bush. This fight could pop off before Kyogre ever decides to attack. But look, here we go. The Overlord has been caught out and gets taken out instantly alongside the Comfort as well. They used a few Unite moves and 2 minutes on the 5 seconds until Kyogre decides to pop off. It's all up to Satake on that Greninja. They found it. Lunging League Nova Blast goes through. Greninja dangerously low. Ghatlue Rapidash flies in with the Smart Strike. Zapdos with the high voltage siege tries to do what they can do, but Gyarados has got in with the Dragon Card. There's 4 versus 5. 5 versus 1. Overlord's about to come back in. Can they get the secure? Typhlosion does. And I think Metal might just send this to a game 5 situation.
And I cannot leave my eyes here. They have the buff. They have the numbers. But Local,
they're not scoring.
It's not over. They're not scoring. And it's exactly what I'm trying to point out. They have a lead, but they're not trying to expand that lead at all. In fact, they want to play it safe here. Fennel thinks that they can defend this on their own, and I am not convinced in the slightest. Reject is able to take that and they call it a day. Taki comes in here, the Water Brushing comes to the back. Looks like they're pulling out, but now they're kind of caught off guard. They're going to be collapsed onto, but thankfully they're able to make it out with little damage tacked onto them. So I guess the question is, with 4 players, can you really turn this around here? Because the 5th member of the team is the Ghatlue Rapidash. He's waiting in the bush, he's waiting for opportunity to turn this back into them. 40 seconds on the clock here, we're ticking down, and right now, it looks like it's going to be a start here. That's 34. It's a little bit more.
Okay, Reject are in the lead. Hold, here we go. The Eruption's going to come through. Are they going to manage to score? They do manage to break it. 100 points does go in. Revenant Ren does manage to KO. To pick up a KO. Slowbro takes out the Gyarados, but there's going to be a 50 going in from the side of the Fennel. Hold your horses. We thought it might be enough, but Fennel have managed to keep their lead intact. We were worried for a minute there. Shavam, you really have to tell me what my face is going to be on camera because I'm not ready for this.
Hey, now, Lobo, to be fair, I did hold my crystal ball. I did prophesize.
You
to have a
did.
game 5.
You did.
And am I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Game 5.
I guess I'm not having dinner. But
I guess I'm not
that
going to
is
sleep. I'm not going. How am I supposed to get to sleep after this game?
That's the need, but you don't. You don't.
I'm so wired right now.
Gotta lock it.
Let me find my words to describe what just happened.
Oh, take your time. Take your time. We've got one person.
We've got another game. We're gonna watch the highlights right now, but probably the most back and forth game out of all of the games we witnessed between these two teams. The Pokémon got the KOs. Satake got the KOs on the Greninja. I mean, we got the KOs from Mame on the Galarian Rapidash, which was an absolutely beautiful pick into this, which you predicted as well for Mame to pick that Galarian Rapidash. The Pokémon was brilliant. What I love, I didn't get a chance to mention this before. Pokémon's Zip Zap Full Charge Spark, the Unite move, it doesn't charge the normal way that normal Unite moves charge over time. It charges by move usage. So the more that Pokémon is brawling, the more times it can use its Unite move. And Overlord was just in there the entire time. Not only can Pokémon just lock onto you with Volt Switch, with the Supercell Slam as well. The Sweet Kiss coming from the Comfy, which means you're not allowed to move either. Mega Gyarados, however, I felt was the weak link on Reject's team. I think we saw it once in total that I saw, and that was at that final fight, Naitara.
And mind you, there was a time where it was level 9, where a lot of his competitors were level 11. The month that they were trying to score against him, I mean, they knew Mega Gyarados just couldn't defend, and they still sent Mega Gyarados to, like, be a defender, which just didn't suit his playstyle. It needed to be taking KOs, and it just didn't find an opportunity to do so until very late.
Alright. We're going to go over the highlights right now, and this was the key moment here, Naitara. Overlord gets KO'd instantly. The beautiful positioning of Fennel in this fight was outstanding. The lunging leap Nova Blast to KO the Greninja, and then the Smart Strike onto the Galarian, onto the Zapdos. There is one person alive, and that is Haruto on this Gyarados. And I'm sorry, against the Typhlosion, Slowbro, Sirfetch'd, Ceruledge, who still has Revenant Rend, by the way. They pop the Mega Gyarados, but they're not even in there to try and secure it. But again, and here, Pokémon has Unite, Comfy has Unite, Greninja has Unite.
Right.
It was brilliant.
Amazing.
A superb game on Fennel's part.
I mean, we just got a Zip Zap drop. You know, you got Zip Zap drop. That's all I'm saying. And so it kind of becomes a bit of a problem.
The thing is, right, so we saw as we wait for this game 5, guys, so now 40 Pokemon are banned. And put that in perspective, there's 95 Pokemon in the game. Yep. And hang on, so I'm gonna say this because I've just been informed. This is the second game 5 in full All-Star draft in the world that we've ever had. The last one was done here at Unity Clash, and now this one is being done over here as well and inside the Asia Championships. I have casted both of them, sorry, and I am incredibly happy to be joined by incredible casters for this. So, a best of 5 All-Star draft, second time in the world. Oh, Naitara, were you at that? Were you there?
I was at the Fearless, yes, the best of 5 Fearless. Did we do it twice?
This is the second one. So you, me, and Tano have done it, or did me and Naitara do the grand final there as well?
No, we did it twice.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was.
Right.
Naitara, myself, Magical, and Tano did the first ever best of 5. And now Naitara and I are doing the second best of 5 in All-Star.
We're here.
In All-Star draft, full Fearless. Okay. 95 Pokemon are in the game of Pokemon Unite. Urshifu, Scizor, Darkrai going to be banned. Eldegoss, Clefable, Blastoise is going to be banned. What do we have as options? Because Haruto has locked in the Moltres. Ake has locked in the Machamp. Marshio has locked in the Mewtwo 1.
I'm kind of trying to feel out what we have here. And I mean, they have Inteleon as well, don't forget, right? Like, that's not right. We're opting to go for Decidueye instead. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Lapras or Greedent here, but there's also Ho-Oh on the table. And at least right now, it kind of feels like we have our range characters locked out. We have the Machamp in. It comes down to whether Reject wants to play some Bruisery type fonts here. Psyduck being picked up here means we might be able to see Belch into the fray here, but Absol, an absolute strong individual pick is going to be there. We also have Empoleon and Phalanx, who might be the final pick that you were looking for. It was so close.
I was so close to getting the Phalanx. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Nitera. Please continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, we have absolutely done whatever we could here. It's gonna come down to one last pick here. I am really feeling a Phalanx here. If not, it's a Zero Aura or something that can stick onto the field because of the Sai-Yai. And of course, right now, we've got Zero Aura.
I mean, this is incredible right now. So right now, Moltres has not been picked for 5 games in a row. Satake has decided to go on to Absol. The Sing Cute Charm from the Wigglytuff is going to be immense to keep the pressure off of that Decidueye. Meowth is just going to run at that backline. However, for the side of Fennel here at Nitera, they don't exactly have the squishiest comp.
Right. And to be real here, Sai-Yai just kind of makes it a lot harder, right? The thing that I really like about the side of Fennel is that they have a composition that relies heavily on Psyduck here, but it's all mons that are fairly slippery or tanky, right? Machamp flies in, digital damage, and he's done.
Yep.
Doesn't really need Sai-Yai. You know, Mewtwo can stay for a long fight with Sai-Yai. We have Green, who's going to be able to run around so fast. He has Belch as well to digital damage, or even Bullet Seed if he wants to go a little bit more direct. And last but not least, the slipperiest of them all is going to be Charged Aurora. So we'll see how this one really pans out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So this is it. Wait. Ready? Go! This is Game 5 in our grand finals of the Pokemon Japan Championships. Reject on your purple side, Fennel on your orange side. This is for all the marbles, the prize money, and the bragging rights because both of these teams are already going to Worlds. Absol and Zeora are going to take the central lanes. Greedent is going to stack, and Machamp is just going to be a nuisance because this EXP share Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff is going to be a nuisance as well.
And it's going to be a tough one to say the least here. They're getting their hits in, and it's not looking too good for the side of Reject here, who has to back away. The upside here, it looks like we finally have the Scover trying to make some hitways, but not finding it smart. With a little bit of HP to spare here, he wants to go with his team as he can make a hitways, but Zero Aura looking to join his team out in the ball side after seeing Absol.
Oh my god, little Squirtle does manage to get away. Central laners have decided, Zero Aura was there as well. So, now we've got central laners going for those Natus in the middle, which we are so used to seeing. That is going to be a Volt Switch Zero Aura, so it's going to be Discharge Volt Switch coming out from the Zero Aura as well. Psyduck going to go for that Bubble Beam, which means that Discharge is going to hurt twice as much when it comes through. 2 points to 6, early scoring lead. Altari is going to be taken by both. No evolution on the Squovert, but it does get sent back to Nurse Joy here, Nitera.
And it's going to be a tough one to say the least here, as right now the point leads are suddenly increased 5-fold on the side of Reject. But of course on the other side, we are seeing KOs onto the Vultures from 1, and they're not going to stop here, because look at the 20s coming in, the 1 to 24, and suddenly the point leads are slowly coming back to the favor of Fennel, which means that Fennel have map priority.
Yeah, Fennel is here. The Zero has not left that central lane. It is Gauntlet's level 6, so it's going to give it central lane to the side of the Machoke. Once they get access to that submission, that Dartrix, Moltres, and all of that backline is even more in trouble. Greedent's going to get the final stack coming through as well, and it's going to get access to, it is going to be Covet, and I assume, obviously, with Covet, we're going to get a Belch coming out from this little thick Greedent. Now, Mewtwo is going to do a submission onto the Machamp! Gets KO'd by the Zero Aura! Then Fennel are really feeling it now. Look at the faces of all these competitors, Nitera. All-Star Draft has come down to this.
They're just so locked in here. You can see their faces. They've won. You get in there. There's no twitch their movements. You can see the communication coming from Fennel here, who is just saying, okay, maybe we need to go in for aggressive play. I'm already on it. Let's see if we can make something work here. Really tough, slowly getting chipped out here. It looks like they found a way in. Satake wants to get hit in, but he's not going to be able to get away with it here. Punished for staying too long here. One more Wigglytuff looking at a 7, but that's a bad news because he's got KO'd at level 7. More EXP for the side of Fennel. They turn it around. It looks like Meowth wants to try to make a play here. He does get the second. Can he get a third here? It looks a little hard, but maybe it's possible. Just a little bit more. A twitch and a sync, and it's still not enough. He's able to back away, but relentless is Haruto on the onslaught here, and bit by bit he's chipping it down.
That's so good by Meowth. He's just able to stick onto you. And Haruto doesn't let Green go with the gold coin barrage that it used to manage to pick up 2 KOs. Is that a KO? Is that a snipe from the Decidueye? It was. They managed to take away the Registeel, and Reject are not going to go quietly into the night. They're going to come back into this with everything they've got. 94 to 98. No pads broken just yet. Reggies have been taken. Registeel in the bottom lane. Regieleki in the top lane. Machamp is online. Overlord on level 8 onside this Moltres. This Greedent is a nuisance, but now Meowth can deal with it properly. Both teams gonna try and rotate for this Regieleki. I would assume it's gonna be 3v4. Machamp with the submission, and Meowth. Haruto is gonna defend this with their life.
That's the problem though. Meowth is level 11. He doesn't need to play out. He can wait in fog and just slowly get an opportunity here. And as you see, Fennel collapsing onto them was the right call. If Meowth doesn't respond, technically this is their game to win here. But now that Meowth is in the field here, what can you possibly do? He's running to the backline. They do pick up the Absol. Satake is now down and out for the count here. Mega Mewtwo wide. Infinite Cyber not enough as they see the Meowth turns it around and gets cash money on him. And it's now looking very bleak for them. A little bit more. Zeraora pulls it back here. He's gonna get opportunity to fight, but not with the help of Meowth coming into dish damage and picking up the Zeraora. This is a beautiful turnaround with a bat game as well and a Regieleki for another pickup.
Haruto is carrying, cooking on this Meowth. Picked up a KO streak of 2 earlier in the game. Picked up a KO streak of 3. Managed to pull the Plasma Gale Unite move from the Zeraora. The Wigglytuff managed to pull the attention of the Machamp. It's 98 to 98, heading on in to the halfway point. It is going to be crazy right now. 4, he is going to go in from the Moltres, but he gets stopped by the Belching Greedent. Greedent's going to try and stop it again. There's 3 members here, including this Decidueye that's going to start with the big belly bash. Is going to come out from the Greedent as well. Takes a big amount of damage as Moltres gets taken down. The Sing Wigglytuff runs back to the safety of it. And the submission finds the Decidueye. And Fennel have turned around once again. A 50 duck gets stopped by Meowth in the top path. 138 to 117. I cannot keep up with this action. It's so back and forth.
Okay, but here's the thing. Fennel is getting onto the Regirock. They have the EXP, they're kind of catching up here. Across the board, they have their power spikes at 11. So if they want to take a fight, it's now. That Moltres very dangerously going into the fray here. I'm not sure if you want to beat there, but it's down to a duck and a mission. Absol comes in, dishes damage onto the Greedent, but it's not enough. Not invested here. They turn it around. There's the Sai coming in here. It is time to get the Belch going. They turn it around. There's no submission coming. They have to pull back. Wigglytuff coming in for the fray. They do see the Decidueye. One check. Cross jump. Not enough. Pulls it back. And there it is. Wolf's coming to the fray. Trying to make some headways. He's not going to be enough damage here. Goes down. Psyduck gets away here. But of course, Mega Mewtwo comes in to return the favor. And the last one standing, Wigglytuff, is going to get clawed out by the Zeraora. And that is all she wrote going into the 3-minute 30-second mark.
Oh my god, what a fight that we just witnessed right there. The barrage blow on an HP in a dream from the Machamp sends that fight to the side of Fennel. 138 to 17. The score still hasn't changed. Nitero, we've got Reggie coming up topside. It's going to be Regieleki Satake on this level 12 Absol with this Decidueye just going to decide to rip it. Fennel not even going to show any attention to it at all. Decidueye does manage to get a sneak. Wigglytuff looking for that Zeraora bottom side. Psyduck and Greedent possibly going to go for a score. Overlord is there on the Moltres. They don't want to go too far away because B is there trying to just making themselves a nuisance. Psyduck going to defend the pad on the bottom. We're headed in to the final stretch here, Nitero. Under 3 minutes left to go. Let's check out these levels really quickly.
I was going to say 3 level difference on the Meowth here at the start, but all of a sudden it's kind of catching up here. We have a Machamp on level 13 as well, and this is going to be a tough one. They've kind of evened it out here. Fennel looking to stay into the fight here, but with one engage, it could turn all into favor. Haruto on the top side here, Absol at the bottom left. You can see how they can collapse onto everyone just like that here. But there is one more Reggie here, and I'm not sure if you want to give it up just like that here. I believe it is good call to just collapse onto it rather than take priority into this. But he started out strong here, seeing into the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff's better take damage here, so I don't know if you want to invent the skills. Moltres looking to the back here to see if he can chip his way out. Very barely fall comes in, he turns around, he's trying to find it. When the Ogre is on, the game is not over as he goes in for it. Midnight Flash comes, his best is out. Moltres dishing the damage out, trying to flip onto the Kyogre. There's damage on the Absol here. It's turned one only is left. They get the Kyogre buff, they're turning it around. It is going to be Green who needs to turn this one back into the frame by taking first one Decidueye out. But I don't think it's enough. They're turning it back onto him. Decidueye not able to hold its ground as we do see him being knocked at the door. And it looks like victory is in the hands of Fennel, who needs to see if they can stop the rejects from respawning.
It was a snipe from the Desi that managed to secure Kyogre. They've scored. They still need 215 points. Do reject right now. They've got buffs. No, the only person that has a buff is the Decidueye. Machamp is going to defend this. Greedent's going to get another 50 into the top path. Machamp has decided to leave this. 42 goes in. 50 goes in from the Greedent as well. Are they going to double score? Greedent gets the 100. The Meowth is going to score 217 to 438. 325
they have a 50.
to 438. They're going to score in the home pad, Terra. Oh,
it's
what is
448.
happening?
They have a 50. Decidueye just needs to pull through here. It's a little bit more. He's checked it out here. First of all, Wigglytuff wants to go in. He needs to see the opportunity here. Moltres giving some bedways here, but it looks like the team has respawned. Meowth trying to make some headways. He gets the first one onto Mewtwo, and he's turning it around. Looks like he has to fall back here. He's dropped the 20. That's a great start. The 37 falls through. There is a 50 still. There is a 50.
Plasma
it
Gale.
looks like the Plasma Gale comes in. Knocked it off, coming through. 20 seconds on the clock here. They need to make something happen, and they're not dishing the damage enough. They have to try this. 50 points onto the Decidueye. There it is. Song and dance. It looks like they can try and get it. 50 not going. Trying to cross jump, turns it around. And it's mid-speed. The chicken is down and down. That is going to be over here. Lobo. Midnight is not going to save them. Nothing can turn this around. They have funneled it into a victory, and Lobo, this is PJCS's champion going into the grand final. Fennel has closed it out.
Fennel are your champions! What an ending! And look at the absolute explosion of excitement coming out from these players. Wow, they won game 1. They gave away game 2. Reject won game 3. Fennel won game 4 to send it to a game 5. And Fennel did what they absolutely needed to do to take home the grand finals. Wow, what an end game.
I cannot believe it. I had dinner. I ate good today. I watched one of the most amazing games coming from Pokemon Unite in one of the most, I would say, obscure regions that we'll get to see. And I had the opportunity to be with you to see this amazing game come down to its conclusion of game 5 into the grand finals. Fennel cleaning this one up here with a stunning victory. I cannot believe my eyes.
Game 5. Put this in perspective, guys. Every single game we've watched so far has been a best of 3. In only one of them that we have gone to a game 3 situation. So we have only seen 30 Pokemon played at max. In this full set of 5, 50 Pokemon were played. 50 individual Pokemon were played. All-Star Draft is incredible. If you can watch that and be like, nah, these teams are not great, this is not awesome, I don't know what to tell you. The excitement of seeing Greedent, Meowth was incredible in that game. Haruto on that Meowth, the ability to get behind, to chase down. How often do you chase down a Greedent? Never! But a Meowth did it and KO'd it. But what an incredibly well-played game by Fennel. I mean, give them a standing ovation. It was an absolutely wonderful, wonderful game. Oh my god.
Standing ovation. They deserve it. It's fine if I get embarrassed and wear a bet.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna stand.
Oh, you are going to do this, right?
Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely.
Give it to them.
Gotta give it to them.
Oh.
You know?
I mean, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit speechless right now, but I guess we'll find our words as we come through. Because again, what more could you've got a bit for the closing ceremony? Okay. So apparently they've prepared a lot for the closing ceremony. I don't know if we're gonna stay here and watch. Are you just gonna put it on, Siobhan, so that we can watch? Okay. So
okay, we're watching it together.
I think what we'll do is we'll just wait for the highlights of the game right now, because it seems like casters are reflecting on it. Incredible final 2 games played out from Fennel. Honestly, the Moltres going in game 5 was insane.
Tell me about it.
We got the Decidui coming through. Incredible snipes by the Decidui, stealing the Registeel out from under Fennel and sniping the Kyogre whilst you're running away from the Kyogre pit is insanity. I'm sorry, it's absolute cinema.
I want to know if it didn't get caught as well in the entire race. That was a heist.
It didn't get caught. It didn't get caught. It was a heist from that Decidui. You are absolutely correct. Massive congratulations to Fennel, guys. We'll see if we can get a translation of the interview as well, if it's possible. But we'll just let you guys listen to it right now. We won't talk over this bit. Just watch it and we'll come back and we'll do a little bit of analysis when we get the highlights.
ありがとうございます。さあそして今年だけ見れば ACL そして今回の大会2冠となっていきます。あと1つが足りないんですけども、今日の試合をちょっとまずは振り返ってこのグランドファイナルどういった苦しさありました？
最後の試合がもうメンタルというか精神削られすぎて終わった後立てなかったです。めっちゃ嬉しかったです。
いや本当にね素晴らしい試合を届けてくれました。最後にね WCS への意気込みは聞くというところで、続いてマショウさんにお話を伺ってまいりたいと思います。さあマショウさん、前回のね、ACL でこうお話をさせていただいたときに、ACL は勝ったり世界大会も勝ったけど、まだフェンネルとしては日本のタイトルを取れてないけどっていう話もねさせていただきました。改めてこの日本のタイトルフェンネルとして取ったお気持ちはいかがでしょう？
最高です。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとう。
確かにこう今までたくさんの大会出て優勝経験もあると思いますが、今日の優勝のこう気持ちが感覚はいかがでしょうか？
いやもうやっぱりこの今までにないこのオールスターっていう、環境でもう勝てたのが本当に嬉しくて、もうやばいっす。ありがとう。俺たちが最強だ。
最強を証明してくださいましてありがとうございます。さあそして B さんにもお話を伺ってまいりましょう。この BO5 また苦しい戦いにはなりました。試合を終えての率直な感想からまずはお願いします。
一旦最高です
一旦最高ということですけども、これ実際こう戦ってこれはいける、これは勝ったかなって思った瞬間ってどういった部分でありましたか？
なんか初戦勝った時は今日はもうシュンピーがキャリーしてくれていけるなと思ったんですけど、なんか 2,3 戦目負けてもうなんか歓声とかもアウェーすぎてやばいなって多分全員思ってたと思うんですけど、なんか最後こっちの流れになって勝ててよかったです。
ありがとうございます。本当にチームのね力で勝っていきました。さあそして P 選手お話を伺ってまいりたいと思いますけど、このオールスタードラフト最後かなり苦しい中でのピックにはなったと思いますけど、どういった思いで最後のポケモンに気持ちを託しましたか？
練習段階からゼラオラは出すって決めてたんで、出して気持ちよかったです。
ゼラオラの練習をしていたと いうところでした。とまだまだ引き出しはね、開けてない部分があると思いますけれども、P 選手もさまざまな大会優勝されてますけど、今回の大会の優勝の感覚、気持ちはいかがでしょう。
2年ぶりに PJCS 優勝できて本当に嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。さあ続いては豆選手にもお話を伺ってまいりたいと思います。かなり戦略部分でも、考えた部分があったと思いますし、惜しくも敗れてしまったラウンドではありましたけども、カビゴンで、真ん中中央からの制圧でかなりプレッシャーをかけるという新たな戦術も出しました。今日のフェンネルとしては何点上げたいですか。
いや今日はそうですね、40点ぐらい
40点まだ60点の幅がある。
いやまだまだ伸びしろというか、まだまだ最強になれると思ってます。
どういった部分強化していきたいとかありますか。
やっぱりオールスタードラフトの練習っていうのが、どうしても詰めきれなかった部分とかがあって、即興で出した構成とかがたくさんあったので、そういうところもしっかり詰めて、もう全ての構成を完璧に仕上げれるようにしたいです。
ありがとうございます。またね WCS がどんなねルールになるかというところも、分かりませんけれども、オールスタードラフトが選ばれた時にはかなりの力を発揮してくれるでしょう。さあそして節内選手、いつも通り最後の、出番となっておりますけども、改めて今回、ACL そして今回の大会も含めてフェンネルの成長ってどう感じましたか。
成長ですか。元からもうめちゃくちゃ大きい存在だったと思うんですけど、この新しいルールっていう中でこの、1回戦から考えたらこのオフライン大会の中で、かなり選手の中でも成長してたのかなっていうのは見てて思いました。
そして予選からもありましたけれども、このフェンネルの強みがどんどん変わっていったりとか、個々の能力の高さ、あとは連携だとかもあると思いますけれども、チームメンバーの雰囲気とか何か志とか何かメンバーの中で変化っていうのはあったりしましたか。
そうですね、もう日に日に、PJCS とか WCS の、日程が迫ってくるんで、もう世界取るぞっていう気持ちがだんだん強くなってると思います。
ありがとうございます。このままの勢いで世界大会突っ走っていただきたいなというふうにも思っております。それでは最後にリーダー秋選手から WCS に向けて意気込みと、あとはたくさんのファンの方々が応援してくださいました。そしてスタッフの方も写真を撮ったり、あとオンラインで応援してくださった方もいます。ぜひそのファンの方々スタッフへの一言お願いしたいと思います。
一旦意気込みから
いきましょう。
世界一しか見えてねえんだよ。
3冠に期待していきましょう。そしてぜひファンへのメッセージ、スタッフへのメッセージがあればお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。みんなの応援が力になってここまで来れてるので、ぜひ WCS まで見守ってくれると嬉しいです。お願いします。
ありがとうございます。この後センターのモンスターボールステージでトロフィーアップがあるので、まだコールはしません。そのために皆さん喉を保っておいてくださいね。ということで一度キャスター席にお返しいたします。
はい、改めまして本日の PJCS
Hello, everybody. Absolutely incredible scenes. I don't know if we're going to see any of the highlights from that game.
What do you mean? That was the highlight.
That was the highlight.
5 games of highlights.
The Fennel interview was definitely the highlight. I would love to get a translation of that. I don't know if we will, maybe not. But insane to just get. It would be nice to see, to understand what.
On it.
Sorry.
Our translators on it also is actually on the translation. Now I can see that he's locked in.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we will. He's locked in for that translation. We're gonna get that translation for you guys as soon as possible. I mean, a big W to the in-person casters as well. You can kind of hear a little bit of them, but their pop-off moments, their excitement as well was so incredible. I mean, I can't imagine being in that atmosphere right then and there to cast that. Look at that stage, Night Terror. The giant open Pokeball is insane. But this was the bracket that we saw. Reject beat QT Dig 2-0. Oh my god.
Okay, it's okay. I understand. It's an emotional moment.
You take over. I need to.
A reject deck went 2-1. A little bit shaky, like I said, just before I came into the grand finals here, right? So when reject came in, they were technically going in a little bit of a stay in the record, not 2-0, not 2-0. Panel again going in 2-0 twice. So they were looking really good going into the third place match here, sending CC down, but then up to rejects here. And so you can see how this was definitely a fight that, while Panel looked to be favored here, still looked way too close for comfort. Rejects throw a show at them. And let me tell you, Lobo, it was a show indeed. We got to see 5 amazing rounds of Pokemon Unite, and it was with you.
I mean, it was absolutely incredible. And there are your top 3 places. C2 in 3rd place, Reject in 2nd place, and Fennel in 1st place. I absolutely love the poses. I love absolutely everything coming through. I mean, insane. We're just waiting right now. Now, Nitera, in the couple games that we watched, let's talk about your favorite moment. I mean, okay, apart from that, because I don't know, how did you feel? I want to understand, how were your emotions from game 1 towards game 5? My emotions were up and down, especially once we got to game 3 with more being on the line towards those end games. It felt kind of crazy.
I think it's a little unfair to ask me because like I have to temper my emotions given the situation that I'm casting from. But if I had to give a more realistic stat, I think it was a very interesting mix of like, yeah, I guess, you know, there was a very big chance that Rejects would have won there. It was almost a sweep, and they were trying to find a footing in. And all of a sudden, Fennel was just playing ball with them, right? Like, you throw the ball to my court, I'm throwing back to yours. You know, suddenly wins and losses felt like it mattered more, because usually we see, like, sweeps, right? 3-0 and whatnot. When in Japan, right? A win is an advantage that you can abuse. Not snowball, but to really lock you out. And especially in Fearless, that's 5 more Pokemon that they can't use. Right? And I think, again, the fruits of their labor came into play there. You could see that they didn't really have a lot of diveable Pokemon, anything that's really bulky. Yeah, they had a Palmon, but like, still need the time to come in.
Yeah. I actually really like that mindset that you were talking about. I mean, in All-Star Draft, use that mentality. In game 1, you have an advantage. Use game 2 to lock them out of more Pokemon if you're well acquainted with your opponent. I don't know how much that works in best of 3s. I think that doesn't. I don't know if that same mentality. I don't know if that mentality generally works. But in a best of 5, that mentality is very, very interesting, especially. And I would love to know if that is exactly what the players were thinking, or if that was your speculation. Because that is an absolute brilliant mind game to play on the competitive stage.
I would like to think that that's what they're thinking, because Japan is very known to play. One thing that we see is play safe, because in Pokemon, even in the other games, you can see how they play, how they progress games, and it's a very like, I will not take the risk that I don't need to take. If there is a risk involved, can I mitigate that risk further than what most people would say? And if you want to compare this to like games like VGC, even with their best players like Wolfie Glick, it's a very different mindset where Wolfie would play for this risk to pay out if the payout's big enough, where Japan's like, I'll take it consistently 1 step at a time, right? The journey starts of 1,000 steps, it begins with the first one, and that's how they like to play, 1 step at a time. You don't have to advance your board, and that's why I think that their mindset to play out 5 games rather than just snowball in 3 becomes so much more impactful.
I like that, because a lot of the times I think we see at the Western ICs, we do get these games not necessarily going to these full game 5 situations, especially at these IC events. So to see this come around as well right now into a full game 5 is absolutely fantastic. The crowd on hand still waiting for this closing ceremony. I think we're still waiting. We're going to end this up once we get the translation of the interview as well. So it's going to be very, very fun. I mean, a lot of Pokemon played. I'm trying to comprehend around all the Pokemon that were played. All have at some point been played at an IC on some level. I can't think of a Pokemon that wasn't played unless it's the new releases. Typhlosion, obviously the one that comes to mind. because it's such a new release. But still, I mean, the Pokemon that we kind of expected to be played, Nitera, got played.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's 100 Pokemon, right? If you take out 50 of the cards, I mean, at some point, there's a 50% chance it should be in that pool, right?
Yeah. So
surely it will be in the pool.
There are Pokemon that we saw that didn't get played. I mean, I think we saw all the Megas. I think we saw all the Megas got played. We saw Mega Gyarados, we saw Mega Luca, we saw Mega Charizard, both of them. We saw both. We saw X and Y Mewtwo as well. So we saw all the Megas get played. We saw all of the legendary birds get played. We saw Typhlosion get played. Meganium, Feraligatr, and Skeledirge were banned off. We did see a Metagross. We didn't see a Chandelure. We didn't see a Delphox. No Pikachu. Surprisingly. I guess they don't like Pikachu over there. But still a hefty roster of Pokemon to go through. And we didn't even get through all the defenders. Nitera. I mean, no Goodra. No Ho-Oh. Oh.
The crowning moment. We've all been waiting for.
Let's go.
These are your PJCS champions, Fennel, taking home the Pocket Monster Ball Cup for Pokemon Japan Championships. They're struggling, but they're really feeling it here to hold the cup together. You know, this is a fantastic moment. You can see their journey from the start here when they go in for the end.
Alright, we're gonna get the highlights of this fight. Oh no, this is the highlights of the entire series right now, and this was an absolute blast to play. We're gonna see them all come through as we just go through. As we've talked about all these, I just want to get to that final fight that we got going on here. I mean, the Charmeleon does very well here. The Espeon also does very brilliantly in this situation. This is why we thought the Mega Charizard X was a good shout here, because it has that lock-on ability, Nitera.
Right. And I mean, it's also why they got in so much fights, right? Look at the Charizard, right? Takes damage, pulls it out, able to score, and then re-enter the fight with his team. I mean, can you ask for anything more from Pokemon? Once again, it happened again.
So this is now looking back at game one and a bunch of the fights here. We've already covered these fights as well, and we'll get through it. Still, a lot that we could have missed. I mean, Buzzwole ejecting out of the close combat to come back into the fight, pick up the desserts coming through, but still gets KO'd by the Lucario. I can see Arthur just typing away. We'll get those interviews straight away. Nice Rock Tomb as well, but this was what I thought was the smartest play here. Pull the Mega Charizard Unite and go straight down and score. And right now here, I do believe Fennel did manage to take this one. Look at the movement here coming up from the Charizard. Does manage to survive, gets a few heals from the Fluffy Cream Supreme. And now we've got, we do have a few of the questions, but we're waiting for some more questions. So we're just going to get through the highlights, and then we'll come back to some of the questions, and then we'll end off Nitera. But a lot of impressive gameplay from here. And for me, I have to say, standout performance from someone who I wasn't really aware of up until now is Satake, and I can't wait to see what they do on the world stage.
I really hope that we can carry on to see them going into it. I mean, yes, they were already going to the WCS, right? The World Championships. But it is going to be a very different atmosphere, very different pressure. And one thing's for sure, this team has seen the ups and downs of Unite going into from the very beginning. You know, we even had like players like Mame who has seen the age of Pokemon Unite as it goes about. And so they are no strangers to the atmosphere, to the pressure going into it. And I'm excited to see whether they can really pull it off this time. And maybe we will see them clean up house here. You know, I think EU, you guys got a lot working for you, but Japan looking a lot fine, a lot more refined this time as well. And I think even NA, you've got to buck up a little bit if you want to go against these ones.
I mean, the region rivalry is going to come to a head. EU looking very strong with our own teams that are heading over to Worlds. NA looking very strong. LATAM looking very strong. Different metas, different play styles across the board. But you are right, Natera. Every time we come and watch the East side, on the Asian side, they are looking mighty strong, mighty fine. And I mean, they are going to be a threat to deal with at Worlds.
I think this year it's going to be a lot different, though. It definitely looks like their best performance in years. I say that with no shred of doubt or no shred of shudder in my mouth. This could be their year.
Did Overlord just unite a farm, or did he KO the Lucario?
He unite farm. A little bit of points matter.
So, Overlord did Blazing Bicycle Kick a bit of farm, but that is okay. Here's game 3 now coming through. This is where Reject actually managed to take the lead in the amount of games with the absurdness that is this Petal Dance Venusaur and Blaziken combination. Mega Charizard Y does come through here. Mimikyu does manage to pick up a KO and do brilliantly, but the combination play of Petal Dance Venusaur and the Suicune as well with the freezes was absolutely outstanding on the side of Reject.
Indeed. And I mean, look at that. They locked out the Megazord Y, completely just removing him from the fight here, even after the Unite move. And then we had the Endless Sheer Code, or as we call it, Absolute Zero in the East.
Endless. Is that what it's called in the East? Absolute Zero?
That's what we like to call it, right? Because I mean, True Sheer Code is the answer. Absolute
But I mean,
Zero.
that was well, obviously, we call it something different. We call it Endless Ice Spikes, but that was a beautiful Endless Ice Spikes to actually save Mimikyu from getting KO'd right now. And this is the final fight here. Delmy is trying to stay alive. It looked like Fennel really had the upper hand in here. I mean, Suicune, Mimikyu went down, but then once the Umbreon went down as well, Zacian had no choice. It was just the Charizard. Zacian tried to go in with the Metal Claw, but got stopped by the Mimikyu with that Play With Me. Again, such a great utility Unite move. With that Mimikyu that just takes you completely out of the game. We're just waiting here to get to that game 5 because we want to see the highlights of that game 5. But you can see the pop-offs moments, the celebration coming out here from Reject. These games were so insanely close, Naitara. All 5 of them.
There's not much else to say. You can see the look at their faces. You can see the endless ice spikes they popped off there. You know, they were confident. They were going into it with, like, you know, the greatest look on their faces. They glowed brighter than the screen behind them, and I have to be real with you. It's just a shame that Reject kind of just fell a little short at the end here, even if it was the best performance I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're running out of things to say at this point because we've covered all of these games. We're going to go into this game number 4. The Zapdos, the Pawmont, the Typhlosion finally getting picked in game 4 was a big surprise that they left it this long. But I guess once you get this deep into your bag of tricks with your Pokemon move, with your Pokemon pool here, Nitera, leaving something as powerful as Typhlosion up it makes a lot of sense.
Now, with power, you're sacrificing a lot of things, right? There's a lot of damage you're dealing for the fact that you might be a little squishy, but Typhlosion is one of those Pokemon where, like, yeah, I guess he can dish the damage. He's not the strongest attacker we've seen, but he's definitely one of the more bulkier ones. And we are going to be seeing Skeledirge at some point in our lives, so, I mean, it's going to be a lot coming for us.
I can't wait to see Feraligatr get played. I love that Pokemon. It's my favorite Pokemon of all time. And at the moment, it is currently ridiculous with the amount of damage that they do. But again, Satake, what a Greninja game. What an absolute Surf Greninja game that we saw coming out of him. Anything that Typhlosion or Surfetch did, Satake decided that I'm going to one-up this. The Galarian Rapidash was absolutely brilliant here as well.
Right, and you can see how he really utilized it to the max here, trying to make it work. But of course, it's just a little hard, all things considered.
Yeah.
And this is the pickup that we're talking about. Instantly vaporized.
Instantly vaporized was Overlord. Okay, cool. I think we've got most of our questions as well. We're closing in on the final game, but this was over before it even began. 3 members down when Kyogre spawned. And this is what I always say. Once you have a Comfey on your team, it's a 2-for-1 special. You KO it, and then you kind of KO the Comfey as well. Mega Gyarados just unable to get in there. They tried, but were unable to go through. And that was a very, very good performance coming out from the side of Fennel. They held on. They didn't go and score straight away. They waited for the defense to come to them. Team wiped them and just managed to secure a very, very well fought victory in Game 4. Now this is the game where we all want to talk about it. It's Game 5 coming up next, and I think Fennel, I mean, Reject had a great performance, but Fennel just managed to hold on and keeping it strong, and they had a lot of strong picks in Game 5, Natara.
And we'll definitely have to see how this kind of pans out. I mean, we've seen it happen, but like, what are the highlight moments going into it here? And what were the things that really, you know, locked them in place for that final win? Because, again, Reject was the one that led with the match point, right? Fennel was behind. It could have been a Reject 2, Fennel 0 situation, and then like Reject through 2 games just to lock them out here. But again, like I said, having that first win ahead gave them a little bit more to work with, and I think that's exactly why Reject just couldn't put a pin onto them.
And I think someone in chat asked, where do we see all the Pokemon that were used? It was just on screen there. We saw it every single time before the draft. But, I mean, Moltres, Absol, Meowth, Wigglytuff, and Decidueye all being picked up. This was back and forth. And, I mean, this Meowth, Haruto on this Meowth was absolutely insane.
And I have to be real with you, it was crazy to see how Meowth was able to dominate a game for a majority of the early stages here, considering he was level 10 before everyone else even got close. 13 matching at the end here, you can see how Zeraora was flying around to make it out, and mind you, this was the one play that they had to make work, and they did it, collapsing onto them here at the end. Look at that, jumped in, unable to get out here, and Mocho was stuck in the pit with them.
There was 5 members that they had to thread the needle once again to secure that Spirit Shackle, but they managed to get it done. Fennel lock in that final victory. Now, let's get to these questions very, very quickly, Nightera. So, question 1 that was asked by the interviewer, it went towards Ake. You're going to do the answers. I'm going to do the questions. Ake, you got the cheers in the arena and from around the globe. How do you feel right now?
Your cheers feel good too. You know, I've won all the finals so far. I'm so addicted.
I love the passion for Pokemon Unite. Question number 2. You've got 2 titles now, the Asia Champions League and Japan. You only have 1, which is Worlds, left to go. How difficult was the grand final?
The final game, they gave us so much mental pressure that I couldn't stand upright after that. I'm so happy we won.
I mean, we did see Ake go completely...
He actually fell down.
He fell over after that. This one was for Mashio. You've got an Asian Champions League and a Worlds personally, but you've told us that you haven't won anything as Fennel. How do you feel right now?
Incredible! Thank you so much.
He yelled that. We saw that coming up through. Now, Tara wanted to do question 4 at the very end.
I think that one's the one that we should do at the very end.
All right, cool. So,
when everyone leaves.
This was question 5. Definitely proven the strongest. Thanks. Thanks, bye. But the best of 5 must have been tough. How did you feel right now in that moment?
For the moment, incredible, yeah.
Such small, like short answers, so straight to the point. Question number 6 that the interviewer asked as well, was there any moment you felt we're cooking, we're winning during the matches?
Game 1 win felt like Sai is going to carry out today, you know. But the 2 losses after that made the louder noise from the audience. You know, it felt like enemy territory. But we finally retained momentum.
And that's just exactly what stadium noise can do to you as well. Question 7. So you won with your teammate Pi. The All-Star Draft apparently brought you tough picks, right?
We've determined with Zeraora since our practice sessions.
Okay.
So so that was great.
Yeah, so they locked in Zeraora very question. They had a follow-up question. Oh, you've practiced with Zeraora team comps. You must have many more plans. You've got a lot of champions too, but how does this win feel?
We have a lot to go, but we're very happy to win for the first time in 2 years.
First time in 2 years. I think there's more to translate, but I think that's coming up later. What do we want to do, Shivam? Do we just want to call it there?
How about we do the question 4 and wrap it up? You know, I think also it's done a lot fast. Once again, thank you also for translating this.
Well, thank you so much also for translating this. We'll post this on. We'll post these results on Twitter, I guess. Maybe if we can just get the translation, if we don't get through it. But question 4: you've got a lot of championships indeed, but how's today feel?
It's an insane pleasure to win our first All-Star Draft format. Thank you so much. We're the strongest.
I absolutely love seeing the passion and everything else go through. I think we're going to get on out of here because that was 8 hours of casting and an absolutely draining grand final. Got to give big shout outs to everybody involved as well, to all the players that were playing, to the crowd that was actually there in Japan, everybody watching at home. Thank you so much for your support on this stream. To our Japanese co-casters, absolutely loved their enthusiasm and intensity when they were casting. Thank you, Nitera, for jumping in as well. And a big shout out to Spartan Tano, who I started the stream off with. Massive, 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 huge shout out to Shivam and Arthur as well. Arthur has been doing our translations. Oh, okay, we've got more questions. Before I end...
No.
Questions. Okay, we're gonna quickly run through all these questions.
Oh.
Mame, you must be an awesome strategist and even tried Snorlax Jungler to put a lot of pressure onto the opponents, which was a brand new plan. Though that game was a loss, how do you value your team today?
40 out of 100. We need more improvements towards the strongest. Yes.
Nice. I love it. Question 10. How do you strengthen yourselves?
I know our All-Star draft practice weren't enough and thorough. We had a lot of teams that we make shift today, and we're gonna polish up on the team cards that we use.
Excellent. Setsunai.
Setsunai. Yes, Setsunai.
What were your team's improvements from your perspective?
Well, this team was already a big team. As we go into it, but our players definitely grew up better in the offline competition. With the new format from the round 1 onwards.
Nice. I mean, everyone grows into All-Star Draft. It's not easy at all. There's so much to take into consideration, especially when you get to a Game 5. Compared with what you were doing during your qualifiers, do you have any shifts and changes in your strengths, personal skills, or teamwork, feelings, and resolutions?
It was the schedule coming day by day that boosted our resolution towards the world's crown. Working hard for it each and every day. Yes.
Excellent. And now we have our final question. And our final comments from the captain. Do you want to take this, Nitera?
Yes.
Go.
All of our vision is on the world champion. Thank you so much for cheering for us. Your support makes it all the way to us. Keep your eyes on the world.
And that is World Championships in San Francisco. It's going to be absolutely incredible. EU, Japan, NA, LATAM. I think OS is also going to be there as well. All the regions competing for that World Championship as well. Arthur, indeed, for translating that at light speed. We've said our thank yous to absolutely everybody involved. Thank you guys so much for joining us. What an incredible stream we have. We're going to head on out of here as well. So have a fantastic morning, evening, or good night, wherever you are. We love you very, very much. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.